bringing a Midwest specialist, the region getting ready for another round of severe storms. On your screen, a look at Chicago, 57 degrees as that rain moved on through, knocked things down. They're under a level 2 out of 5 threat. Farther off to the north and west from there, though, into southeastern parts of Minnesota, there's a severe thunderstorm watch up a little bit closer to that area of low pressure. Let's bring in Fox 9 Minneapolis Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard, supporter of the Three Lions. We'll talk about that another day. Ian, you're following this, and what a weird setup, right, with these strong upper-level winds. It's like a spring jet stream with a summer flavor to the rest of the atmosphere.
Absolutely, and you're trying to find how the triple point threat seems to have pivoted. So that latest severe thunderstorm watch, it just barely edges into the Twin Cities metro here in Minnesota, and then off to the east-southeast. The triple point threat, I'm just looking at the map here, it's more between, say, Mason City, Iowa, and Decorah, Waterloo, Iowa, all the way over to Dubuque. By the way, shout out to my friends in eastern Iowa. I worked there 20-some years ago. But that's really where the warm sector is. We're right on the northern fringe. We've got these screaming mid-level winds, and we've had this line of storms that's come through, and right now it looks worse on radar than it really is, from Minneapolis down along the Mississippi River Valley, bending just off toward the east of Rochester, Minnesota, and home of the Mayo Clinic. This storm has really kind of shaken its dynamics. I think it's outrunning the overall frontal boundary here, and it's sort of dying a slow and fizzling storm death. But we've got plenty of discrete cells also firing well off to the west-northwest of the cities, Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, where we have temperatures in the 60s. Now, I think a lot of people would say, well, wait a minute, the storm dynamics aren't necessarily there. Trust me, in Minnesota, we can generate strong storms and even tornadic storms, low-topped, I'll grant you that, with temperatures in the 60s. So we never say never in our neck of the woods. The energy and something like the energy helicity index, we don't subsidize to only the indices for the storms in our overall trends here, Ian. So yeah, it's sort of it's a data, as I like to say, stay sky aware, right?
Yeah. What were your thoughts earlier? Forecast models last night, early this morning, didn't necessarily do a good job with what, for a little period of time, looked like it was going to be a derecho. I think it kind of lost some of its steam before it got there. But what a complicating factor that was farther off to your south and east. The low sped up overnight. Most of our models had that low that's right over top of Minneapolis and St. Paul right now. We had that coming through at around 6 or 7 tonight. So there was some prime time for heating. The triple point threat, the warm sector, was further to the north. And I think maybe that's why the severe thunderstorm watch was issued here for parts of southeastern Minnesota. And you look at radar at that line that goes from the Twin Cities all the way down into northeast Iowa. It tries to look like a straight line event, but I think it's really outperformed. I think it's outrun. I think it's really too far ahead of that occlusion for it to really pick up any serious energy or to get stronger from this point forward. Yeah. So some good news there, and then farther down south and east, as we know, we got a ways to go. Moving on through this evening.
Yeah.
Ian.
Yeah, you look all the way south. Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, You're taking me away from the England game, but I do it because I love you.
I love you too. And I can't wait to see you again, because the Three Lions will bring you closer to us for a period of time. I think, later this month, right? Couple weeks?
The end of next week, I will be there. New York, New York. The city's so nice, they named it twice. Look out, the Leonards and England are coming. Can't wait.
And I hope they perform a little bit better for you than my squad, Portugal, did this afternoon. Shouldn't be too much of a challenge.
We'll continue to watch the skies here for you in the upper Midwest. It's going to be one of those nights where Iowa, Illinois, all the way down to Missouri have some real rough rounds tonight.
No question. Ian, thank you as always, and we'll see you soon. Looking forward to it. Jane, back to the other big story, the Gulf Coast, and we're maybe 25 minutes or so out, half an hour.
We'll see what the National Hurricane Center says. I think you and I both have a pretty good idea of what we want them to say. You know, there is a very interesting kind of complex look to this forecast, but it's also at the same time very cut and dry. We know that it's going to flood. That's really been the biggest headline the entire time, regardless of whether or not we had Arthur. Now, the circulation today has definitely at least verified the wind forecast for parts of the upper Texas coast into southern Louisiana. We have seen some wind gusts topping 40, 50 miles per hour. I think one of our top wind gusts was like 64. But generally speaking, it's all about the rain. And that's where we really want to make sure that we are highlighting that threat. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. Flood watches run through the end of this week. And indication that, you know, we definitely even want to watch the southeast coast. I'll show you that in just a moment. But here's how much rain is still to come. And these numbers have started to drop a bit because I think there's a little bit more progression. Remember, we have a really strong dip in that jet stream over the Midwest. And that's what's going to capture this energy in the mid-levels. And we'll watch it really race pretty quickly in the next 2 days across the southeastern region. For now, that low-level circulation that is what's really defined Arthur is more so on land and will continue to dissipate over land as we head through this evening. But the shear has then really kind of toppled over the mid-level moisture off to the east side, and that's what's going to continue to lift up through southern Louisiana, Mississippi, ultimately then continue a path up through Alabama, Georgia as we go into Friday. So that's what increases the flood threat. We've got this kind of low-level jet kicking in this evening, the coverage of that rain in expanding across the south, and given how much rain we've already seen, rain rates that could exceed 2-3 inches an hour are going to make for a pretty dangerous setup. So expecting that low-level jet, again, to increase the coverage of rain. That then gets swept up as our mid-level circulation pulls across the south. Expecting that heavier rain across Alabama, Georgia as we close out the day tomorrow. Along the I-59 corridor, though, in southern Mississippi, all the way up through Hattiesburg, expecting through Laurel, a good 5 to 8 inches of rain, and then we shift this off to the east into Friday with that rain then continuing to drape down a boundary for southern Alabama, Florida into the end of the day. But we'll continue to follow this closely, but it's fast moving, but it definitely is going to pack a punch with that flood threat.
Jane, it's very well said. Very complicated and very simple all at once. The southeast prepare for a lot more rain and more flood threats as a result. Farther off to the north, this is short fuse and super intense. These severe storms developing. That's a look at the Fox weather threat zone in the Midwest. Nearly 80 million Americans included in the overall zone, but we've got an extreme risk that includes portions of central and eastern Illinois. A severe weather outbreak likely with what could be some intense, fast-moving tornadoes and damaging wind gusts. We're also watching what Jane was just showing us, what's going on down on the Gulf Coast. More dangerous flash flooding. That'll extend 600 miles as Tropical Storm Arthur dumps more of that relentless rain. Louisiana, Mississippi, over to Alabama. Got New Orleans, Jackson, Mississippi, Montgomery, all in the mix. We'll dive into that forecast when Fox Weather Now returns.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use. Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight, under 2 pounds. Look at the raw power create a tidal wave of leaves and debris. It's like having a jet engine in the palm of your hand to clean faster and easier than ever. Forget big blower hassles. Now just grab, go, and blow to effortlessly clean any area. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. We measured the wind speed of this bulky blower at 20 miles per hour, but Bullseye blows away the competition at 55 miles per hour. Cleaning gutters with a big corded blower is impossible, but Bullseye makes it easy. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with proprietary jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of high-capacity airflow, easily knocking down these heavy bricks from afar. Just like a car wash blower, the force of Bullseye can dry your car in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200. But get the Bullseye Compact Power Blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Don't wait. Order yours today.
Call 1-800-681-6554 or go to bullseyeblower.com. So call 1-800-681-6554. That's 1-800-681-6554 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay. See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-856-4704. That's 1-800-856-4704. Call 1-800-856-4704.
Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. Two high-impact weather stories today. First named storm of the 2026 hurricane season, the Atlantic Basin at least. Tropical storm Arthur. We're going to get an update from the NHC in maybe 20, 25 minutes or so. We'll see what the latest thinking is. The structure of the storm isn't really there, but boy, is that tropical moisture. It's been problematic for days. That's going to continue through what's left of this week. So we'll get into all that. But in the short term, this is the greatest danger to people and property. Man, this level 4 out of 5 threat from the Storm Prediction Center, which did get nudged south some this afternoon, a function of what's happened already in some of these places, which was a nasty complex of storms that moved through and put 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts down. Well, now we've got a renewed threat moving through the next several hours with some tropical, that's down south, tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches that run until the late evening hours. So there's Chicago, back up to 60, if you can believe it. They were rain-cooled down into the 50s. Farther off to the south from there, you get into the teeth of this, closer to that warm front, central parts of Illinois, across into Indiana. This is where we have that level 4 out of 5 threat. Couple of ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. And then you watch this, where we've had a severe thunderstorm watch issued out this way, all the way into southeastern Kansas. New storms initiating. And back this way, obviously it's still raining farther off to the north and east, and there's been cloud cover. But that cloud cover eroded, and there's been a lot of sunshine breaking through farther off to the south and west, which helps add some extra energy into the mix. And this was really all about what was going on upstairs. You don't have to go that far up. The low-level jet is cranking. The mid-level winds are blowing up about 100 miles per hour. That's what's helping to provide more lift and fuel some of these higher-end severe weather threats. So this one, Bloomington, Illinois, down I-55 toward Lincoln. We've got hail up to almost ping pong ball size, wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. That's DeWitt, Logan, McLean, Tazewell counties. Farther back to the west from here, all right, this has the tag, first one of these that we've seen, tornado possible. So there's a couple of cells, 1 and 2. Hail to an inch, wind gusts to 60, but the Weather Service is seeing some rotation in these. That's it's that triple point there, Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. So we'll keep an eye on these, but that's an interesting look in the sense that it's the first indicator that we've seen through the afternoon round of some rotation happening within some of these storms. And those watches we should point out. So yeah, we were in through here. You look at the boundaries back this way. The tops of these storms are blowing. That's an indicator. You can see all that tops of the storms getting blown off the top or sheared, an indication of the amount of spin in this atmosphere, the changing of both wind speed and direction with height, which is what's going to allow these storms to twist and rotate and perhaps produce some intense tornadoes, fast-moving, long-lived ones. That's why the tornado watch that's out, EF3+, is the indication from the Weather Service. Hail up to about 3 inches in diameter. They went with apple-size hail, wind gusts that may exceed 75 miles per hour, the straight line winds. That's happened already today with the morning round, that complex of storms that came through. Just the tornado watch includes almost 5 million Americans. And then farther off to the south and west, you do have that severe thunderstorm watch too. Here's our exclusive Fox weather model showing you this coverage of storms increasing. Same story with the intensity. So just know that this is a dangerous evening ahead. Even though you had some of those storms around earlier today, you got to prepare for more of them. Let's get to the other big story as we wait on the update from the National Hurricane Center. The Texas coast dealing with Tropical Storm Arthur. The storm actively pushing on through. We've had most certainly tropical storm force winds, some water rise at the immediate coastline, effectively a surge that's been produced by Arthur. Let's go out to the ground to Port Arthur, where we find Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne. Katie, it's been active there. We're a touch beyond high tide now, but you did mention some of that water being pushed into the coastline from the Gulf.
Ian, we're seeing more of that right now. You can see around me a lot of that water. This is the Sabine Pass channel. It feeds directly into the Gulf, but that water is overflowing into this parking lot here. Back there, you can only make out one of them right now, a dock, but we were able to see 3 for most of the day. So really just in the last hour, we're seeing this flooding happen. And so this coastal flooding is what people have a lot of concerns about in terms of their homes being impacted. But this storm surge looks like we're looking at around 2 feet right now where we are in Port Arthur. And that water is creeping into this parking lot pretty quickly. So we're inching back, keeping an eye on where the parking lot should end. It really just met right at the water so far since we've been here all day. A lot of people come to go fishing right in this spot, and there's a bait shop nearby. People will set up here and fish for the day, but that may not be something people want to do with that water continuing to move. So that coastal flooding is something that people are concerned about. A lot of people today taking the day to prepare for it by filling sandbags at 2 sites that have been set up here in Port Arthur. We spoke with some families who are doing just that. Most people seem to be accepting that they're likely to be looking at some type of flooding after Arthur moves through. So that's what people are preparing for here. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we've already had multiple days of rain so far this week here and really across Texas. We recently got an update from the National Weather Service office out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, which, by the way, Louisiana is just over this bridge behind me. So we're not far at all. But they oversee this region, too, where we are in Southeast Texas, and they were talking about, really emphasizing the fact that the landfalling location isn't necessarily where we're likely to see the most significant impacts. Their biggest concern is the rainfall and a band essentially setting up over a narrow area and just pumping out a ton of rain.
So, this is it's a low-end tropical storm, but there is some gusty winds out there. That's why I was saying there is going to be the potential for those tropical storm force winds right along the coastline. That's why we have those tropical storm warnings in effect. But this is not expected to get very far inland.
Yeah, something to keep in mind for folks. So especially if you're in those coastal communities, you're going to want to look out for stuff like this coastal flooding where we're already seeing, inches deep of water filling the parking lot, starting to lose where that parking lot ends. We'll keep inching back with it. We have a lot of space to go, but interestingly, Ian, there's really just one long road from here that has water on either side to get us back to higher, drier land. So we've got our exit plan in the back of our minds when you see something like this.
Yeah, you always need to, right? Head on a swivel. And it speaks to both the power of tropical systems in a sense and the vulnerability of coastal spots. Structure of this thing in Arthur stinks, truly. It's a weak tropical storm, and it's producing 2 to 3 feet of water rise on the gauges that we're tracking. So, yeah, I mean, so many things you got to watch, but clearly that pocket of tropical moisture, that's the problem moving forward. It's Katie Byrne. Katie, we'll be checking back with you in a little bit, too. Keep an eye on the escape territory, always.
I'm watching it.
Let's get more into this. With Tropical Storm Arthur, we're maybe 10, 15 minutes now. It usually comes a little bit early from the NHC, just before the top of the hour. Dangerous flash flooding. We know that's going to be the verbiage, Jane, coming out here. But yeah, you showed us the water rise. It doesn't take much to push water into the coast, where the only place it can go is up.
Is up, right. And so now we're watching that in real time. We are kind of getting close to some high tide cycles, too.
Right.
So that's naturally going to help bring a bit more of that water rise as well. But, you know, I think for Lake Charles, the fact that we've got a little break of blue out there, the coverage of rain hasn't been as severe throughout the day today. But that doesn't mean we let our guard down, because unfortunately, we are going to see this start to pick up as we go through tonight and then thereafter to close out the rest of this week. So get a quick look. Right now, again, we are awaiting the update from the National Hurricane Center that should be coming in very soon. But as far as what we know with Arthur is, well, pretty much it's a very sheared looking system. A lot of the deep moisture is shunted out into the Gulf, and that's going to continue to lift up to the north. We do have what seems as though was a bit of that circulation kind of dissipating now, and when you have a circulation that moves over land, you expect that dissipation, and that will be the case in the low levels as we continue on into tonight. It's more so the mid-level spin that's been sheared to the right is going to continue to be really the anchor of a lot of that deep tropical moisture to extend our rain threat into tonight, tomorrow, there into Friday as well. But you take a look here in the forecast track. Again, this will be updated as we see that next advisory come through in about the next few minutes. Our top wind gusts, though, with that low-level circulation, 64 miles per hour in Galveston, Texas today. Right now, we take a look at some of our winds. Galveston Pier gusting to about 24, so that has come down, which would make sense, because if that circulation low level has started to move onshore, well, has been onshore, will continue to start to weaken. We're seeing wind gusts, though, up towards Rollover Pass at about 30. It's the onshore push of that wind that has brought us anywhere from 2 to now 3 feet of a bit of that water rise. Port Arthur sitting at about 2.1 feet. But it's the deep tropical moisture that is going to be the focus for Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, over in Georgia. I just took a peek out there off to the east of 75 outside of Fitzgerald near Albany. So we're well south of Macon. We have a little thunderstorm action. I think some daytime heat playing a role with some of that moisture, getting us some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, some small hail. But a lot of this is in place, and really focusing in on our threat zone for tonight. You see here, there's that moisture with the mid-level spin. I put on our low-level jet, which typically starts to increase as we head into the evening hours. It's the conveyor belt of strong winds that helps to pump up more of that moisture from the south, and that's what's going to start to feed into the coverage of these showers and storms, and also lead to an isolated threat for some severe weather as we go through the next few hours.
This is a likely severe weather outbreak developing across the Midwest, with violent tornadoes and damaging winds firing up. We're tracking the latest on radar. We've got more Fox weather after the break. Stay with us.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
These days, I feel more confident and connected, all thanks to Clear Captions. It's given me my independence back.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
My mom has always been independent, but when her hearing got worse, she started avoiding phone calls, and I worried about her. Now, thanks to clear captions, she can read every call and never miss a word. The best part? I don't have to worry like I used to. Hi, Mom. Should I bring over dinner?
Clear captions gave me the confidence I needed.
Call 1-800-993-1368 to see if you qualify.
There is no cost to you. Get clear captions now.
If you're like me, staying connected to friends and family is so important. Clear captions allows me to keep my relationships going strong.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
For years, I talked to my best friend Carol every night. I looked forward to our calls until I started missing words. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, I can read our phone calls and I don't miss a thing. Carol and I are back to our nightly calls again.
Lisa, it's so good to talk again.
Clear Captions gave me the confidence to talk on the phone again. Why wait? Clear Captions came to my home to set up the phone and showed me how to use it. It was easy.
Call 1-800-993-1368 to see if you qualify.
Clear Caption service is provided at no cost through a federally managed program. Call today.
1-800-993-1368.
Get Clear Captions now.
I'm Richard Karn, and everyone loves my hose, the Pocket Hose Ballistic, now made with a bulletproof polymer that is 5 times stronger than steel. Just turn on the water and it expands to a full-size hose. And look, our pocket pivot rotates 360 degrees. It prevents tangles, kinks, and leaks. Then turn off the water and it shrinks back to a pocket size so it's easy to store.
Get your pocket hose today at the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and Amazon with free shipping.
But they're going fast.
Barrett hasn't taken a bite like that in years. But with his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, that crunch he's been dreaming about, it's back. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now as we're watching these 2 high-impact weather events. One is Longfuse, the flooding that's been ongoing down across parts of the southern plains over into the southeast, the Gulf Coast especially, where we have our first named storm of the season in Arthur. We're waiting, could come out at any point now, a new update from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll get you updated on that as we get it. All the while, we're watching what is the greater risk by a significant margin into this evening to both people and property, the severe weather threat developing across the Midwest. Indiana back into Illinois, that pink, that's a level 4 out of 5 threat from the Storm Prediction Center. Those are the areas that have the greatest probability and the highest ceiling for some devastating severe weather with what could be intense long-track tornadoes. This one here, a severe thunderstorm warning, hail to an inch, a wind gust to 60 miles per hour. We'll see far worse than this, unfortunately, we're expecting. That's moving towards Champaign. We'll be watching for that. Farther back to the south and west, this one now indicated for golf ball size hail, so a considerable damage threat. That's moving right there between Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. Tornado possible. So the Weather Service seeing some rotation in that one, and it will not be the last. Further off to the south and west, this coverage just east of KC, out I-70 toward Higginsville, Moberly. These are new cells that are developing and becoming more intense. So they'll be eventually encountering an atmosphere that we think is going to support some serious storms. So stay with us moving forward through the next several hours as we watch these. We're doing so on radar, we're doing so by satellite, and of course out in the field. It's a live picture right there from exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Corey Gerken. He was out following some of the storms with the quick moving area at low pressure that went through yesterday, knowing that today was expected to be the main event. So locator says Cisco, Illinois. Corey, great to have you back with us. We have had some changes since we spoke last hour. We had the tornado watch, the severe thunderstorm watch, and now a couple of these cells, the Weather Service indicating they're seeing rotation.
Yep, a lot has changed pretty rapidly, and kind of was a little bit confused because we had nothing but cloud cover here, so I didn't really think the environment was going to hold off. But then you got to remember it's June and everything recovers pretty quickly. But we have this big cell that's off to our northwest. It actually kicked out an outflow boundary. It looks like it's trying to pull it back in now. And that's good before the first tornadic supercell of the day.
Yeah. Is this a little weird from a storm tracking perspective on this June the 17th? At least an upper level setup that looks like it's more like April 17th.
Yeah, really, this is more like your classic early spring Dixie setup right here. But it's very weird to have something like this in June. This is pretty rare.
Yeah. Now, well off to your west, as one cell, it's indicated for golf ball size hail. We know SPC saying 3 inches in diameter possible, in addition to these intense long track tornadoes. SPC bumps south. That's what we were talking about earlier. That level 4 out of 5 zone has to be a reaction to what we saw through the morning hours with that complex of storms. Has your thinking changed at all for the sweet spot, or was that kind of what you were anticipating?
It's changed a little bit. Like we're used to when you have the convection going through and you don't really get any sunshine popping out. You know, usually on a normal day we'll throw off the whole setup, but this the way today has evolved, it doesn't seem like it really matters with the convection that moves through the cloud cover. So kind of just throwing us all off right now, to be honest.
Yeah, and you showed us as we talked about. I mean, that's not a pristine look, but you've got this high sun angle. It's June, as we talked about. Is visibility, are you thinking that's going to be a problem? Because we had talked about the storm pace, the storm motion, likely going to be pretty fast, but it may not necessarily, in such a messy setup, be easy to have a visual on these things.
Yeah, the severe warning, when they first severe warning, it was a warning for 60-mile-an-hour motion, and it looks like it slowed down to 55 a little bit, but we're also kind of planning on well-ventilated supercells to have less precip on them, but I think this does wrap up, or this storm itself does wrap up, and likely, at least what it looks like currently, it will be HP, extremely HP, so yeah, everything's just throwing us off today.
Yeah, high precipitation, what he's pointing out there, a lot of rain, and that can be problematic in terms of visibility. And with these storms moving quickly, you can't necessarily see the most dangerous part of the storm until it's right up on you. Part of the reason why a radar is important in a scenario like this too. Corey, great context from where this is all actually happening. Exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Corey Gerken. Thank you.
Well, breaking news. The advisory is in, and we still have a tropical storm. Arthur.
Where is it?
Well, let's dissect it together. So the latest advisory coming in, no major changes here. 45-mile-per-hour wind still, and that has been verifying in some of our gusts so far today along the coast. But the circulation itself, I mean, look at where they've placed this. It's practically on shore, and the satellite presentation is still really very messy. We know that wind shear is certainly playing a role in pushing a lot of that deep moisture and thunderstorm development well off into the Gulf. But you can see you've got one little spin here that's nearly dissipated down near Victoria. And then I was noticing a little spin starting to come together in the last hour or so near Galveston. So I'm assuming that that's right about where they've highlighted this circulation to be, but it really doesn't look all that impressive. And so regardless of what we are looking at right now with Arthur, the message is still the same. It's not so much the forecast track of this system, which will dissipate tonight. It's the rain, and that rain threat is displaced to the east and will continue to intensify through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama as we go into tonight. So let's get to that forecast, because that's what's really the focus and the highlight. We have a flood watch up through the end of this week into Friday. Atlanta, the breaking news for you is you've been included now in that level 3 risk for flooding tomorrow. So that means as rain picks up with this this mid-level circulation, we're expecting to see a pretty heavy dose of downpours that's going to disrupt our afternoon and evening. Heaviest of the rain, the highest of our totals still expected across parts of southern Mississippi and Alabama. But as we look ahead into this week, I do want to get to this because I think it's important when we talk about the fast nature of this. Remember, the remnants of Arthur are going to get swung and picked up by that trough, deepening through across the Midwest. With that, we'll track that energy and that very heavy rain across the south as we continue into Friday. And while a lot of our focus is going to be on that flood risk across the southeast, this remnant circulation, this mid-level low, is going to quickly push off the southeast coast and for a brief period in time sit over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. And there's some indications that could we see a window of time here that we get a maybe a little bit robust circulation, and we will see some gustier winds along the east coast of the Carolinas. So that's happening at the same time that rain continues to fall across the south to close out this week. But Ian, it's definitely a very dynamic forecast. But as of now, we do still have Arthur, but it's all about the rain threat.
Yeah, Arthur's hours as a tropical entity probably numbered in the short term, but that moisture has had some serious staying power.
It has, and we'll continue to see that flood risk pick up overnight. We're still looking at 5 to 8 inches of rain in some of these locations.
So that's the big story down south this evening. We've got what we're expecting to be a severe weather outbreak across the Midwest. Some intense tornadoes possible. We're following both of those things. Stay with us right here on Fox Weather.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have. My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay. See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-856-4704. That's 1-800-856-4704. Call 1-800-856-4704.
Right now on Fox Weather, a dangerous severe weather outbreak brewing in the Midwest. first ever extreme risk issued on our Fox Weather Threat Zone product. You're looking at it right there. Millions of Americans facing the potential for violent tornadoes, flash flooding, and most certainly damaging wind gusts. Our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers are in position out ahead of what are expected to be fast-moving supercell thunderstorms, a couple developing already. We'll get the latest pictures and updates from them out in the field and keep you updated on radar. Plus, our other big story and high-impact weather event today, the first named storm of the 2026 Atlantic Basin hurricane season. Tropical Storm Arthur, and still Tropical Storm Arthur, just got that 5 p.m. update from the NHC, rumbling its way along the Gulf Coast. Tropical storm warnings in effect for parts of the Texas and Louisiana coastlines. Tropical moisture keeps a heightened flood threat on the table across much of the southeast through what's left of the week. A big update, Atlanta included in the level 3 out of 4 for tomorrow. We'll time it all out. We'll show you how much rain to expect. That's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Wednesday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 p.m. out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. We've been saying all week, midweek, we would have some trouble. 2 high-impact weather events happening at once. One will be with us through what's left of this week. This one, all that heavy rain. That's the short tropical lifespan. We're thinking of what's left of Tropical Storm Arthur. It'll be gone at some point later tonight, but that tropical moisture most certainly will not be. Lopsided and displaced away from where that nominal center is. In through here, that's where we're talking all that heavy rain, and there's several more inches of it expected through what's left of the week. This in the short term is of greatest concern because of the severe weather potential and more flash flooding. A few more of those flash flood warnings have been issued, but this level 4 out of 5 threat from the Storm Prediction Center, portions of Indiana, including Indianapolis, back west into Illinois, that's the zone of greatest concern for what could be intense and long-track tornadoes. So let's start right there in the Midwest as we're tracking a dangerous stretch ahead. Severe storms ramping up in coverage and intensity. There's Indy. So you do have some rain around, and I know that's odd. Cloud cover, some storms already. I say some storms. It's a complex of storms that moved on through earlier today. Iowa and Illinois recording some gusts up 70 to 80 miles per hour. And now you've got another round rolling in, even with, a little bit of that rain moving on through Indy. So here we are. This coverage is starting to pick up considerably. Northern side of all of this, an indication of where the storms have been repeatedly today. The green boxes are some of those flash flood warnings, and now all of these new severe thunderstorm warnings. Western periphery now of that level 4 zone, but this line which we've been following, those new cells, and we were thinking it wasn't going to be too long before those became fairly intense. Got our first severe thunderstorm warning out of that back into Missouri, and you can see that zippering all the way over into Kansas. This messy coverage in through here, man, you can see the cells, and this is what we were talking about with Corey. If you've been with us over the past 20 minutes, our exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker, Corey Gerken, he called these HP, or high precipitation supercells, meaning there's a lot of rain with them, and it's going to be tough to see the rotating, most dangerous part of these storms at times. In these, you've got hail. It could be wind-driven hail, straight line damaging winds that may approach 75, 80 miles per hour. This one, which is now onto the Illinois side, hail, golf ball size, wind gusts to 60, tornado possible, the Weather Service has been saying, noting that there's some rotation in this developing, still intensifying supercell thunderstorm. This one, Randolph County, Missouri, Moberly, we were thinking it would be a broken line, so discrete or individual cells. These now have that look, and this will be one to watch. Earlier in its life cycle, just got that initial severe thunderstorm warning, a baseline one. That'll be curious to see. And now this one, All right, farther off to the south, that's south of Kansas City, right over Interstate 49, Cass Henry and Johnson counties. This one, same idea. Baseline severe thunderstorm warning, but the storm hasn't been around very long, so its intensity is still trending up. Watching to see how some of these behave may be a good indicator for what's to come as we move forward through the next several hours. There's Corey. We were just talking about him, his live picture right below me on the left side of your screen. Exclusive Fox weather model. Part of the reason we should point out that tornado watch runs until 10 o'clock local time. That's 6 more hours still to go, where the atmosphere is becoming more favorable for rotating storms. We got a ways to go, and unfortunately, much of that next 6 hours, depending on where exactly you are in relation to these storms, will feature some dangerous storms, a coverage of them. Let's move south now. The Texas coast has been dealing with still Tropical Storm Arthur. The storm is pushing some water into the coastline. We have seen a water rise, 1, 2, up to about 3 feet above normally dry ground at high tide. So that's been considerable. Tropical storm force winds, those have verified, and that moisture is going to be hanging around. Let's head out to where we're looking live there, a live picture from Port Arthur, Texas. That is where we find Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne tracking Tropical Storm Arthur. Katie, we got the 5 o'clock update from NHC. The structure is no good, but the winds are still up. And I think the National Hurricane Center messaging is key. And I think they want folks to be aware that this tropical moisture, this heavy rain, is still going to be a big issue for many through what's left of the week.
Yeah, it's the rain that they seem especially concerned with, but we're feeling those winds actually pick up just in the last few minutes or so. Some big gusts moving through. Occasionally we get the sunshine popping out, but it looks like we're seeing some more cloud cover in the sky. And storm surge has already started here in Port Arthur. Just under 2 feet of storm surge, where you can see the water from the Sabine Pass channel here, which feeds directly into the Gulf, is now entering into the parking lot here. Where we are, we're right on the border of Texas and Louisiana. This bridge above us connects you on the other side to the Louisiana side. So all of us under this tropical storm warning, and this type of flooding is what locals are especially concerned with. That's what had them out at the sandbagging sites in Port Arthur earlier today. Today, officials were really saying is the day to do those preparations, make sure you have what you need. So 2 sandbagging sites open for folks to be able to go and grab sand, fill a bag, and set that up near their home to hopefully help protect their home from any kind of coastal flooding that we may see with this. But we're going to keep our eye on it. Still right now, no evacuations, nothing like that. The mayor of Port Arthur wants people to be prepared but not to panic.
We've issued a disaster declaration, and that just means in preparation of anything that happens, strong winds, gusty winds, flooding, whatever it is, I've put those things in place so that we can recover. We're not calling for an evacuation. I've not done that. The only person, again, like I told you, doing the Valero expulsion would be me. Right now, we are just watching, we're monitoring.
Yeah, people who live here say they're prepared for flooding because of the fact that they've already dealt with so much rain in the last few days. Parts of Texas saw really, unfortunately, deadly flooding in the last couple of days. 2 people lost their lives. We've seen dozens of cars submerged in water, and I think folks are trying to stay ahead of that by doing what they can to get their houses ready, stay off the roads too. Just saw Texas Department of Transportation trucks make a pass by. I spoke with a few of those workers earlier today because I noticed they had those barricades in the back of their trucks to potentially shut down any streets that were flooded, and they told me earlier today that they didn't see much of that happening. It looks like they just came by to take a look at this and then are already off again. So no need for any barricades just yet, but you know those workers are out there keeping their eye on things, Ian.
Yeah. Telling the story of these early season storms, which don't have that classic structure, but still clearly present some very dangerous and life-threatening hazards, can be a challenge. And moving forward through what's left of this, folks really need to be aware that even as this degrades, and we may not even be calling it Arthur anymore, those hazards are going to be there. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne, Katie in Port Arthur. We'll be checking back in a little bit. Thank you. It is the flooding that's a problem with this. Fox Weather's Jane Menard has been following this throughout the day. And Jane noted the structure is not good. No. The wind field has been probably a little bit more impressive than a lot of folks were expecting, though.
Yeah, and I think that is what...
Myself included.
A lot of the messaging on why we've maybe kept this at the level it is, because we have seen some of our top wind gusts, 64 mile-an-hour gusts there in Galveston. So while we'll continue to monitor that, we do still have to talk about the rain threats. And on top of the rain threat, there is a isolated tornado threat. And for southeastern Alabama, that has been the focus. You can see our coverage has been picking up, but we do have an active tornado warning. This is very similar to just about, say, 2 hours ago. We had a storm that lifted up to from the south outside of Dothan. This is almost kind of a carbon copy over Enterprise. You've got a tornado warning here. And Dylan, if you don't mind just popping on storm winds, because I want to show you that there is a little bit of rotation in the atmosphere here. Right now it is very weak just south of Enterprise. You see this little tiny couplet here. And as we get those new scans, a little hook that has likely been the presentation of that inflow, and now we have at least an isolated potential that tornado could be in progress. So Enterprise in Alabama definitely need to be monitoring this storm, because even if it is that brief spin, it can do some damage. And so has that nice presentation, that hook to it, and we do have that storm winds with our velocity couplet. So last couple of scans still looking quite healthy and will continue to lift up to the north. So it's an isolated threat today, but it's definitely something we'll have to monitor even more so getting into the overnight. New Orleans on the I-10 corridor, you look at our tornado potential, this parameter here, the measure of that low-level spin, and we don't have too much on the board, but there is that tornadic threat along with some damaging wind gusts that could arise as more coverage of showers and thunderstorms picks up. Our low-level jet strengthening into this evening, and that is what is going to really bring back the rain in spades as we move into tomorrow morning. Quick look at Arthur. Again, Tropical Storm Arthur. The center of this storm has largely moved on shore. It's a little bit more challenging. It's broad. It's dissipated just a touch. In our latest advisory, the only thing that's really changed here, slower movement, but the overall message with Arthur is not so much what does the circulation look like. It's just the fact that we still have those strong winds. You can see on visible satellite in the last couple of hours over Matagorda County, you have that circulation. There's the spin. That's what the National Hurricane Center has highlighted, as we have too here all afternoon, that circulation has come on shore. But you're also looking back out towards Galveston. We've got another little spin there that's popped up. So that is only enhancing our winds and that onshore flow. Our top wind gusts right now, look at this, 45 out of Galveston Bay at the North Jetty, just offshore, 47 mile-an-hour gusts at the buoy, over Rollover Pass, 37 mile-an-hour wind gusts. That pushing that water, especially too in and around our high tide, upwards of 2 to 3 feet. Rollover Pass, 2.8 feet. Port Arthur, 2 feet, where we've got Katie Byrne. And we do have one storm report that's just come in here in Holly Beach over into Louisiana of some overwash depositing debris onto Highway 82. So that we do know that we are getting a push of some of that water, courtesy of that circulation that's a little more dissipated, but still quite strong. The rain threat and that thunderstorm risk is what's further displaced from that low-level circulation. It's the mid-level spin that's going to pick up all of that deep tropical moisture and move it onshore. And so that's where we have a heightened flood risk for New Orleans, a couple thunderstorms moving in. And as that low-level jet kicks in this evening, you're going to see that rain really begin to expand. An additional, say, 1 to 2, 2 to 3 inches of rain, more so displaced north of the I-10 corridor, is where that flood threat is maximized.
Jane, we knew it was a matter of time. Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. There's our first tornado warning of the afternoon round. South and west of Champaign, Illinois, indicated for half-dollar size hail. Radar indicated rotation near and just off to the south and east of Interstate 72, again, southwest of Champaign. Problem here, storm motion labeled moving east at 60 miles per hour. These storms are screaming off to the east. Our storm trackers, Brandon and Corey, they're in a great spot. They're flanking this south and east. We're going to check in with them, get the word on this storm when Fox Weather Now comes right back.
I can't sleep because my feet are on fire.
Feels like a sunburn under my skin.
It's like lightning bolts down my leg.
Now you can have cooling, soothing comfort where you need it most with Hemvana Nerve Relief, a non-steroidal topical pain reliever designed for fast relief of shooting pains, muscle aches, tingling, and numbness from nerve pain. No pills, no complicated treatments, just targeted relief you apply directly where it hurts. Hemvana Nerve Relief, available at Walmart, Hemvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
Are you one of 70 million Americans who suffer from the devastating effects of poor sleep? Are you tired of lying awake at night because your mind just won't shut off? Dr. Phil here. I've spent decades sitting across from people at the breaking point. Marriages unraveling, careers slipping, families barely holding it together. And when I start asking questions, I hear the same thing over and over. They're not sleeping. They're up all night trying to solve problems that feel completely out of their control. But here's the truth. When you don't sleep, your brain overloads and goes into survival mode. You can't focus. Your problems feel bigger than they are. And when life feels chaotic, you must control your sleep to get your life back in order. I did my research, and Relaxium Sleep is the only sleep aid I take and recommend because Relaxium Sleep is studied and tested to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. In fact, millions trust Relaxium Sleep because it is scientifically formulated by clinical neurologist Dr. Eric Ciliberti to help regulate the natural sleep-wake cycle and transition the brain from an alert state to a sleep state.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
I know once you experience the amazing benefits of taking Relaxium Sleep like I did, your energy improves, your mood lifts, and your entire life becomes better than ever. Relaxium Sleep is guaranteed to work, so what are you waiting for? Call right now and claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep before they run out.
Dr. Phil is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now.
Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. You're looking at the alert system up top there, and you notice the one blinking because it's new, a confirmed tornado warning. It's the cell that Jane had told us about down in Alabama, Coffee and Dale counties. Now a confirmed tornado. Apparently, it was spotted on a webcam somewhere in Enterprise. So just know this cell is a dangerous one, producing, at least for a period of time, a tornado. The storm winds, as we're looking at the velocity, not giving us a clear picture. It would be in through here, though. And again, there was a visual on this. Now, something that tells us it's a lot different from what we're watching farther off to the north and west, up into the Midwest. Storm motion of that one's 15 miles per hour. You get up into where the mid-level winds are screaming, associated with what we're expecting to be this outbreak of severe weather up into the Midwest. The storm motion on these, the other tornado warning, not a confirmed tornado warning, but we're going to be checking in with our storm trackers in just a moment. They have a visual on it. Storm motion of that one is 60 miles per hour. So, yeah, 4x what we're seeing farther off to the south. This whole cluster, boy, is it a mess. But these are strong storms, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. You've got flash flood warnings where they've been, an indicator that this is the second round in some spots of heavy rain and powerful thunderstorms today. It's been a busy Wednesday. That's the tornado warning cell, Champaign, Douglas, and Piat. South and west of Champaign, which is not included explicitly in this tornado warning, although you do have a stronger thunderstorm moving on through. You head back to the west, this one now, McDonough County in Illinois, runs until 4:45, another 25 minutes. This has tornado possible on it. So clearly we're seeing something taking place, likely delayed by the complex of storms earlier, the cloud cover, some of the thunderstorms. Increasingly, we're seeing more of these storms turn severe and start rotating. And we got a ways to go moving through this evening where we're going to have the threat for more of the same. Let's get into it. I mentioned we had eyeballs on that tornado warned storm south and west of Champaign. Corey and Brandon have been getting after it today, working hard as they were in position knowing this whole setup was in place. That's the look from Illinois. Let's check in with exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. Brandon, I don't know how you guys do it, but I always say, are the boys on that cell? We throw up the locator icons. You and Corey are looking at it. What's the word? What have you seen with this first tornado warning cell? Now that I say that, I'm looking up. It looks like another one was issued farther off to your west. May have lost him. I'm not sure how the signal is in this area. Brandon, you got me? Didn't sound like it. Here we go. Brandon, you got me?
Ian, you there?
Hey.
I got you.
Excellent. Yeah, great. I'm
Hey, sorry, dead zones. Gotta love them.
No worries. Did you hear me? You guys, you're always on it. First tornado warning cell.
I just got you back.
Yeah, you guys are right where you need to be to see what's going on. Now 2 tornado warnings all of a sudden. What's the word? It feels like this is starting to escalate a bit now.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got this storm that we're on right now. It's a mix between this one just off to our north, and we're also watching that one to the west that did just go tornado warn. The issue we're dealing with right now is these storms are kicking out outflow, and they're struggling to catch their own outflow, which is making it very hard for them to produce tornadoes, which is definitely a good sign. But right now, we've been watching the structure on this thing, and it's been truly incredible. But at least as of right now, it hasn't been really conductive of producing a tornado.
Yeah, it looks like the one to the west, to your point, has more of a hook on it. But in between where you are and that other cell, there is some light rain. There's a whole nother cell that is severe warned, but not tornado warned. The radar presentation's a mess. What does that mean for you moving forward? It feels like that just adds to the overall kind of nebulous nature of this moving through the next few hours.
Well, you know, it's extremely difficult with the storm motions today. We're moving at literally a mile a minute with these storms. So it's very difficult to stay out ahead of these, but this is just kind of what we're used to in a lot more unfavorable terrain of Dixie Alley. You know, down in the deep south, we have a lot harder road networks, a lot faster storm motions. Thankfully, out here, we've got a lot better in the way of road networks. Storm motions may be fast, but visibility is very good. So right now, we're just trying to keep stair-stepping out ahead of this thing until it looks tornado imminent, and then we'll be able to get closer to it if it looks like it's actively about to produce.
Brandon, I'm curious your thoughts on what's going on farther off to the south and west as this line kind of zippers out that way over into Missouri, all the way down to St. Louis included in the tornado watch. Those cells are newer. They're young thunderstorm cells, but a couple of them have already started to turn severe. Farther off to your south and west, you have any thoughts on how that could play out down that way?
I'm just watching the ones. I'm trying to keep right in the middle of all these to keep them in play, but it's incredibly difficult to do right now to tell you the truth, just given the storm motion and speeds. But the ones to the west definitely have good tornado potential as there's a little bit more destabilization out there. But the hodographs, or the turning with height, aren't nearly as favorable. So right here in the Decatur area is the perfect mix between both of them. As you get further east, close to the Indiana line, you get better shear, so there's better potential for spin. But as you're further west, you have better cape and less better potential for spin. But that's the hard part that we're trying to gamble with, is what area and what storm we want to go with given the current parameter space.
Yeah, your job's never easy, but that's especially the case this afternoon and evening. It's like trying to catch the International Space Station. That launch window is instantaneous, and in a scenario like this, with the storm screaming, it's so important you guys picking your spot. So we'll be following the pictures, as you said. Clearly, the structure of these storms is improving, and we've got a ways to go this evening. That's exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Brandon Kopic. Brandon, excellent as always to chat with you. Thank you. As I say that, the one in the middle that I had pointed out, and between him just went tornado warn. So this event is starting to go. There's the live picture from Champaign, Illinois. Jane, mile a minute. That's 60 miles per hour. That's what he was mentioning.
And just looking at that, Cam, too, something that Corey had mentioned, the HP, the high precip nature of these storms. No kidding, right? And I think that does bring the added danger of how quickly these storms are moving. And also,
credit to him for using the scientific term, too, because I just said it looks like a mess.
Yes, and that's what makes it a mess. It makes it difficult for you to see the danger headed in your direction. Also, too, you're now contending with, we already have a number of some flash flood warnings that have popped up on the board here. So it's an overwhelming look. Of course, as we keep our eyes on Brandon's cameras, he's positioning himself. We have now 3 active tornado warnings in the Midwest. Now, this goes, remember, right within the zone that we're highlighting in central Illinois with that tornado watch through 10 p.m. Extends back down into St. Louis, but now we're watching along that boundary are severe thunderstorms starting to pop up through Kansas City, back down along the interstate I-44 towards Springfield. You have, here's that cold front, right? So here's our boundary, and look at our thunderstorms bubbling, and look how quickly the tops of those storms are shearing off to the southeast. It just goes to show you the dynamics of the atmosphere and how those winds aloft are screaming. And then at the surface coming up out of the south is where you get that very high directional wind shear. So thunderstorms really nicely blossoming along this boundary. And then when you look across parts of central Illinois, you wonder, well, everything's all clustered on top of each other. Well, look at our tornado potential, right? That parameter is off the charts within this zone, and it's pretty nailed within where we're expecting that highest risk for that tornadic threat. So right now, Champaign on the interstate here, Champaign, Illinois. I mean, right now, these are all radar indicated rotation, but as we zero in, and of course, we've got our eyes with our storm chasers out there in the field with Brandon and Corey, but also too, given the radar presentation, zeroing in on a couple of these warnings. We'll first start here for Logan and Menard counties. This is just to the north of Springfield along I-55. And look at that rotation, how bright those colors are. You have this really tight couplet just off to the west of Fancy Creek. So a bit of an inflow there, and we'll monitor that as it continues to drift off to the southeast, approaching the I-55 up to the north. Look how close these storms are together. But again, the dynamics really aiding in the spin, not so much competition with the energy and the heating. It's just the overall wind shear that is then again allowing for that rotation. This one here just off and around Mount Pulaski. So needing to consider, this is the time of day where we say you need to adjust your plans and be hunkering in, staying weather aware. We have now entered that timeline. So this is going to continue through central Illinois and then down along that boundary. These storms firing, Ian, and just south of Kansas City, now severe warning. Look at all that lightning for that hail threat that's going to continue to increase this evening as well.
Yeah, Jane, it's expected, but this is escalating considerably. So high alert moving forward through what's left of this evening. Let's get you a look at the Fox Weather threat zone in the Midwest. Nearly 80 million folks included in it, with the extreme risk too. Unfortunately, that was the thinking. All of these parameters supporting the possibility for intense, fast-moving tornadoes. The damaging winds, those will be more widespread. The threat zone down south is all about flooding, dangerous flash flooding. That's going to persist through what's left of the week, over 600 miles away from Tropical Storm Arthur, as it dumps relentless rain across portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, over into Alabama, even Georgia. Spots like New Orleans, Jackson, Mississippi, Montgomery in the mix. We're going to dive into both of those forecasts and, of course, get you the latest on radar when Fox Weather comes right back.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Meet Will Markham, a true American hero. This decorated veteran earned the Silver Star.
I had more weight on me. I was in such extreme pain. I was drinking more, I was taking more pain pills. But when I started using Hempvana, it was literally like a miracle. There's no more anxiety, there's no more anger, there's no more pain. It's an incredible product.
Hempvana is now available at Walmart, Hempvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping, with an annual donation supporting the Patriot Fund. Get yours today.
This Father's Day, forget the tie. Get Dad something he actually wants. Firepower for the grill. Introducing the Horsepower Giddy Up Grill Brush. The rechargeable, stainless steel, spinning brush that powers through the worst burnt-on barbecue mess. No more scrubbing, no more wire bristles in the burgers. Just press on and let Giddy Up do the dirty work. This Father's Day, upgrade his grill game with the grill brush that works like a power tool, because he deserves more than socks. Now available at Walmart and Amazon with fast, free delivery.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today, the natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat, I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free. When you call now, we'll also upgrade your order to Rush Processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right, call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. 2 high-impact weather stories this afternoon. This one is ramping up considerably in intensity. We are still following Tropical Storm Arthur, still, per the 5 p.m. update, a tropical storm. The structure isn't really there anymore, but the threat most certainly is. All of that tropical moisture and a flood threat as a result that's going to take us through what's left of this week. This, though, in the short term, the intensity is ramping up, and we've got severe weather, a heightened threat, 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. The concern for the rotating storms appears now to be starting to materialize. So let's get to radar. I'll show you what's going on with these. Here's a look got Champaign, Illinois, Springfield, Illinois, live picture from Mark Suddeth, some feeds from Brandon and Corey. They're on the leading tornado warning, and as I say that, it appears as though the third, the one that was farthest back to the west, which when we were talking with Brandon maybe 10 minutes back, this is the cell we were talking about. They're on this one. We mentioned that this one was developing a hook. That's just north and west of Springfield, and now it's blinking pink on there as a confirmed tornado observed. Hail up to ping pong ball size. That's just happening. So I'm gonna get this pulled up and see what exactly.
Law enforcement confirmed.
Law enforcement confirmed. Okay, so law enforcement had eyes on this reaching the ground north and west of Springfield, just west of Williams and Interstate 55. So clearly, that's the most dangerous of the bunch. Logan, Menard, Sangamon counties. Pull up that particular alert. The storm motion on this, east at 55 miles per hour. So yeah, for all of those reasons, we've been talking about these storms moving. The one farther off to the east going a mile a minute at 60 miles per hour. This is just about that interstate speed, depending on what state you're in. And that brings these hazards in quickly. So the lead time in a scenario like this, part of the reason why we've been saying through the early part of the week here on Fox Weather that this was a day to stay especially plugged in. When you have storms that are moving so quickly, the most dangerous part of the storm approaches you more quickly, meaning there's less time to prepare. So you get one of these alerts and you need to be in a situation of putting yourself in a spot where you can act quickly. You've got that particular now confirmed tornado, but it's three of these. This is the one here, which actually, quick eyeball, looks maybe a touch improved from last time we looked at it, south and west of Champaign, and then that messy look with another cell that has some rotation in it, south and east of Lincoln. Farther back to the west, broken coverage. This one here, north and east of Northeast and south of Macomb, Cass, Fulton, Mason, Schuyler counties, hail up to 1.25 inches, wind gust to 60. They've got tornado possible on that severe thunderstorm warning. So you can see in the progression of this, now this one, a discrete supercell, is at Audrain and Monroe, down into Missouri now. This is north of I-70, north of Columbia, and this one's gone tornadic. So a delayed start because of what we saw with that complex of storms that developed, moved through this morning, where we had straight line winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour. All that extra cloud cover and the showers, some thunderstorms that lingered, kind of kept a lid on this for a little while. Clearly, the atmosphere now is re-energizing and overcoming some of that activity from earlier, and there is rotation that's occurring within that one. That's radar-indicated rotation east of Interstate 49, south and east of Harrisonville, and west of Blairstown. But yeah, that's an increasingly proper-looking supercell. We're going to need to keep an eye on this one, just north of Garden City, where we have the rotation with that. Same story there. So this is an elevation, most certainly, over the last 10, 15, 20 minutes over what we had seen previously through a decent chunk of the afternoon. So this whole zone, you look at where that is and what it's moving into. The tornado watch runs until 10 o'clock local. So we've got 5.5 hours still to go.
The new one for Indianapolis goes till 1 a.m.
Wow. Okay. That's Dylan right behind me in Weather Command saying that the one here for Indianapolis runs until 1 a.m. So that's part of the problem here. And we've been talking about the upper level setup with this potent dip in the jet stream, how much wind energy is in this system. It looks like the earlier middle part of the springtime severe weather season, but it's now the second half of June. We've got the June sun, long days, sunset in these places isn't until 8:30 or so. So we've got 4 more hours of daylight. That's adding energy into the mix. It's not a good thing to have summer sun and summer humidity and a jet stream that looks like it's springtime. These are the kind of results that unfortunately you get, and now the storms are starting to behave accordingly. A Fox weather model showing us this broken coverage of potent storms hanging with us through the evening. That's 11 o'clock now, local time. And there are still some storms around, so it's probably these of concern. Back this way, an indication that even beyond sunset through, call it midnight or beyond, we could have these storms producing all modes of severe weather. And then tomorrow, which we haven't had a lot of an opportunity because of the two big deal weather events that are happening today, but there is a severe weather threat all the way over to the East Coast come Thursday. So we got a lot to watch, both in the short term and through what's left of this week with the flood threat persisting down south. Again, here's the look. We'll show you where the strongest of these storms are in this whole zone. That was the adjusted level 4 out of 5 zone from the Storm Prediction Center, adjusted a touch south because of all this from earlier. We're right in the first third of this, and now back this way, you got some storms starting to rotate. Dangerous stretch ahead as we move forward through this evening. At Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. Jane, it's either one of these things would make for a busy day, but we've had a lot of activity, our first named storm, and still a persistent flood threat.
Yeah, that flood threat is what's going to continue to grow as we go through tonight, into tomorrow, Friday, closing out this week. So focusing in here for a moment, because so far today, it's been very isolated coverage of rain, especially when you consider 24 hours ago, right? Arthur definitely taking the headline with the wind and a little bit of the push of surge that we've seen through high tide this evening along the upper Texas coast. Galveston Bay take it on over towards the Sabine River into southern Louisiana. But now as we head into tonight, we are going to see more of that rain pick up in coverage. Our deep tropical moisture, Arthur itself is going to dissipate over land. So we don't worry too much more about that circulation. It's all about the rain, and that deep tropical moisture is going to quickly lift up along the North Gulf Coast. Flood watches are out for a reason. In Atlanta, we've seen an upgrade to our flood risk for tomorrow evening as this heavy rain moves in, and we could see downpours, rain rates exceed possibly 1, 2, if not 3 inches per hour. We saw that just yesterday, 3 to 5 inch per hour rain rates. And so looking at the rain still to come for New Orleans, there's going to be this axis of heavy rain that sweeps its way out of the state up into, say, the I-10 corridor, southern Mississippi and Alabama, where we are expecting, again, more than half a foot of rain, likely within about the next 24 hours. So while we see our low-level circulation of Arthur dissipate, we really track the moisture. That's what's the main headline here. And with that axis and our low-level jet kicking in this evening, that is what's going to bring us that highlighted level 3 risk out of 4 for that threat of flooding up over towards Hattiesburg, and then continue that Thursday into Friday. Remember, Thursday, come tomorrow, that's going to be the bigger day for southern Alabama, moving into Atlanta with the core of this rain lifting up pretty quickly. It's a slow mover overnight into early tomorrow morning. You see that axis I was highlighting from, say, southwestern Louisiana stretched into southern Mississippi. That's going to really highlight that flood risk in the darker hours of the overnight, perhaps picking up early tomorrow morning. But then our jet stream, which is racing and dipping along the Ohio Valley and into the East Coast, picks up that moisture and slingshots it quickly across Alabama and into Georgia. With that, we're going to see the core of that tropical moisture move into Atlanta by the evening rush. That's where we have that level 3 upgrade, just given the fact that we've already seen some rain over the course of the last 24, 36 hours, but then especially over the course of the last few weeks. The ground is wet, and the tropical-like nature of these downpours over a metro area is what increases a flood threat. Down the I-85 and I-65 corridors, we'll monitor for southern Alabama as well, which will be in the focus for Friday. Just 1 to 2 inches of rain, but that could come very quickly, and perhaps we might even see locally closer to 2 to 3 inches of rain in the Atlanta metro as we move into tomorrow night. But then down the I-85 into Alabama, again, that's where we keep that flood risk on the board. The core of our tropical moisture continues off the southeast coast for Friday, but it's a boundary, our cold front, in fact, that is going to get connected, make things a little messier, but remain a train track for those thunderstorms to develop into the afternoon. You'll see that boundary kind of stick around, highlighted back across the southeast, and will be again the focus of tapping into some of that deep Gulf moisture and then wring out more in the way of heavy rain. So when all is said and done for southern Alabama through Friday, 3 to 5 inches, but I think locally we could be closer to 6 to 8 inches before the week is done.
The staying power of that front and now the what's left of the tropical system, man, that's been a long duration problem. Back up north, this severe storms, they're ramping up in intensity. A number now of tornado warn cells, one confirmed tornado warning. We'll get you a complete update on radar when Fox Weather returns. Stay with us.
Richard Karn here with the brand new Pocket Hose Arrow, featuring advanced sprayer technology that turns any garden hose into a powerful cleaning machine. This baby comes with 4 interchangeable nozzles. From wide spray to pinpoint, it does it all. Can't reach the second floor? Well, Arrow shoots farther than your sprayer ever did before. It's so powerful, it can even knock over bricks. Now available at Walmart, Ace Hardware, and on Amazon with free shipping. Order now.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
Things at work don't always work. But with EasyCater, the food always does. Big room booked again? EasyCater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? EasyCater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Ugh, not again. EasyCater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with EasyCater. Learn more at easycater.com.
I used to go for walks every morning, and then my arthritis got so bad it just became unbearable. I tried nearly everything to alleviate my pain, and the only thing that worked is the Hempvana Arthritis Pain Relief Gel. All I do is apply it to my feet and my ankles daily, and it provides almost immediate relief.
Hempvana Arthritis is the ultra-strength pain relief gel that specifically targets the pain caused by arthritis in your hands, shoulders, knees, ankles, wrists, and more. Available at Walmart, Hempvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping.
For our 100th Helping America Seniors episode, we're talking about smart ways people are saving money. Our researchers found something that honestly surprised me.
Was it the insurance thing?
Mm-hmm. Apparently, people are paying wildly different prices for basically the same car insurance coverage, and most never even check.
How different are we talking?
A friend of mine had been paying almost $300 a month until she made the call. Let's put that number on the screen for our viewers.
Wait, same coverage?
That was my question. Same coverage, same deductible, same protection, but a much lower rate. So here's the interesting part. You call the number, answer a few questions, and they help you see what your rate could be. No bouncing between insurance companies. No spending your Saturday shopping around. If you've had the same insurance company for years and your rates keep creeping up, call and find out what you could be paying instead. Worst case, nothing changes. Best case, you could save hundreds of dollars a year.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Our alert system, it's a tough look now. Increasingly active, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 active tornado warnings, and 4 flash flood warnings. That's the tornado watch. So we mentioned this one issued for Indiana. Indianapolis is included in this. Runs all the way until 1 a.m. So this is well beyond sunset and into a portion of the overnight hours. The previous tornado watches we had told you all about, that's where the activity is already in progress. A number of these tornado warning cells, as I mentioned, one, a confirmed tornado. Law enforcement saw this on the ground. I believe there were some reports of power flashes, too. That's just off to the north of Springfield. The worst of it now through the 55 corridor, through Williams, and moving out this way. That's sliding its way off to the east. Believe the storm motion is about 55 miles per hour. So these are fast-moving storms, no question, and that's going to be part of the hazard. One, with all the wind energy in this overall system, damaging wind gusts, those may end up being fairly widespread. Some of these same places with a complex of storms that moved through earlier, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. And now as we look back farther off to the south and west, that's a tornado-warned cell east of Harrisonville and Interstate 49, south and east of KC. That one's got a hook on it. Rose Hill, west of Blairstown. Yeah, this is obvious rotation in this now well-formed supercell. These are a little bit earlier on in their life cycle, too, as compared to what we're watching off to the north and east. They're newer storms, younger storms, but they've gotten intense and now turning tornadic even more quickly. You eyeball this, still all well back to the west of St. Louis. You got Indianapolis off-screen right, where these powerful storms are drifting that way. So the Fox weather model shows us all of these places need to be on alert because as we move through the next several hours, these storms maintain their intensity, likely still ramping up in intensity some in the short term. And we're thinking these hang around to in spots at a minimum around midnight. So plan accordingly for the dangerous hours ahead. Let's get back out into this Midwest, watching these storms growing in coverage and intensity and now starting to rotate in a greater number, more of these cells. Our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers, right on the money as always. They're following where these storms started spinning first. Let's bring back in Corey Gerken. Corey, man, we chatted a couple times this afternoon. The thought was that this was going to do just this, truly, and now we've got 4 active tornado warnings. One's confirmed off to your west. What's changed? What have you been noticing over the last hour?
One big thing to note is the surface winds have really picked up like the last half hour. They are just cranking out here getting these storms. But we've had several tornado warnings and stuff. We had big supercells, but they're struggling to adjust the outflow boundary. So that's kind of the issues we've been having with these storms. The boundaries just flirting with them, and it won't adjust them, so they kind of are struggling a little bit.
Yeah, we had talked about this a little bit earlier, but with that complex of storms and some of the cloud cover, the showers and storms that lingered into the afternoon, we were thinking that the main threat could be suppressed a little bit farther south. Are you surprised at all with the rapid intensification of some of those storms farther off to the south and west?
Oh, no. I kind of figured to be a little bit further south, but that's pretty impressive how that warm front managed to surge so far north with all that convection. Usually, when you get a big blob of convection like that, it holds that warm front back, and that thing just started racing north.
Is that just a function of it being June? I mean, this is the spring jet stream with everything else looking a little bit more like June.
Yeah, everything's just pushing that north, and I think it would, even if we would have that duration when the event we had going on early this morning, I don't even think that would have stalled the warm front. I know the SPC even mentioned that the morning convection just wasn't going to stop this warm front from surging north. But, any other time, though, we'd see a setup like this, and, the warm front would end up being way south of where it should be. But somehow it got up here. And the only thing that we really kind of missed today would have been some sunshine that kind of held the temperature back a little bit. So
yeah.
It could be somewhat of a saving grace up here yet.
Corey, sometimes your locator, there can be a touch of a delay. I have you just east of Interstate 57. What's the word? Are you looking to get out ahead for an intercept of that confirmed cell back to your west?
Yeah, we are going to get in the path of that here, trying to figure out, start moving so fast where exactly. Like to play the long game here, give a little bit more time because there's going to be so hard to catch. So to try to make sure you put yourself in a spot where you think it might be producing and just take it from there.
Yeah, that thing looks like it might be turning right a little bit, and that's still coiling up. So clearly this is an atmosphere that's going to support these rotating storms. We've got several more dangerous hours to go. Corey, always an amazing job. You guys finding the exact right spots to get us some eyeballs on these nasty storms. So much appreciated. We'll be checking back with you. Thank you. And I do want to bring in Fox Weather's Kiana Lewis, holding down the fort, Fox Weather Live. And man, Kiana, still a tropical storm on the Gulf Coast, and all this playing out in the Midwest.
Right, and this is one that we kind of knew we had the potential to see. It really depended on how things went this morning. And we had this lull in the afternoon, but really picked up in intensity this evening. And I'm sure we're going to be watching things a lot going into right around that 10 o'clock time frame. That's
interesting. I've been talking with Corey and Brandon about that today. That complex of storms this morning meant business, and some of the rain and thunderstorms lingered. I think that pumped the brakes in terms of timing. It slowed down the development, but clearly it didn't stop it.
I would agree with that, too. I mean, we had this cloud coverage that kind of hung over Illinois and Indiana, and you would think to yourself, just knowing, how this kind of works, that cloud coverage would kind of put a cap on things in terms of the energy. But now we've gotten this secondary chance with these storms that are rolling through, confirmed tornado warning, another one back to the west. So definitely seeing that ramp back up.
Yeah, now I'm looking at Brandon's live feed behind you, and he's got a confirmed tornado warning off to his west. And it's overcast. I mean, it's a broken overcast, and you can see the low cloud deck associated with a thunderstorm off in the distance. That's not pristine at all.
No.
But the radar tells us that...
think otherwise.
Yeah, most certainly.
Yeah, a lot of these storms, I know that I was watching you through the afternoon, and a lot of them already were indicating at least some type of rotation. So here we go with these supercells that are kind of like they're on this tail end of a broken, line, but these are going to be the ones that mean business going into tonight.
Yeah, this one's all wrapped up now. We've been watching the evolution of this supercell north and west of Bogard. Right here, Cass, Henry, and Johnson counties. This isn't confirmed, but it has the look of one that could go confirmed any moment.
It surely does, and I'm looking at this one just to the south of it, too. I mean, I think all of these we'll have to watch very closely. It's going to be that tail end that swipes back down through Missouri and back towards Kansas and into Illinois that we'll be watching.
And I think as you're following this on Fox Weather Live over the next few hours, obviously the tornadic threat is the greatest risk here in the short term. But you look at what's going on farther off to the north of where these storms have been. They had that complex. They got soaked earlier today. We may see more in the way of flash flooding.
Absolutely. I think there's areas like Illinois and Indiana that are under a flash flood watch right now. So even as these storms are still rolling through, we have those warnings that are up right now. Oh, that's a new one, south of Chicago. This is going to be a zone that still gets in on the rain well into tonight. Tail end is going to be where we have most of the activity. This is going to be where the rain really soaks in.
Yeah, so you're up over the next few hours. Ari Sorsolari comes up, Fox Weather at night. That'll take us into the overnight, as clearly with a tornado watch that runs until 1 a.m. A ways to go here.
A ways to go. We got you covered. We'll continue the coverage here at Fox Weather. You've been doing a phenomenal job. Jane has been doing a phenomenal job. We'll continue that trend going into live tonight.
She's going to stay and help you following these storms. Keep in mind when there's time away from the severe weather, we'll keep you updated on the latest of what's happening with our first named storm of the tropical season, Tropical Storm Arthur. Stay with Fox Weather. A busy, a dangerous evening ahead.
Are you one of 70 million Americans who suffer from the devastating effects of poor sleep? Are you tired of lying awake at night because your mind just won't shut off? Dr. Phil here. I've spent decades sitting across from people at the breaking point. Marriages unraveling, careers slipping, families barely holding it together. And when I start asking questions, I hear the same thing over and over. They're not sleeping. They're up all night trying to solve problems that feel completely out of their control. But here's the truth. When you don't sleep, your brain overloads and goes into survival mode. You can't focus. Your problems feel bigger than they are. And when life feels chaotic, you must control your sleep to get your life back in order. I did my research, and Relaxium Sleep is the only sleep aid I take and recommend because Relaxium Sleep is studied and tested to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. In fact, millions trust Relaxium Sleep because it is scientifically formulated by clinical neurologist Dr. Eric Ciliberti to help regulate the natural sleep-wake cycle and transition the brain from an alert state to a sleep state.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
I know once you experience the amazing benefits of taking Relaxium Sleep like I did, Your energy improves, your mood lifts, and your entire life becomes better than ever. Relaxium Sleep is guaranteed to work, so what are you waiting for? Call right now and claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep before they run out.
Dr. Phil is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181.
I'm Richard Karn, and everyone loves my hose, the Pocket Hose Ballistic, now made with a bulletproof polymer that is 5 times stronger than steel. Just turn on the water and it expands to a full-size hose. And look, our pocket pivot rotates 360 degrees. It prevents tangles, kinks, and leaks. Then turn off the water and it shrinks back to a pocket size so it's easy to store.
Get your pocket hose today at the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and Amazon with free shipping.
But they're going fast.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is available by calling 800-539-9460. 800-539-9460.
Two major weather impacts tonight taking the center stage. Millions are on the path of dangerous severe weather outbreak across the Midwest, while along the Gulf Coast, Tropical Storm Arthur is bringing in a growing threat of flooding, rain, as well as gusty winds and even coastal impacts. Welcome into Fox Weather Live. Let's get started with kicking things off. These dangerous storms that are slamming the Midwest right now. We take you to a live look here out of Mark Sudduth's camera. He's in Illinois, chasing some of these storms through this evening. This is where we have Illinois and even Indiana and parts of Missouri, a tornado watch in place. We have the alert system up across the board for you. We do have a couple of active warnings that are already up across the board tonight, one of which is that confirmed tornado we'll touch base with in just a moment. But looking at this image all together, rain pouring in, you see the gloomy sky in the background. You can even see some of those tentacles coming in off of those storms that are in the forefront too. So we have seen and had reports of a funnel cloud in some of these areas. So there is that spin in the atmosphere that is confirming the fact that we could see tornadoes into tonight. Here's that tornado watch. If you're just joining us here this evening, this is a look at where we are standing at this moment in time. Some of the top threats that we could see, EF3 or greater tornadoes with this threat tonight. So we have a line of storms that's working its way in now, and it's just getting started. It's just recharging after really a lull in most of the day. We had Peoria down to about St. Louis, Effingham out towards about Indianapolis and back towards Columbia. This entire zone where we could see large hail, apple-sized hail tonight, 80-mile-per-hour winds, definitely are not off of the table. And we have about 8 million people in this risk going into the late evening. Notice the time frame up until about 1 a.m. the farther east you are. If you're back towards Missouri, that takes us up until about 10 p.m. local time there too. Illinois, you're right in between there as well. So let's look at how things have been developing so far today. This is a part of the early complex that has now moved well off towards the east, a big rainmaker causing a lot of flooding concerns. But this is where we're starting to see that recharge of energy, that secondary round of storms that is starting to move in. And you'll notice that it's right in that highlighted area where we have a couple of tornado warnings and then the tail end here back towards Missouri that we're watching there too. As we look at where some of these cities are seeing the storms, it's Champaign back to about Quincy that we have several severe thunderstorm warnings in place. A couple of tornado warnings too that we're watching up until about 5:15 Central Time. So Decatur out towards just south of about Champaign. You fall in that line of along the I-72 corridor that has seen the opportunity of the opportunity for a storm that could be tornadic. And we'll watch that kind of play out. Looking at where we have a little bit of some rotations, it's just about north of Decatur. And then we have more moderate rotation back towards about Springfield. So this entire complex needs to be watched closely right along the I-72 corridor. Going into the next couple of hours or so, we're going to be watching these storms back towards the west that also are going to be moving into a nice pocket of energy. That could also mean we have another round of seeing some tornadic activity going into tonight as well. So right along that state line, we're talking Illinois moving into Missouri. Couple of stronger storms here that have been popping up, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail so far. And then a little bit farther to the south, this one here at one point did have a little bit of a hook to it. So it looked like there was some rotation I was trying to pick up there. Let's see where we stand right now in terms of that rotation. So a little bit, a bit of some low rotation sitting just about north of Mexico, moving in that easterly direction. If you're in an area like Farber, I want you to watch out for this storm as it is tornado warned at the moment, and we'll keep a close eye on how things continue to progress going into tonight. Now, I'm not alone in the studio. We do have our very own Jay Menard that is joining me this evening as well. So as we kind of look at how these storms continue to develop, she's going to be diving into what's expected going into the next couple of moments or so.
We have a confirmed tornado in Iowa. And so I was jumping up to that area, Kiana, because a lot of our focus has been in Illinois on this boundary, our cold front. But it's actually the spin of our low that's kicked up a little bit of energy, and it's radar confirmed. So let's get into that. Lots to keep track of this evening. But for now, let's get into that confirmed tornado. Again, this is observed. This is in the far northeastern, most northeastern county of Iowa. It's expected to continue to make its way over, likely on into parts of Wisconsin. But we do have an observed tag, so spotted, or at least at the very least confirmed by radar. So it just goes to show it's not always in the exact zone that we've been following. But take a look down that line, and with this boundary, we do have a lot of activity. This clustering across parts of central Illinois. We've lost the confirmed tag of that one tornado over near Springfield, Illinois, just off to the south of the interstate, but still has that tornado warning going for it. We've transferred over back towards Quincy to these severe thunderstorm warnings. Down our cold front, we do still have some spin, these supercells. Now, what'll be interesting over the course of the next few hours is that you can see back across parts of central Missouri, we have some thunderstorms beginning to develop there. We will likely keep that tornado risk going as we head towards the evening hours, but eventually that line is going to grow upscale, and it's going to become more of a damaging wind threat with embedded twist as that begins to make its way towards St. Louis. Where we've seen the extension of that tornado watch through 1 o'clock is in Indiana. So it's these thunderstorms here with that boundary that's going to continue to be a problem for us after dark. But taking a look at some of the alerts that have come in, these are brand new local storm reports. This, of course, the funnel cloud that was spotted on camera here out of Springfield. North of there, as that confirmed tornado was starting to rotate and come through, the damaging wind threats there that brought some damage to brewery building just off to the north and west. So we've got our eyes on these storms. Again, we have the possibility of those strong wind gusts, and Kiana, an active tornado threat that will continue through tonight.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on it. That's not our only story, though. We're watching another big story. Our biggest story down in the tropics. We have Tropical Storm Arthur that is tracking along the Texas coastline. Life-threatening flash flooding is the main concern for parts of the southeast going into tonight. So let's kind of dive into the latest with that. If you've missed the big story today, we now have our first named storm of the season, that being Arthur. It is a slow mover, and it is going to be so slow that it brings in a big rain threat as a flooding concern later down the line. So here's where we are. We look at where the storm is right now. Most of the moisture is offshore in the Gulf. We do have a rotation that's been hugging the coastline closely today. Latest with the advisory, 45-mile-per-hour winds moving north-northeast at 7 miles per hour. The cone is very short. We have until tomorrow morning, and this starts to dissipate. But before dissipating, we're going to be watching this be a big rainmaker along the coastline. And it has already been something that has already brought in the concern for seeing a lot of big flooding. We haven't seen the biggest of the winds today. Some of our buoys have been coming in 40 miles per hour. Looking at this one here just offshore, if you look closer to, say, Galveston, we're still sitting in the teens there. So not a big wind maker, at least not inland. Right along the Gulf Coast is where we see some of the higher winds that have been coming in so far this afternoon and going into this evening. We know that long term, we do have a good chance of seeing up to about 3 feet of storm surge. So that's that secondary threat that we'll be watching with Arthur. But initially and first and foremost, it's going to be that flooding threat that we watch kind of play out. Now, the storm is actively pushing life-threatening floods and storm force winds across parts of the Gulf Coast. So we want to take you out into the elements. We have our very own Katie Byrne out in Port Arthur, Texas. Katie, how have conditions been out there so far today?
Hi, Kiana. Well, after a break in the rain for most of the day, it's starting back up just now. You can see it coming down around us. We are in a tropical storm warning here in southeast Texas, and that extends into Louisiana, which is actually right over the bridge behind me. You go over that bridge and you head into the state of Louisiana. So all of us are under that tropical storm warning. And we've also been watching as storm surge pushes inland. Some of the water from this channel behind me, the Sabine Pass channel, it goes directly into the Gulf, has been overflowing into this parking lot. So we've been keeping our eye on that. It has receded a little bit in the last hour or so, but we've seen storm surge just under 2 feet so far here in Port Arthur. But across the region, people seem to be spending today mostly getting ready for what could be a days-long stretch of heavy rain, strong winds, and this rising water. Cities like Port Arthur opened sandbagging sites to help residents protect their homes. Those opened up this morning around 9 o'clock. I was able to check in with a few families there. All of them seem to be fully prepared for the possibility, really they seem like the likelihood of flooding, especially because we're getting this rain after days of rain across the state. We heard from the Port Arthur mayor, Charlotte Moses, earlier today, talking a little bit about how even though there's no evacuations in place, she wants people to prepare.
We've issued a disaster declaration, and that just means in preparation of anything that happens, strong winds, gusty winds, flooding, whatever it is, I've put those things in place so that we can recover. We're not calling for an evacuation. I've not done that. The only person, again, like I told you, doing the Valero expulsion would be me. Right now, we are just watching, we're monitoring.
Watching and monitoring as conditions continue to deteriorate here for us in Port Arthur. For really the first time today, we're seeing the most rain. We've had some strong gusty winds at times. I think the nearest gauge near us measured a wind gust around the 50-mile-per-hour range. So some pretty strong winds over in Galveston. They've seen gusts over 60 miles per hour. But I think that what's getting everyone's attention with this storm is the fact that it's coming on the heels of days of rain across the state. Really, since Sunday, parts of Texas have been drenched, and we've seen how quickly floodwaters can turn dangerous. Tragically, 2 lives claimed because of the flooding we've seen across the state since this weekend. And we have also seen dozens of cars submerged in the water and roads just impassable because of what we're seeing. So while I've been outside today, I've seen the Texas Department of Transportation workers on the road just checking things out. They've got the barricades in their trunks to put them out if any streets flood. They were telling me they haven't seen much of that just yet, but it looks like we're starting to get into it now, Kiana, with that rain picking up.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a long haul, especially with the rain being the primary threat across parts of these areas. We've already seen so much rain, so flooding is definitely one of the bigger concerns. Katie, keep it safe out there. We'll be checking in with you through the course of tonight. And up next, a dangerous severe weather outbreak. Well, it's brewing in the Midwest. Millions of Americans are facing the potential for violent tornadoes, flash flooding, and damaging wind gusts. We're tracking every development in our live blog there on your screen. Make sure you scan the QR code for the latest forecast and alerts. And Fox Weather is celebrating America's 250th birthday. Each day, we're featuring one of the 50 states. Today, we're taking a look out towards North Dakota. All of the extremes up across the board. Can you imagine 121 degrees? My goodness. Well, then, if it's too hot for you, negative 60 degrees is their lowest. Happy birthday, America.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-Day can help patients see what works
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
I can't sleep because my feet are on fire.
Feels like a sunburn under my skin.
It's like lightning bolts down my leg.
Now you can have cooling, soothing comfort where you need it most with Hempvana Nerve Relief, a non-steroidal topical pain reliever designed for fast relief of shooting pains, muscle aches, tingling, and numbness from nerve pain. No pills, no complicated treatments, just targeted relief you apply directly where it hurts. Hempvana Nerve Relief, available at Walmart, Hempvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
This Father's Day, forget the tie. Get Dad something he actually wants. Firepower for the grill. Introducing the Horsepower Giddy Up Grill Brush, the rechargeable, stainless steel, spinning brush that powers through the worst burnt-on barbecue mess. No more scrubbing, no more wire bristles in the burgers. Just press on and let Giddy Up do the dirty work. This Father's Day, upgrade his grill game with the grill brush that works like a power tool, because he deserves more than socks. Now available at Walmart and Amazon with fast, free delivery.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We're tracking a dangerous night ahead of us across the Midwest. Severe storms, they are ramping up as the potential severe weather outbreak, it increases into tonight. We have our alert system up. New warnings are up across the board. If you're in Illinois or back towards even Indiana, we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as even a couple of tornado warnings that are new up there too. So take a look. If you live in those areas, we have our storm trackers out in the elements. They're out there giving us the ground truth of what these storms can offer going into this evening. Looking at the entire swath, it has been a very active day for the Midwest. This initial complex now has calmed down significantly in terms of severe weather, but that's going to be a big rainmaker and flood threat. Now, on the backside of this, we are looking at a couple of warnings that have been a little bit more severe. And we have this confirmed tornado warning that has popped up right along the state line of Iowa going into Wisconsin. Notice that it's about south of Lansing, moving off towards the south and east at around 45 miles per hour. So looking at the storm in itself, Eastman out towards about Bell City. This is where we have that rotation that has started to pop up. At one point in time, it did have a pretty significant debris ball, so that was an indication that that rotation certainly is there on the ground. We had an observer that also confirmed it too. So this is the PDS warning, the particularly dangerous situation that is playing out right along that state line. Primarily now moving into Wisconsin. You can see that debris ball about south of Lynxville and pushing off towards the south of there. If you're in an area like Steuben, that's going to be heading in your general direction. So this is where we have seen our first confirmed tornado so far within the 6 o'clock hour local time. So where we are here, and obviously we're going to be watching. This is getting ready to crisscross that body of water. I believe this is the Mississippi. I think, Jane, you said that. Yeah, so this is the Mississippi that's getting ready to move into that direction. Notice that Wisconsin has gone ahead and took the entirety of that tornado warning as it pushes south into the state of Wisconsin. So if you're in an area like Hainley, back towards Eastman, off towards Boscobel, this is where we're watching for this confirmed tornado that's pushing into your general direction. 45 miles per hour to the east. and it does have the potential to be life-threatening. So get into a safe place now. Make sure you're staying in your safe place going into the next couple of moments or so. Out towards Clyde by the next, say, hour or so, this will be moving in your direction if it holds on to its initial strength. We have Haney, Marietta back towards Richwood, pushing into about that 5:45 time frame. So we're watching this for the long haul here. One confirmed tornado back towards Wisconsin. Now, it has been an active evening, so I want to take you actually back towards Illinois because this is another place that we've been watching pretty closely over the last couple of hours or so. Illinois being the primary part of where we could see a lot of our strongest storms tonight. So we are looking at severe thunderstorm warnings. We are still watching a couple of tornado warnings that we've been keeping a close eye on too going into this evening. We're going to zoom out for you and kind of take you a little bit farther to the south. Now we have a number of those warnings. It looks like most of our tornado warnings are now honed on back towards, say, Missouri, but we do have one just south of Champaign that we're watching closely. So this is a look at that one here for Christian, Macon, out towards Shelby County, just over Decatur, pushing to the south and east. We also are looking at most of that rotation well to the south of Decatur, maybe over South Macon at the moment. So this is just a radar indicated tornado warning, but there is some indications of rotation there about south of Macon along State Highway 51. So we'll keep a close eye on that going into tonight. Well, all eyes are on the Midwest as we continue to follow this severe weather outbreak. Let's check out on some of the wildest videos coming in so far. You're looking at drone footage that was taken by our very own Mark Suddeth, one of our storm trackers there in Springfield, Illinois, earlier today. And look at that storm that just started to take shape. He got a time lapse, a very gorgeous one. Take a listen to the rain and the thunder here in Champaign, Illinois. This is courtesy of our senior producer, Nancy, a video taken by her dad earlier today. Champaign is currently under a tornado watch as well as flash flood warnings and wind advisories for tonight. I want you to check out this video. This is pea-sized hail touching down in Royalton Township, Michigan yesterday. The area under a wind advisory and flood watch throughout tonight as we are going to be watching more of those storms take shape. Hailstones here also battered northern parts of Indiana. This was taken in the town of Goshen, which was under a wind advisory today as well. The National Weather Service warning up to gusts of nearly 50 miles per hour across the area until tonight.
Look at those suckers.
It's raining again! So cool.
After the hail, Westfield, Indiana saw a beautiful double rainbow illuminating the sky there on yesterday. This came along after heavy rain, thunderstorms that moved across the region, and then that rain came moving back in. You heard that little boy kind of mention that. In Iowa, it was lightning that illuminated the sky. The morning skies were nasty as folks got other days started there in Iowa. And take a look at this just a few hours later. This is a look at how things looked this morning. Storm spawned this massive shelf cloud across the region. I want to take you from the Midwest to the Northeast, where we look at the Big Apple. We have Lady Liberty there on the screen. Warm 70s going into our evening hours. Enjoy it because we're bracing for severe storms this time tomorrow. The system currently in the Midwest, well, it's threatening more than 60 million Americans across the Northeast on Thursday. So let's break down what's to expect with this. We have this level 2 out of 5 are severe storms that are going to come blasting through the I-95 corridor with 60 million people in line of that threat. Now, the thing is, ahead of this, it's going to get very warm. So that's going to lead to that instability by the time we get into the afternoon hours. We may have a little bit of cloud coverage that may help with limiting some of the instability. But by the time we get into the afternoon, our cold front's crashing towards the east, and we have all of this energy in place across the mid-Atlantic that it's moving into. So the both of those work in tandem. A lot of humidity also in place, and that leads to another round of some severe storms going into tomorrow. Biggest threat is going to be damaging winds. We could see that stretch from about New York or slightly just to the north of New York down through the mid-Atlantic. That does include an area like Washington, D.C., and also back towards, say, New England. We're watching Burlington, Albany, Boston very closely as well for tomorrow's big threat. We could see winds well beyond 60 miles per hour, getting closer to 70 miles per hour in some of these embedded storms as they kind of blow through. Notice the time frame. So through the overnight, we do start off with some rain and that cloud coverage, which limits a lot of the storm activity initially. Very similar to today. We may have a bit of a lull in the activity, and then we watch as we get closer to the evening hours, maybe a quick quick spark in the chance of some thunderstorms. Now, I mentioned how warm it's going to be. So ahead of that front, we have temperatures in the 90s. And we watch those warm temperatures actually help us destabilize the atmosphere going into the daytime hours. It gets a bit cooler by the time we get into the weekend, but going into the daytime hours for Thursday, just watch for those chances of storms. We do have the Knicks victory parade going into the late morning, so that may be a bit more damp going into the latter half of the parade. We'll watch it closely. Now, Jane, we know that we're watching other things a little bit closer to the Gulf Coast that are tropical.
Yes, and Tropical Storm Arthur, which is still a little suspect, right? This storm itself in the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center, they highlight that the center has moved over land, but it's become messy in structure. That we certainly know, but you can see on visible satellite the spin over the last couple of hours of the center of circulation, the low-level circulation, moving down through Matagorda County towards Victoria. And then you can also see the blossoming of that deep tropical moisture that's sheared off to the right side of the storm. That is really where we focus and hone in on. Yes, we have seen some pretty impressive wind gusts along the upper Texas coast, Galveston Bay. We take it on over towards Port Arthur, where we've had Katy Byrne out there all afternoon. Some wind gusts topping 50, even 60 miles per hour. But it's the deep tropical moisture that is going to further enhance our flood threat as we go through tonight and then continue to the end of the week. What I'm showing you here is our low-level wind, and why that's important, because with that deep tropical moisture and a lot of thunderstorm growth sheared to the east side of this storm in those warmer Gulf waters, as that low-level jet kicks in, as it typically does this time of evening, we are going to see the coverage of rain inland across Louisiana, southern Mississippi pick up. Now, so far today, it's just been very isolated in coverage, but you can see here as we zero in, a couple of storms already beginning to fire and move in across parts of western or just out to the west of New Orleans. It's a level 2 risk with some of these storms into the overnight that could produce some damaging wind gusts. There's that water spout potential, a little spin as we track that mid-level circulation along with that deep tropical moisture into the southeast. So flood watches, they're up as we continue through Friday. I expect the bulk of our heaviest rain to build in overnight tonight and then begin to move quickly through Mississippi, Alabama, up into Georgia as we head into tomorrow evening. That's where we're going to get the bulk of our 3 to 5 plus inches of rain still to come from Louisiana to Mississippi. Now, Alabama, Florida, things get a little messier and tricky, especially into Friday as this boundary takes shape. The core of this remnants of Arthur is up off the southeast coast by the end of the day on Friday, but it's a boundary and a cold front connected, in fact, to some of our severe weather that is going to stick around and increase a flood potential through the end of the week. But here we are going into tonight, so we have this axis of heavy rain with that low-level jet kicking in, this deep plume of moisture. We have a level 3 highlight for that flood risk, given how wet our conditions are and the rain rate of those downpours. Going into Thursday, one of the biggest highlights of this evening's update was Atlanta now included in that flash flood risk. And that's going to start to pick up, Kiana, as we head towards the end of the day tomorrow evening. Big bulk of heavy rain as the sun begins to set for the Atlanta metro area, and that could spell some trouble.
Yeah, we'll watch it well through the end of this week with that flood threat definitely being top of mind. But it isn't the only thing we're watching. Up next, we do have a dangerous severe weather outbreak that's brewing in the Midwest. Millions of Americans, well, they are faced with the potential of violent tornadoes, flash flooding, and even wind gusts. We're tracking every development in our live blog. Make sure you scan that QR code for the latest forecast and alerts. We'll be right back with more on Fox Weather Live after this break.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just over $8 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code 35SAVE or go to lifelock.com/35SAVE to join today. Call 800-710-4587.
Meet Will Markham, a true American hero. This decorated veteran earned the Silver Star.
I had more weight on me. I was in such extreme pain. I was drinking more. I was taking more pain pills. But when I started using Hempvana, it was literally like a miracle. There's no more anxiety. There's no more anger. There's no more pain. It's an incredible product.
Hempvana is now available at Walmart, Hempvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping with an annual donation supporting the Patriot Fund. Get yours today.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is available by calling 800-539-9460. 800-539-9460.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. I'm Kiana Lewis in for Steve Bender tonight. We have two top head stories that we're watching pretty closely, one of which does include the tropics, where we do have an author that has been a big part of the conversation today. And even through this week, while it will continue to weaken, we'll watch this flood threat continue to increase going into the end of the week for parts of the South. We'll talk about that in a moment. Our next big story, or our top other big story, happens to be the severe weather outbreak across the upper Midwest. We have several alerts up across the board right now, including a confirmed tornado back towards Wisconsin, but also watching where these storms are going to continue to propagate going into tonight. So let's dive into the radar. Let's get you started with that potential severe weather outbreak as it continues to increase going into this evening. We have this shot here, a live shot from Brandon Kopic. He's out in Illinois right now on a storm, and you're looking at the sky as it continues to darken. Illinois, the state, part of it happens to be under a tornado watch this evening, and we're also watching warnings that continuously are rolling in across the state as well. So we're continuing to watch all of these different images that are popping in. Brandon Kopic's on that storm, and you can see it on the right-hand side of your screen moving across his camera, just looking at how nasty some of these storms and conditions have been. He's punching through that storm, and you could see some of that rain kind of popping up there on his windshield. Looking at where we stand right now on the radar, there's a lot to really take in, right? We look at Illinois that has most of the majority of the warnings up right now are one confirmed tornado warnings back towards southern Wisconsin. So let's dive into that one first. I know that Sam just let me know the National Weather Service has been watching this very closely. They're waiting to see, it says, they mentioned that it has weakened in terms of rotation, but it may start to spin back up very quickly once again. So this warning is going to stay active at the moment. We had some indications of rotation right over Steuben, and that's continuing to push off towards the east. Now, this is a relatively rural area, so that is some great news. We like to see that this doesn't really impact much in the way of neighborhoods. You can see a lot of it is a lot of tree base and rural. So this is great to see that being more so in an open field. There is some debris that has been lofted into the air. We've been watching the tracker really closely, but for the most part, we'll keep a close eye. It's moving in the town of Marietta. So you know anybody in this town or out towards Plugtown, just keep a close eye on this one here warning, the one confirmed tornado warning. It was at one point a particularly dangerous situation that has weakened significantly since then. So that's some great news. We have some updates on that one there to the north. Illinois is where we have most of the activity that has started to pop up going into tonight. Champaign and areas south, a number of tornado warnings, a couple of supercells that have been popping up here, indicating that some rotation is certainly in place, and it's getting ready to actually crisscross that I-57 corridor. So you're riding home from work, maybe from Charleston off towards the north, out towards Peoria. We have not one, but two indications of rotation, and also some pretty large hail that's popping up in these storms too at the moment. Both of these warnings are up until about 6:30 local time. So Lovington out towards Arthur, this is pushing in that easterly direction and getting close to that I-57 corridor. It's exactly where we actually have two of our very own storm trackers out and about in the elements. We saw that shot of Brendan Kopic just a moment ago, but we want to actually dive into the ground truth here with some visuals. So let's talk to Corey Gherkin at the moment as he's out there chasing one of these storms. Corey, if you have us, great to talk to you this evening. I know it's been a very wacky evening, but as you're chasing these storms, give us the lay of the land. How have things been so far this evening?
It's been pretty messy so far. The early convection kind of hung around a little too long, and we had that first tornado warning storm over by Champaign that kicked out an outflow boundary, and then it tried to adjust it, but just couldn't do it. That storm completely fizzled out. So now we got this ongoing tornado warning here. Same one that Compact's on. We're just kind of playing a long game with it right now to want to get its act together here. But noticing looks like a little bit clearer skies just to our south. So I feel like this could just be the start of the show here.
Yeah, talk to us about that, because we were looking at this from, you know, a forecasting standpoint and even just chasing storms in general. The overall setup, it's a little unusual for mid-June, right? The upper level pattern seems a little bit more reminiscent to early spring for a severe weather day. So I know we had that initial round of rain earlier. How did you guys kind of come about this swift change for this evening, and what's the rest of the evening even look like for you guys?
Overall, the original targets for today kind of got thrown off with that early convection. And normally, set up like this, where you have the convection and cloud cover hanging around, you know, it kind of takes the juice from the setup. And but here we are. This is a Dixie-style setup that you see in like March, April, with June dynamics, and it's just pure insanity. We've managed to shove that warm front way north somehow. And kind of first off, started out trying to figure out, you know, where the clearing and the clouds were, but we had the storm to actually fire up at the cloud cover and all the murk, so it's kind of throwing us all for a loop today.
Did that change the way you guys kind of moved your target through today? I know that maybe you had a plan earlier, and even the Storm Prediction Center had to shift a little bit farther to the south. Did that change your target for some of these storms as well?
Yeah, originally my target was the Indiana and Ohio border, but the convection definitely wasn't moving onto that area. But I'd say these storms actually fired where they were originally showing. But earlier in the day, we were talking about, you know, drifting further south, southwest where that clearing was taking place. But it did manage to fire up about right where it was supposed to.
All right. Well, we'll be checking in with your shot. I know that you guys are doing so safely. You're the best in the business. We'll be keeping a close eye on how you guys continue to pivot with these storms going into the evening. Thanks so much for the update. All right, and I'm not here alone. We have our very own Jane Menard joining us tonight. Jane, it has really popped up within the last hour. What are some of the new things that you may have run into within the last minute or so?
Well, we've got some storms in Missouri, south of Kansas City on the I-49 corridor that are showing that classic hook signature. So that's got my attention. Also, too, some storm reports coming in out of central Illinois from some storm damage, some hail reports, also, too, some very heavy rain. The complex that drove through this morning, and now we've got more storms moving in the same zone, so that flood risk beginning to increase for central Illinois, and then even for a couple suburbs at the base of Lake Michigan. So zeroing in, we've got, of course, the warm sector, and so these storms firing up along I-72 and then down that cold front, which is where we do have the supercell threat beginning to increase. Some of our storm reports coming in, we had our confirmed tornado that crossed over I-72 just to the north of Springfield and then continued off to the south and east. So we have that report coming in of the funnel cloud. Also, too, some wind damage being done here, unfortunately, for a brewery building in Petersburg. That's north and west of town. When you take a look at, what's active right now, these storms still have that real classic hook signature. And that's the concern, that as we go through these evening hours, not only do we have some very tight rotation, the wind shear is off the charts. That's what's going to keep this going into the evening hours. And so the the tornado watch, rather, for central Illinois extended into Indiana that now runs through 1 a.m. So you see that rotation over Sullivan, Todd's Point, where you have that nice inflow and that notch. We also have some hail threats, upwards of, say, ping pong ball sized hail up to this point, but definitely a concern as we move forward into this evening. Here's a look at the rain that we've seen come through in the last 6 hours. Pockets of even 3 to 5 inches of rain for some of these areas north of Champaign and Peoria on the I-55 corridor. So we have active flash flood warnings. And then just to the south of Chicago, as we make our way around the base of Lake Michigan, we have some flood reports that have come in. So with these storms out of Saybrook, several reports of water flowing into the streets, in fact, standing water into people's yards. We've had 4 inches of rain reported out of Lexington. To that northern suburb just outside of Chicago, as we take I-94 around, we have DOT cameras that are showcasing that standing water on the interstate. So active for Illinois and Indiana, but jumping over into Missouri. These storms firing along our cold front also, too, have that classic hook signature. That is all courtesy of the wind shear. Aloft, we're seeing those winds scream out of the west. And so we have that rotation present over Mount Pleasant on I-49, up to the north between Bogart and Clinton, the county over, where we have these supercells that are close together, but still could produce that tornadic threat. So we're monitoring this risk. Eventually, I expect those storms to grow upscale, Kiana, where that damaging wind threat with the embedded tornado risk will continue into tonight.
Yeah, we got a long ways to go. I'm looking at Brandon Kopic's shot behind you. Very interesting going into the next couple of hours. So we'll watch it closely. We're not only watching that, we have 2 big stories for tonight, the other being Tropical Storm Arthur that we're still tracking along the Texas coastline. Bear in mind, it does look like most of the rotation, or most of the circulation, I should say, is onshore, but we're looking at this being a long-term threat in the way of flash flooding right along parts of the Gulf Coast. So looking at where we stand right now, latest advisory, 45-mile-per-hour winds, moving to the west, or moving to the north at 7 miles per hour. Now we're going to be watching this continue to push inland and even dissipate by the time we get into early tomorrow morning. So not much life left in Arthur at best, but when we look at the threats that are still likely, we have a tropical storm warning that stretches across parts of the coastline of Louisiana, Sabine River and Sabine Pass right in between that. This is where we could see some pretty big storm surge concerns. We have this onshore wind flow that pushes a lot of this water onshore within the next, say, couple of hours or so and heading into the start of tomorrow. So up to 3 feet of storm surge is still quite possible with this, but I think the bigger part of this story happens to be this flash flooding threat that we watch take shape across parts of the Gulf Coast, and that actually takes us right up until about Friday before we're all said and done when it comes to Arthur. So we'll keep it closely watching that one. Now, we've been getting pictures and videos from you guys. Keep them coming. We're looking at this one of a storm system taking shape across Indiana earlier today. We also saw some damage play out in some of the same areas. Look at off into that distance. It looks like that nasty storm took shape. And they also have another in perspective of that storm. It looks like the very beginnings of a funnel cloud. And then we also are watching Iowa very closely, Cedar Rapids, where we had very interesting clouds taking shape across the sky. Now, if you have any weather videos or photos that you want to share with us, make sure you scan the QR code there on your screen. Share it with us over at Fox Weather or head over to foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back after the break.
Hey guys, good to see you. Nick Koster here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, where we save you money on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. To start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. We've got lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen back. And Courtney, I love nothing more than to go on a run on a warm day with my favorite playlist playing in my headphones.
Oh my gosh, it's wonderful. And if you've been looking at all the noise canceling headphones, the ones that are over ears, they're so smart and chocked full of technology, but they're also hundreds of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna wanna pick these up from Studio. These are their pro headphones. I want you to just put these on because say you're just working in a busy office environment or you just want a little peace and quiet. These are noise cancellation, but how cushy the inside of the ears feel. It's like spa serenity. But then say you want to go for a walk or a jog, listen to a call, a podcast. They actually have incredible crystal clear surround sound, but you can also take calls. There's 5 microphones that are built in, which is like unheard of in the industry. If you've been waiting to upgrade your earbuds, because by the way, the more I hear about that, the more I don't want them in my ears. The battery life on these, 65 hours before it needs a recharge. So take your calls, listen to your podcast, $59.99, saving you 50% off in 3 colors.
Nothing worse than when your headphone batteries die mid-workout. 65 hours is a long time. To buy these, scan the QR code on your screen or go to foxweatherdeals.com.
Tired of the pain? It's time for Hemvana Lidocaine, powered by Ultra Strength Lidocaine to help numb pain fast. Back pain? Lidocaine. Knee pain? Lidocaine. Any kind of pain? Lidocaine. Also available in maximum strength 5% lidocaine for anorectal use. Get your 4% or 5% Hemvana Lidocaine at Walmart, Hemvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping. Order now.
Now you can sell some or all of your structured settlement for a significant amount of cash. Inflation is real and unpredictable, but J.G. Wentworth makes it possible for you to convert some or all of your structured settlement into a sizable amount of cash now. To learn how you can gain control of your structured settlement, contact J.G. Wentworth now at 877-CASH-NOW. Discover how simple it is to receive the cash you want from your structured settlement today. Call 877-CASH-NOW with no obligation. The benefits could be life-changing.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center, click it, cook it, and out comes an amazing Mediterranean rice dish that's just bursting with flavor. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeal, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to make this offer really cook, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all at incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-215-0706 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-215-0706 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We've been tracking a dangerous night across parts of the Midwest. We have severe storms ramping up as the potential for a severe weather outbreak still increases into this evening. We have this shot here from Brandon Kopic. It looks like he's capturing what could be a funnel cloud turning into the possibility of a tornado off into the distance. This is in Sullivan, Illinois. Notice that Illinois is actually up across the board for several tornado warnings and thunderstorm warnings, as well as even areas like Wisconsin, back towards Missouri, and even Minnesota. So we do have an active evening ahead of us across the upper Midwest. He's zooming in to what could be a funnel cloud that gets caught on camera, eventually turning into a tornado. It looks like a funnel cloud right now, isn't touching base with the surface just yet, but we'll watch the camera very closely. You can see the dark underbelly of this storm as he continues to watch this off into the distance. And notice how much trees and open field is ahead of him. And then we have a couple of homes as he's moving into a new community. So could be several people that are under some type of tornado warning right now, could have those sirens going off right where they are as well. So we'll watch that shot, see how that one particular storm continues to progress. But going into tonight, we know that we had several opportunities for intense tornadoes. We're talking EF3 or greater going into the evening hours. So we're starting to see that ramp up of instability taking shape across parts of the region once again. We do have this tornado watch that's in place. Looks like it's been extended to the east until about 1 a.m. for parts of central Indiana, 10 p.m. back towards Illinois and Missouri where those storms are actively. And then we also have now back across southern Wisconsin till about 9 p.m. Local time. Here's where we stand. So we have a lot of that rain from earlier moving to the east, most of the tail end of this cold front that's slicing through, now producing more opportunities for severe storms tonight. We have this warning to the north. This is one that we've been watching for at least an hour now, back to a tornado warning, as opposed to earlier where it was a particularly dangerous situation. So earlier we had some rotation that was popping up there. It's still some broad rotation sitting right around here, sitting on the low scale as well. So Boscobel down to about Castle Rock. This is where that rotation is within that storm. And it likely is rain wrap. You see all of that heavy rain draped across the screen here within that warning. So you're likely not seeing it. Just pay attention to the warnings. If you're hearing the sirens there, make sure you're getting into a safe place. Heading a little bit farther to the south, we have central Illinois, south of Champaign, over the town of Charleston. This is where we've been watching a couple of tornado warnings, about a twin pair that we've been watching closely. One supercell to the south, another one to the north, both of them moving in that southeast direction. This one looks to be a little bit more of that rotation sitting right around here about Humboldt, getting ready to crisscross that I-57 corridor. Has a history of rotation back towards Sullivan as well, some moderate rotation. So that's giving us an indication that this one here could still be tornadic within the next couple of moments or so. This warning doesn't let up until 6:30 Central Time. So we still have a couple of minutes with that one that we're watching closely. Want to head back towards the west, closer towards Missouri, south of Kansas City. Couple of clusters south of Kansas City along the tail end of that cold front. Mount Pleasant, Clinton, both of these two areas under these warnings until 6:15 local time. Now, Mount Pleasant, I want you to watch this one because it has that hook signature to it. South of Mount Pleasant, pushing into Appleton City. This is where that rotation is. It just moved across the I-49 corridor and it's going to continue to press on towards the south and east. Some rotation is also popping up closer towards Clinton. You look back towards, say, this here, and there's that signature hook as well. So both of these taking that shape of that rotation as they continue to progress off towards the east. This one's a little bit longer, this warning, until 6:30 for Henry County. So we'll watch that through the next, say, 20 minutes or so, about 10 minutes or so. That we'll be watching both of these. But moving forward, we know that this is a zone. It shifted a little bit to the south earlier today, but we watched southern Illinois, southern Indiana, where we could see the strongest tornadoes, EF3 or greater, quite possible. We have some bigger cities in there, Indianapolis, Springfield. We'll watch you closely. St. Louis, you're very close, but you're under that category of at least seeing tornadoes with the intensity of EF2 or greater as well. So we'll watch all of this through the next couple of hours. We know that for at least Indiana, that tornado watch is in place until 1 a.m. Tonight. Looking at the overall shape, next couple of hours should be pretty interesting. This front continues to slice to the east. We see a lot of that activity still holding true back towards, say, Indiana and Ohio, but also watching southern Missouri, too. Can't let the tail end of that cold front let your guard down. If you're south of St. Louis, north of about Springfield, this is where we could see some activity going into the later half of this evening. Now, one spot dodging the flood threat is the Dallas Metro, and just in time for today's FIFA World Cup match between England and against Croatia. Now, England won, and fans are still buzzing with that energy. We have Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red there at Dallas Stadium. Asher, how was the game? How's the energy out there? How are folks enjoying Dallas?
Well, Kiana, there's a lot of folks out here, and they're all pretty hot right now because right now at Dallas Stadium. It's 92 degrees. We're under a heat advisory, so there's a lot of water going around. And I mean, people are still seeming to enjoy it, though. There's fans behind me, a DJ over there playing some music. And this was really a game that a lot of people were anticipating because England and Croatia have a bit of a history with one another. They've had their horns locked for, ever since 2018, when Croatia, who was not favored to win in the World Cup semifinal that year, ended up beating England 2-1 and securing their own spot for their very first World Cup final. And today, the Croatian fans were hoping that their team might be able to pull that off, and it just didn't happen. But it was a harder battle for England than they thought it would be, because at halftime, it was tied 2-2. Fans coming out for halftime expecting the same outcome as before with a very low-scoring game. But then it just all changed. England scored very early in that second half, and then pretty late into the second half, bringing that score to 4-2. And England's walking away with a victory. Croatia, on the other hand, walking away with their heads hung low, but they're still in the competition. Kiana?
All right, it's going to be a lot of electric energy through the next couple of days and even weeks that we'll be watching pretty closer. Asher, thanks so much for that update. And the action started before kickoff in Houston today. Fans traded jerseys for rain and ponchos ahead of the Portugal and Congo game. Now, from intense heat to heavy downpours, weather is becoming a major player at the World Cup. So let's break down what the next couple of days look like ahead of us when it comes to some of the big games. We're watching very closely several areas for these games, looking at both coasts here, which I find so interesting because we have quiet conditions in most areas. So that does mean that our ROE continues to be low and fairly low the next couple of days. This is a look at Friday's games. But going into Friday, we do have the USA team playing against Australia, and we're looking at a low ROE. So that's some good news there. That's out of Seattle, Washington. As we look at the conditions, temperatures are very mild in the 70s under some sunshine. By the time we get into Saturday, we do have a medium ROE back at Houston Stadium, so we'll be watching those conditions very closely. That's going to be against Ecuador and Curacao. Now, the big impact is going to be the precip. We could see some rain that interrupts the game there, and that could be something that is very interesting for how things get started and how things end when it comes to the teams. Now, once we move forward into Saturday evening, we're watching very closely Kansas City for a chance of some thunderstorms there too. So we'll keep a close eye on all of these conditions in the days ahead. Now, don't forget that Team USA suits back up for their second match of the World Cup in just a couple of days. They face off against Socceroos in Australia, or for Australia on Friday. Coverage starts at 1 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Kickoff is at 3. Now back to our big story here tonight. We have a look at Sullivan, Illinois, where we're watching storms continue to bubble up for this evening. We do have a chance of seeing some significant tornadoes as well as big wind gusts and large hail. We'll continue to track all of these big weather stories here at Fox Weather Live. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after that break.
Hi, I'm Jane Menard, and today we're talking about the Enhanced Fujita Scale. The Enhanced Fujita Scale is damage-based, using the information collected by National Weather Service survey teams along a tornado's path and radar estimations to measure the strength of a tornado. So let's take a look at the damage, starting with the lowest end of the scale, EF0. Minor damage occurs with a tornado of the lowest rank, with wind speeds up to 85 miles per hour. Some broken branches and some shingles could be blown off a roof. An EF1 rating includes broken doors, windows, and damage to mobile homes with wind speeds up to 110 miles per hour. With EF2 ratings, extensive damage is observed. Roofs will be blown off, mobile homes will be destroyed, and wind speeds could be clocked up to 135 miles per hour. On the high end of the scale, we have an EF3 rating with winds up to 165 miles per hour. Extensive damage is made to multi-level homes and large buildings. With an EF4 tornado, sturdy homes and brick walls will collapse with wind speeds up to 200 miles per hour. Finally, the EF5 rating, the highest and most destructive on the EF scale. Total devastation, towns unrecognizable with winds over 200 miles per hour. No matter the rating, tornadoes can bring damage, heartbreak, and destruction anywhere in the United States. So make sure you download the Fox Weather app when severe weather is in your area to stay up to date with the latest information. Fox Weather.
Are you one of 70 million Americans who suffer from the devastating effects of poor sleep? Are you tired of lying awake at night because your mind just won't shut off? Dr. Phil here. I've spent decades sitting across from people at the breaking point. Marriages unraveling, careers slipping, families barely holding it together. And when I start asking questions, I hear the same thing over and over. They're not sleeping. They're up all night trying to solve problems that feel completely out of their control. But here's the truth. When you don't sleep, your brain overloads and goes into survival mode. You can't focus. Your problems feel bigger than they are. And when life feels chaotic, you must control your sleep to get your life back in order. I did my research, and Relaxium Sleep is the only sleep aid I take and recommend because Relaxium Sleep is studied and tested to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. In fact, millions trust Relaxium Sleep because it is scientifically formulated by clinical neurologist Dr. Eric Ciliberti to help regulate the natural sleep-wake cycle and transition the brain from an alert state to a sleep state.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
I know once you experience the amazing benefits of taking Relaxium Sleep like I did, your energy improves, your mood lifts, and your entire life becomes better than ever. Relaxium Sleep is guaranteed to work, so what are you waiting for? Call right now and claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep before they run out.
Dr. Phil is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now.
Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181.
I'm Richard Karn, and everyone loves my hose, the Pocket Hose Ballistic. Now made with a bulletproof polymer that is 5 times stronger than steel. Just turn on the water and it expands to a full-size hose. And look, our pocket pivot rotates 360 degrees. It prevents tangles, kinks, and leaks. Then turn off the water and it shrinks back to a pocket size so it's easy to store.
Get your pocket hose today at the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and Amazon with free shipping.
But they're going fast.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Connection unstable? Easy Cater always comes through.
And I think it's looking pretty good.
The presentation drags on. Easy Cater keeps things streamlined. Client canceled? Easy Cater always shows up. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
An active night tonight at Fox Weather. 2 major weather threats are taking center stage. Millions are in the path of a dangerous severe weather outbreak across the Midwest. While along the Gulf Coast, we have Tropical Storm Arthur that's set to bring in a growing flood threat across the region. Gusty winds and coastal impacts, they are also part of that story too. But let's get started with things off into the Midwest. We have dangerous storms that have been slamming the region. You're looking at one of which is in the very beginning stages of taking shape right now. Corey Gerken, courtesy of this shot, and we're looking at several warnings that are in place between areas like Wisconsin, Missouri, out towards Illinois, back towards Indiana too. So we have the alert system up across the board, just getting you up to speed on where we stand right now as this one big old wall cloud continues to take shape and move off across the screen. Let's get into the radar where things have been buzzing so far this evening. We have several warnings in central Illinois, a couple back towards Missouri, as well as north into parts of Wisconsin that we're watching pretty closely. As we kind of dive into some of these warnings, we want to get started with this one tornado warning here. This is about south of Champaign. You're looking at this moving to the south and east over towards East Oakland and into Charleston. This is in place until 6:30 Central Time. So we're watching both of these. This is actually the storm that Brandon Kopic is on at the moment. So below me, this is a look at that storm off into the distance. And you're looking at how it's kind of taking shape. At one point, it did have that hook echo signature, but doesn't look like that's very pronounced as of right now. Radar still has this tornado indicated, so we're watching that very closely. And of course, we're watching to see if that continues to progress in real time with that shot courtesy of Brandon Kopic. But looking at where we stand, it just crisscrossed at I-57 corridor. It's pushing to the south across a town like Kansas and across Charleston. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, very dark skies, as you can imagine, and as we're looking at that shot below me. Now, on the heels of that one, we're also watching a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado threat tag possible across it. So Decatur on south, we have that rotation along Highway 51. You're seeing a bit of that rotation actually all along Highway 51 as it continues to push off towards the east. 2-inch hail, so some pretty significant hail also popping up here too. And that can mean damage when you can't really see it, right? We have this heavy rain shield, and then we're also looking at a history of some significant hail. Look at this here, large hail was picked up across the hail tracker not too long ago, well over 3 inches. So that is close to apple-sized hail, actually, just south of that I-72 corridor and pushing east of there into Decatur and Mount Zion. So a very active night tonight between all of these different opportunities for new tornadoes and active tornado warnings that we're watching. We really have to keep our head on a swivel. Want to take you to the south and back towards the west across Missouri. Looks like we have a couple of tornado warnings south of Kansas City, so radar indicated, but they look pretty interesting. One over Mount Pleasant, getting in closely here, still holding on to that hook echo signature. So Appleton City south of there, we'll watch it. It looks like they also put in on a severe thunderstorm warning for those off towards the east, as this has already shown some history of rotation. South of Mount Pleasant, off towards the west of Appleton City, 1-inch hail as well. So this one likely has a lot of rain ahead of it as it's pushing to the south. Just next to it, another tornado warning that we're watching, Clinton and Leeville. We're watching that one too. 6:15 is when that warning is let up. We'll see if they extend it. Actually, 6:30, it looks like that updated. But Clinton out towards Leeville, this is where we have that rotation right now, and it's moving to the south and east. So Leeville, you're going to be next in line. Warsaw, you're going to be later down the line. But we'll keep a close eye on what that is likely to do moving forward. And then on top of that, we have several other severe thunderstorm warnings that we've been watching pretty closely, just all around Missouri, back towards Illinois, Indiana. You are under a tornado watch tonight until about 1 a.m. So you're not done just yet either. We're going to keep a close eye on how this complex of storms continues to progress as well. And on top of that, we have a number of flash flood warnings, one of which is just south of Chicago, several more a little bit southern of that into parts of central Illinois, Peoria, back towards Champaign. Looking at the rain history so far for the better half of today, last 12 hours or so, more than 2 inches of rain that has fallen. We have several reports that have poured through all along the interstate from Davenport down towards Peoria into Champaign, Illinois, and even farther back from there where we had those storms earlier in the day, Cedar Rapids, we have a number of flood warnings there too. So many different elements that are coming into play right now between our tornado threat that continues tonight with the warnings up until about 1 a.m. The farther east you are, Indianapolis, you're in that too. And then we're also watching for that flood risk to also take shape going into the evening here too. So we're going to keep a close eye on all things severe weather going into tonight. I want to show you some videos. These are some of the scenes that we have been watching closely. Take a listen.
So just got home, now having to leave my car at the very end of the driveway and pray that water doesn't get into it because I don't want to leave it on the side of the highway for it to get hit. But this water is freezing.
Now, these are the scenes that have been witnessed across parts of the South. Dangerous flooding from eastern Texas through Georgia. Louisiana is in the bullseye of all of this, and this was captured in the town of Amite, currently under a flood watch through Friday morning. I want to take you over to Mississippi, where torrential rain has also inundated roads and homes. This was taken in Picayune, outside of a fire station, which was reportedly damaged by all of that flood water. Businesses have also been impacted. This footage shows water filling a salon in the same town. A flash flood warning was issued in the area earlier, where the National Weather Service urged residents to move immediately to higher ground and to avoid driving through any floodwaters. A shelter is open across the area for residents that have been affected as well. Also in the same town, just yesterday, the city was swamped by 8 inches of heavy rain just within 6 hours, and you're seeing some of that play out right there in real time. I want to take you down to Galveston, where Arthur was bringing in a rough surf. We had big waves that were firing up this morning. For two surfers, it was an opportunity to cease and take a listen.
some crazy waves and some adrenaline probably, but it's gonna be a lot of fun regardless.
Most likely I'm just gonna be getting smashed inside, and then Gavin's gonna be out there catching waves. So as long as I don't drown, it's gonna be fun. Our mom's warned against this. I left the house, stay at his house so we could go out here early, and she's like, please don't be stupid. So this is the last thing she wants me going out in.
You really have to listen to Mom all the time. Mom's always right. I will say that. I mean, listen, Author was a storm system that popped up quickly. It's going to dissipate quickly. Yep. If it hasn't already. We'll be watching for that next advisory. But it's one of our top headlines. The other is back to the severe weather, where we're watching Brandon Kopic on a pretty significant and impactful shot.
I think so, too. And I think Brandon's actually also, too, keeping an eye on the storm behind it, because that's picked up with some intensity. This is here. Look, obviously, at our storm trackers. We've got our eyes trained on their cameras. It's a challenging setup for today. Fast-moving storms. And also, too, we had the leftovers from this morning, a pretty potent line that kind of made this evening a little messier than anticipated. We knew it was going to be a dangerous day. But taking a look here, we've got our Fox Weather Alert system lit up. We do have a line of storms that has developed just back to the southwest across Missouri into a couple counties of far eastern Kansas. Zeroing in on some of the storm reports that have come in within about the last 3 hours. Out of Stonington, we've had wall clouds that have been observed at least golf ball sized hail. Out of Illiopolis, Elwyn, just to the south of there, ping pong ball sized hail, excuse me. Multiple trees blown down with some strong wind gusts topping 60 miles an hour. On top of that, our flood reports that have come in since this morning, and then again over the same zones in the last several hours this evening. We've picked up more than 3+ inches of rain. Some of these areas 4 inches of rain in a short period of time. Taking a look at some of these flash flood reports, Illiopolis, where we had that golf ball sized hail report, also getting roads of vehicles stranded and roads closed because of some floodwaters. We've had about 4 inches of rain out of Lexington, which is just to the north of Champaign. Reports of water on roads flowing down these zones. So it is a very active setup, and a lot of heavy rain too comes with these storms, makes that tornadic threat even more dangerous as we lose daylight and that rain-wrapped visibility gets down to next to nothing. Tornado potential over the next few hours. It's been highlighted within our highest risk zone for central Illinois, where we do still have that very dynamically sheared environment just to the south of Champaign, where right now model derived on I-72 is the zone. But even back down that boundary south of Kansas City and across of parts of western Missouri, the supercell potential. Remember, in order to get a tornado, you first need a supercell. A supercell is a storm that is twisting and rotating. And so the rotation potential for these storms certainly maximized out across parts of far western Illinois. In fact, expected to jump over into far eastern Illinois, western Indiana. But then as we take it back across the zone where thunderstorms have fired along that front, we will see this continue into the evening. So a quick look at what we're tracking on radar. Like we said, this was the one storm that Brandon and Corey have been on, but look at the storm to its northwest. A lot of lightning, the indication that we're seeing this strengthen. You've got the inflow and that hook signature, and that still is what's going to continue to be our focus with that tornadic threat overnight. Warnings still in effect, though likely more damaging wind threat, hail potential across this zone in Missouri as we go through this evening as well.
One of the many stories we'll be watching tonight, we're going to head back to the latest with Author, because we know that's another top story that we've been keeping a close eye on. Want to dive into where we stand right now when it comes to Author. Tropical storm Author sitting at 45 miles per hour. Most of the moisture sits offshore in the Gulf, but that rotation, that circulation is hugging the coastline there just about north of Port Lavaca. So we'll see what the next advisory has to say, but this is far from over. I mean, we watched the storm continue to dissipate into the start of tomorrow morning. Notice the winds continuously decrease going through at least Thursday. That does not mean that we have an opportunity for seeing this storm stop all of its impacts. In fact, we actually watched storm warnings stretch over to Louisiana, where the biggest threat here is going to likely be an opportunity for some heavy rain. We have flood watches that are in place right now, but that rain is going to take us through the end of the week. So I think that is going to be one of the things that we watch. We do know that hurricane hunters have been busy driving and flying into this. Want to take a listen to their experience.
We've been calibrating instruments for the aircraft. Our crews have been going through their yearly emergency drills. The pilots have been training. And so we're making sure that we're prepared for this season, no matter what storm develops, where it develops. And all that we ask is for the folks at homes to also be sure that they're preparing and making sure that their homes are ready, that they've got their plans in place in case the tropical system impacts their area this year.
Now, if you do live right along the immediate coastline, I want to make sure you're up to speed with this too. We do have storm surge warnings that are up across the board. Just looking at the opportunity of up to about 3 feet of storm surge with this one system. Again, onshore flow does push a little bit of that water on. So if you're along the Sabine Pass back towards Grand Isle, you'll likely experience some type of water making way into your community and your neighborhood. So watch that closely as well. Now, up next, we have a dangerous severe weather outbreak that we're continuing to follow across the Midwest. We have our storm trackers out on the field giving us breaking updates as they continue to come in. We have live updates for you there. Make sure you scan our blog for that as well. Every development, you'll get it first here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Are you one of 70 million Americans suffering from poor sleep every night? Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. In my 50 years as a journalist, I've never endorsed a national product, but this one has made such a difference that I have to do it. It's called Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 doctor-developed sleep aid. Now, I've reviewed the research, and since I've started taking Relaxium myself, I can tell you it works. A great night's sleep is the foundation of your health. Without it, your energy plummets, your focus fades, and your mood suffers. And over time, your very quality of life can be stolen from you. Relaxium Sleep was created by a clinical neurologist, has been studied, tested, and trusted to work. It is non-habit forming. It's made in the USA.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. Relaxium Sleep's multi-ingredient triple action formula helps to regulate the natural sleep cycle, relax the body, and calm the mind. Its ingredients address the root causes of sleeplessness and is guaranteed to work the very first night.
Relaxium helps me fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, wake up refreshed. And for a guy like me, always on the go, a good night's sleep is very important.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are we still talking about this? Why haven't you picked up the phone? Get your best night of sleep guaranteed. Please call now. Get your first bottle risk-free. Let's make America sleep again.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-909-0488. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-909-0488.
These days, we're spending more time in our homes, which means we're using the appliances that make our homes run more than ever. And when one of these critical things unexpectedly breaks, we get stuck with a huge bill. Thousands of dollars of your hard-earned money gone. Don't get caught. Protect your home and your wallet with a home warranty plan from ARW Home. You can get plans starting at about $1 a day. Just call 800-219-9173 or go to getahomeplan.com.
Our AC broke down. The cost to replace it would have been around $4,000. But because we had a home warranty plan with ARW Home, we were covered. No problem.
Don't wait and get hit with a massive bill. Protect your heating, AC, appliances, plumbing, and more with plans starting at about $1 a day. Call 800-219-9173 or go to getahomeplan.com right now to get 2 months free. Don't wait. Call 800-219-9173.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We've been tracking a dangerous night across parts of the Midwest. Severe storms, well, they continue to ramp up with that potential for seeing a severe weather outbreak that's still increasing into the evening. We have a new tornado watch up across the board for parts of Wisconsin until 9 p.m. tonight. That's a new update on the alert system. We also have several severe thunderstorm warnings as well as even flash flood warnings. So looking at Springfield, that's one of the areas that has been experiencing a lot of the heavy rain, and thus a flood threat will continue to be a big issue going into this evening. But as we look at how things have been continuously progressing, central Illinois has been an area that unfortunately fell right into that zone of seeing and feeling the highest impacts. Now tonight, we're watching the tail end of this cold front that's still pushing through and producing several, opportunities for supercells going into tonight. One of the things that we'll be watching is that low-level wind speed that continues to ramp up ahead of that front, and that's going to keep things pretty active as well. So from about Peoria down through Springfield, Indianapolis, you're also in that zone to experience some of these severe storms going through this evening. We could see where these storms move through, winds pushing up to 50, 60 miles per hour, and they're fast movers too. We've been watching that play out on screen as well. We have our storm trackers out and about in these elements, and we've been continuously watching this front push on through from about Peoria down through about Kansas City. Want to get into where we stand right now in terms of the energy. It's starting to wind down just a little bit, but where we do still have a little bit of that heightened energy, that's where we are watching some of our stronger storms take shape, and has been the case through the latter half of this evening. So as we kind of look at how things have been so far, I want to take a look at some of these new warnings that we have. We have a tornado warning that we've been watching. This is about south of Champaign, pushing across, getting ready to actually push across the state line there into Indiana. So Coles and Douglas County until 6:30 Central Time. This is going to be the case for you that we're watching pretty closely. Want to see if there's any type of rotation here. Looks like there may have been a little bit about south of East Oakland, north of Charleston, pushing off towards the east. So Terre Haute, this is still several miles out from you, but I want you to watch this one closely. You may start to see and feel those impacts as they move across going into the latter half of tonight. Any opportunities for rotation? A little bit of rotation right into here. And we're also watching this one back here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but we'll keep a close eye and see how things continue going into tonight as well. Now, what I will say is that this is an area that we'll have to continue to watch through the next several hours. Notice that we still watch these storms kind of explode going into later this evening. We have several tornado watches that are still up across the board for many of these areas. And going into the evening hours, they continue well beyond the midnight hours. So that's another thing to really keep in mind. Even as we get deeper into tonight, the storm threat doesn't completely diminish, especially if you're farther to the east. Thinking areas like Indianapolis, you're under this tornado warning until about 1 a.m. Notice that the big threat will continue to be EF3 tornadoes, but could still see some pretty large hail. We have our fair share of reports coming in, that 3-inch hail within the last couple of hours or so, and we'll watch that particular threat too heading into tonight. Well, all eyes are on the Midwest as we continue to follow this severe weather outbreak. Let's check out some of the newest video coming in. Heavy rain drenching eastern Minnesota. You can see minor street flooding beginning to accumulate in the suburbs of the Twin Cities. Now, our exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, continuing to look at some of these storms. This is a look at the current conditions there in Illinois right now. It has been an active stretch of tonight that we've been watching, and this one storm is getting itself together. But as we continue to watch, this was about an hour ago, and we're still seeing new storms pop up. Another shot here from Brandon in Sullivan, Illinois as well. So look at that cloud coverage. You can see the funnel cloud we were watching, and even some of those tentacles kind of dropping from the base of that cloud, the potential of that becoming a tornado. Keeping things in Illinois, Springfield is also seeing dark clouds looming over the city as well. That's a storm pushing in and pushing in quickly. Now, some of our very own storm trackers like Mark Suddeth were in Springfield, Illinois earlier, and he had a chance to shoot this by dronage footage there too. So definitely have seen our fair share of some active weather. If you're in the Northeast, well, it's been pretty beautiful out there so far. We look at temperatures in the 70s right now. Looking at Lady Liberty, get ready for some storms. They're going to come moving in by this time tomorrow. A system, the same system that's currently over the Midwest, well, it's threatening more than 60 million Americans across the Northeast on Thursday. So let's break down what we know and what we can expect with this one. We watch a majority of the Northeast, that includes parts of New England, all the way down through the Mid-Atlantic, fall under this level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. Now, we know that a part of the Northeast has been dealing dealing with very quiet, very calm weather conditions so far. But as we get into the next couple of hours or so, we'll start to see a lot of this cloud coverage make its way across parts of the region into early Thursday morning. So overnight hours into Thursday, a lot of that cloud coverage keeps the instability locked in. And then as we get through the daytime hours, we start to see things quickly warm up across the I-95. We watch New York down to about D.C. get into the 80s and 90s ahead of this cold front that comes crashing through. Now, bear in mind, we also have a lot of moisture that has been a big part of the storm energy, if you will. So between the warm temperatures and the humidity building in, cold front's going to come crashing in, and that's going to lead to a big storm threat across the I-95. There's more than 60 million people here along this big stretch here with several big metros. One of the bigger threats are going to be that damaging wind threat that we really watch take shape. So looking at that, that's that primary threat that really is going to be felt all along the I-95 corridor. Look at how these storms come crashing in. So earlier in the day, we start off with that cloud coverage. It's the second half of the day where we watch some of these storms really become a big opportunity for big storm chances coming in across the I-95. Ahead of it, it's the warm temperature. So brace yourself for that 91 degrees as our high for Thursday. We keep it to the 80s, so we do cool off a bit after that cold front comes crashing through. Now, Jane, we've been watching closely not only the severe weather threat across the Midwest and then for tomorrow across the Northeast, but tropical threats hanging on across the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and the risk for rain is really going to be the focus as we go through really the next 2 days. And I think in the next 12 hours, that rain is going to really enter the picture again across Louisiana. Lake Charles, Louisiana, not a bad day today. We've got some blue skies, sun peeking on down as we head throughout this evening. Wind has picked up because of Arthur, which by and large has come onshore at this point. We'll see the next advisory come in from the National Hurricane Center, in fact, by the next hour, and we'll see what they choose to do at 5 o'clock, noting that the circulation, the low-level circulation of Arthur spinning through Matagorda County here in Texas. So by all means, expecting this system in the way that it has been today, which has been largely disheveled, to continue to dissipate. But the thing is, wind shear has had its way with Arthur, and so a lot of that moisture is displaced off to the east. And so it's beginning to lift. That mid-level circulation is going to move onto the North Gulf Coast as we head through tonight, and that's what's going to pick up the risk for rain and the coverage of that rain as we move into the early morning hours tomorrow. Low-level jet, that's the typical feature of this time of day as we head throughout the evening. You can see that bright corridor and conveyor belt of winds. That is helping to pump up and fuel the energy of these showers and storms. That coverage, again, is going to be the focus, I think, for spots like New Orleans. Pockets of heavier rain already building on shore. Isolated severe potential as we go through this evening, perhaps a water spout, some damaging wind gusts, but it's largely, again, that very heavy rain risk. Flood watches, they're up through the end of this week, all the way into the Atlanta metro area on the I-20 corridor. We take it down I-75 into Macon, but the zone to watch for some of the heaviest rain is going to be southern Mississippi, Alabama, into the Florida Panhandle, where locally we could still pick up more than 5 to 8 inches of rain. So through tonight, it's the mid-level moisture that we track. We say goodbye to the low-level circulation of Arthur, and it's all about the rain. As we move into tomorrow morning, the coverage of that rain picking up as we move into tomorrow night, that then quickly shifting across Alabama into Georgia. Atlanta has been highlighted in that level 3 risk, Kiana, as we go into tomorrow evening. And I think it's quite notable because some of that very heavy rain falling over a metro area at night, which is that timeline, is what's going to heighten that flood risk.
Yeah, we'll watch it. Atlanta was a new update through this afternoon, so definitely got to get the word out to those across the southeast. Now, it's one of the many stories that we're following here at Fox Weather. Up next, we have a dangerous severe weather outbreak that continues to brew across parts of the Midwest. Millions of Americans, well, we're facing the potential of seeing the opportunity for tornadoes, flash flooding, and even damaging wind gusts. We're tracking every single development here with our live blog. Make sure you scan the QR code for the latest forecasts and alerts. Much more ahead after this quick break.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
These days, we're spending more time in our homes, which means we're using the appliances that make our homes run more than ever. And when one of these critical things unexpectedly breaks, we get stuck with a huge bill. Thousands of dollars of your hard-earned money gone. Don't get caught. Protect your home and your wallet with a home warranty plan from ARW Home. You can get plans starting at about $1 a day. Just call 800-219-9173 or go to getahomeplan.com.
Our AC broke down. The cost to replace it would have been around $4,000. But because we had a home warranty plan with ARW Home, we were covered. No problem.
Don't wait and get hit with a massive bill. Protect your heating, AC, appliances, plumbing, and more with plans starting at about $1 a day. Call 800-219-9173 or go to getahomeplan.com right now to get 2 months free. Don't wait. Call 800-219-9173.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Getting right back to the Fox Weather Alert, we have been watching the potential of severe weather outbreak increase across parts of the Midwest. You're looking out towards Decatur, Illinois, where we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning right over the city. Surprisingly, it is for large hail and big wind gusts. We've been seeing and already have seen a report of winds up to 78 miles per hour. So looking at a nasty storm take shape, it's one of the many storms and one of the many warnings that are in place at the moment. We're watching this continuously be a big issue going into tonight. Already, we're looking at power outages starting to build. Illinois, 39,000 customers now without power. Missouri is another area across the Midwest that has been seeing power outages start to build in, and Indiana, too, also at the very beginning stages. Texas, up across the board for our secondary big story of today, that being Tropical Storm Arthur, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But let's dive into the radar very quickly. We have several warnings that are up across the board, primarily across central Illinois, one of which back towards Wisconsin as well, with that tornado warning in place there too. Want to dive into that one over Decatur because it looks very nasty. We were talking about this behind the scenes, Jane, Sam, and I, where we're looking at this destructive threat that's attached to this one thunderstorm. It isn't tornado warned, so that's not the biggest issue right now. The biggest issue happens to be that big size hail, 2 3/4 of an inch, that is popping up. So that's getting close to baseball size, and we're watching that kind of move across this I-57 corridor, and that's going to be a big issue. Aside from that pretty widespread hail core, we're also looking at big winds within this too. So it's already had a big history of hail. We take it all the way back to Decatur here over 59 miles in terms of its length, with the hail core that has held true all the way down to about Charleston and Sullivan. Looking at where things look right now, there's a lot of heavy rain in this too. You can see all of that lightning as well, which keeps this destructive at the moment. It's getting ready to crisscross that I-57 corridor. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning primarily for the large hail, but also the big wind gusts. We've already seen a wind gust up to 78 miles per hour. Back towards Decatur, that's within this one storm that's sliding off towards the south and east. So we'll watch it closely. This warning stays in place until 7 p.m. local time, and it's moving into and on the heels of that tornado warning that's getting ready to push into central parts of Indiana. So this one warning, it has been highlighted for a while now. 7:15 Central Time is where it's still going to be up until. Looking at where we have a little bit of rotation, looks like a low rotation back towards East Oakland, so a bit more widespread. But I'm sure we're watching this one closely. Radar has indicated some type of rotation that's happening within this storm, and it's getting ready to move into an area like Terre Haute and off towards the south of Indianapolis. And we know that is a zone that fell under that significant category for feeling and seeing severe weather tonight. So we're not letting our guard down just yet. We're gonna watch this one very closely, along with that destructive tagged severe thunderstorm warning back towards the west of it through the latter half of tonight. A lot going on, a lot continuing to watch over the next couple of hours or so. Now, we do have all eyes on parts of this system, and we can't rule out the severe weather back into parts of Wisconsin. We've been looking at Milwaukee and the Milwaukee area, where we've been sitting on the outskirts of this threat zone.
Let's bring in Fox 6 Milwaukee Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. Tom, great to have you on this evening. My goodness, I mean, this whole day has been so interesting to watch play out, from this morning and the near derecho, and then now the tornadic threat. But Wisconsin, you guys, with the spin of that low, have been tracking a tornado over the Mississippi River into the southwestern corner of the state.
That's right. Hey, great to be with you tonight, ladies. Yeah, this has been really interesting. So I'm in the Milwaukee area, and we're watching this cell going from Iowa now just to the west of Madison, Wisconsin, and we have had a lot of rotation with this, and it is continuing. The rotation's getting a bit weaker, but certainly enough to at least prompt tornado warnings, and it looks like there has been some damage with this cell as well, and that is continuing to move to the east-southeast. So we are on alert here in southeastern Wisconsin for this cell as well. I know, of course, all the focus really has been down to the south, right, where it was in the 90s in St. Louis today. Now we have those storms. We're much cooler here in Wisconsin. We are in the 60s, but here's the deal. That area of low pressure has a lot of spin with it, right? Or a lot of wind shear, as we call it. And that's one of the big reasons why we are seeing the tornado warning here in Wisconsin tonight, because there's just enough instability, just enough moisture, and a whole lot of spin or wind shear to create that rotation. And we've got to keep an eye on that tonight as, well, Garth Brooks is performing in Milwaukee this evening, and he was here last night and again tonight. So we don't want the thunder to roll around here tonight, guys.
Oh, no. No, not at all. I was going to say, were there any delays to that at all with these storms that kind of popped up around your area?
At this point, no, but I've had a lot of viewers asking that question, which is, is this going to delay the concert tonight? Because it is outside. So that's going to be, somewhat of a concern. Hopefully we can keep these storms away. But I mean, as we're looking at the radar, I mean, that's a big-time cell off to the west of Madison with a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and possibly still some rotation with that.
What's your concern with the flood threat? I mean, we have seen a ton of rain in the last 24 hours. We're already watching a growing flood risk across parts of central Illinois, even just the cells around the bend of Lake Michigan that prompted flood warnings on I-94. You'll get more rain right now through this evening. Do you think that's something that you guys could see maybe amp up a bit?
Absolutely. Yeah, we were very dry around here in the month of May, and then June hit and boom, here came the rain again. So we are well above average for the month of June so far, and much like now our neighbors to the south, we don't need all this rain at once, right? And that's going to be the concern, especially if we get more of these pop-up cells around it. Yes, we could have some localized flooding throughout the evening hours that we need to keep an eye on as well.
Tom, was there anything with this forecast that kind of stuck out to you? I know earlier in the day with that complex that moved over parts of the Midwest, that was, something that put a lull in the middle of the day. Did you see that? Did you have that on your bingo card for this forecast today?
You know, it was very interesting. It was a complicated forecast, wasn't it? And I always say I've never met a squall line that I've trusted, right? Because we can pour into the model data and we can look at it and it's always going to be a little bit different, right? Than the models kind of forecasted as or prognosticated as, and that then has a role in how the next area forms, and that's what we saw today. So yeah, this has been a very interesting event to really track from beginning, and now we're kind of right smack in the middle of it.
Well, it seems as though this overall kind of pattern is going to maybe lighten up as we head towards the end of the month, a more typical June-like setup, heat building back in. So, I just think in the Midwest and how severe prone you guys have been over the last several weeks, several months. Do you think we're finally turning the page as July is just around the corner?
You know, that's the hope, because we have been so active, as you mentioned. I mean, Illinois in particular, and up here in Wisconsin, going back to April. I mean, unprecedented in terms of tornadoes. So I do think in a way that it will settle down. However, we kind of get into squall line season. And, once you get more of that heat building in and the moisture, we could get some more of those nocturnal events, especially depending on what we call that low-level jet stream at about 5,000 feet over our head. So it could bring some more different types of storms heading our way as well. So I think it's going to be interesting, but hopefully it settles down.
Yeah, fingers crossed we can get into a nice quiet pocket for the start of summer. We know we have the solstice coming up in just a couple of days. Tom, it is always a pleasure to chat with you about what's happening actively, what we have coming up for the upcoming seasons. Hopefully we can see you soon. But yeah, stay safe out there.
Well, thank you. You guys too. Thanks for having me tonight.
Absolutely. All right, well, we do have a new update, Jane, that just came in with Author. It looks like the new part of Author, it looks like we got a new update that includes it may have reformed a center of circulation. So I'm looking at that very closely. I know that that's something we have been watching very closely, and we're getting that update up across the board for you here. So the advisory just came in for the evening hours tonight. Let's look at how things kind of came through. So it weakened a bit in terms of winds, came down to 40 miles per hour, picked up in terms of speed, moving to the northeast at 8 miles per hour. Most of the moisture still hanging off just offshore, but it looks like between what I'm looking at with the advisory, it may have reformed a center of circulation closer to Galveston, which is probably why they kept the naming in place. They want to make sure that folks are still aware that this has a big potential of being a big rainmaker within the next couple of days. So despite this looking like a rather weak storm in general, it still is holding true to tropical storm characteristics, at least until about tomorrow morning. So we'll give it another 12 to 24 hours, see what the next advisory says. Looking at some of the tropical storm warnings that are still in place, they still hold on as well from Port Arthur on off towards the east across Louisiana. Watching those big winds, so that onshore wind could be pretty interesting here, and that could lead to some storm surge at the very minimum, up to 3 feet. So we'll watch that closely, looking at some of our top winds right now. Again, it's this buoy offshore that has the highest winds at around 25-mile-per-hour gust. Couple of inland picking up on winds that are around 15, maybe 20 miles per hour. Calm in Galveston, that's likely where that center of circulation is holding on. So we'll see how that changes over the next hour or so. And then getting even closer, about 10 to 15, upwards of nearly 25 gusts in some areas. But moving forward, storm surge is definitely going to be a big issue in areas right along the immediate coast. So you live in this area, you have business in this area, maybe you have family in this area. Make sure you're bringing anything that's outdoors, your front porch, your back porch, maybe indoors, just to kind of spare yourself from any type of inundation in that way. But moving forward, the bigger part of this story happens to be that moisture is still going to find its way, not only across the Gulf Coast, but even into parts of the Southeast. This has been added. This is an added portion so far today. Atlanta up into the mix here for flood alerts going into Friday. So all of this moisture spreads off towards the east, gets drug in off of the Gulf, and that's going to make things very interesting in terms of the flood threat, which I think is a bigger part of the story in general. We have our cone here. It's It's fairly small. The storm system dissipates by tomorrow, but it still pulls in all of this moisture that finds its way across the southeast. And that's going to be a big problem moving forward over the next couple of days. So we'll watch the southeast with all of those flooding concerns well into the end of the week. Now, we've been getting pictures and videos from you guys. Keep them coming. We got this new video coming in from Alexis in Bloomington, Illinois. Look at those storm clouds. They are very interesting as well. So that's one of our pictures. We have another one here of a shelf cloud that's taking shape across Illinois, too. Thank you, Nathan, for sharing that with us. Of course, if you want to share your weather photos and videos, we want to see them. Scan the QR code there on your screen and share them here with us, or even head over to foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back after this break.
I'm Brian Norcross with a Hurricane HQ Minute on what to do with a boat when a hurricane is coming. It's a big challenge. In most hurricanes, boat owners can put slack in their lines to let the boat ride up and down as the storm surge comes in. But that's not always going to work, like in Hurricane Andrew. Here at Black Point Marina near Homestead, Florida, it seemed like random luck which boats survived the rising water pushed in by Andrew. How about a dry dock? Well, that only works if the structure can stand up to the pressure from Category 4 or 5 winds. Even a sailboat moored outside the marina was not immune, riding inland as the surge pushed through the mangroves. Of course, we saw all this in spades when Hurricane Ian forced up to 15 feet of water up the rivers and canals and into the marinas in and around Fort Myers. Part of owning a boat is knowing what you're going to do if a hurricane could affect your area. But the fact is, there's never going to be enough safe harbor or good options for a hurricane like Andrew or Ian.
This Hurricane HQ Minute is presented by Belfour Property Restoration, restoring more than property.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center, click it, cook it, and out comes an amazing Mediterranean rice dish that's just bursting with flavor. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeal, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to make this offer really cook, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all at an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-215-0706 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-215-0706 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
These days, we're spending more time in our homes, which means we're using the appliances that make our homes run more than ever. And when one of these critical things unexpectedly breaks, we get stuck with a huge bill. Thousands of dollars of your hard-earned money gone. Don't get caught. Protect your home and your wallet with a home warranty plan from ARW Home. You can get plans starting at about $1 a day. Just call
800-219-9173
or go to getahomeplan.com.
Our AC broke down. The cost to replace it would have been around $4,000. But because we had a home warranty plan with ARW Home, we were covered. no problem.
Don't wait and get hit with a massive bill. Protect your heating, AC, appliances, plumbing, and more with plans starting at about $1 a day. Call
800-219-9173
or go to getahomeplan.com right now to get 2 months free. Don't wait. Call
800-219-9173.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We've been tracking a dangerous night across parts of the Midwest with severe storms ramping up as we get deeper into the night. We take a look out towards Corey Gherkin's shot here in Charleston, Illinois. He is under one of those severe thunderstorm warnings, and you can see that lightning illuminating the sky as this storm takes shape. Big rainmakers, big hail makers out there through this evening, and certainly big opportunities for tornadoes too. We've seen our fair share of some tornado warnings that has shown there is that opportunity for rotation in the atmosphere, and we're getting closer to the evening hours now. We're getting closer to sunset, so we'll see how much more of this energy these storms will tap into. But until then, be on the watchful eye. Listen to the alerts that are out across the board. Here's where we stand right now. Several alerts, mainly and primarily into parts of Illinois. We got a couple scattered between, say, Indiana and back towards Missouri, but this has been where we've seen the bulk of a lot of our activities so far today. So getting in on a better look at where we stand right now as we get closer, we have a almost Congo line of flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and one tornado warning. So just goes to show that this was a zone that had a lot of energy that these storms could tap into. This has been one of the more particular thunderstorms that we've been watching. Notice that it is a severe thunderstorm warning. And the reason why we're highlighting this is because we've already seen reports of wind speeds up to 80 miles per hour. Radar has indicated that. And then also looking at baseball-sized hail in this too. Had a nasty widespread hail core at a moment. And if you were in an area like Charleston where we had our storm trackers there, it looks like Corey Gherkin's right into this storm. He's watching it from a distance. You would have seen and heard how big this hail was falling across your area. So looking at our live hail tracker, 2.5, nearly upwards of 3-inch hail that has been reported so far today. That's getting ready to crisscross that I-57 corridor. You look back at the history of this hail tracker, a lot of that white indicating large hail that popped up at some point in that part of the storm. So now we're getting close to that I-57 corridor. And this is where we've had the big hail threat. And they just issued a new tornado warning. And I was wondering if they were going to do that because I saw this hook kind of taking shape there north of Matone. So here's where we stand now. We have this new tornado warning that is up across the board at the moment. A little bit of rotation in between Durham and Mattoon, excuse me. And there's that rotation right there. So moderate rotation popping up, a little bit across Highway 45, and this is moving in that general south and east direction. So again, now we're seeing a plethora of warnings that are up across the board. If you're in that green blinking box, I want you to head upstairs. You're under a flash flood warning. If you're in the red blinking box, I want you to head either downstairs or in a very small room with no windows because you're in a tornado warning. So very different threats all playing out within the same storm system in itself. And I know it's a lot to kind of take in, but this storm's moving off towards, it looks like the south and east at 45 miles per hour, and it is capable of producing a tornado. If you're in Charleston, East Oakland, you're under that heavy rain. Charleston, you're in that line of seeing the possibility of a tornado. So we brought up the cone for you, kind of tracking it out, how far this is moving to the south and east. Here's Mattoon for you, getting a look at the ground truth, a lot of heavy rain, a muted sky. You can't really see much into the distance. We have that ominous gray cloud coverage across the sky, and that's that storm that's taking shape. So this is where we have that tornado warning in place, and it looks like the storm's moving in from the left side of your screen to the right side of your screen, pushing off towards the south and east at the moment. I believe that, is this where we have one of our storm trackers? Are we able to chat with them and see what they're thinking? Yeah, let's bring them in. Okay, so here's where Corey Gherkin is. He's in Charleston, very close to Mattoon at the moment. Maybe let's check in with Corey Gherkin, get his perspective on this storm. Corey, if you can hear me, we're looking at the radar. We're watching this storm very closely where you are. Give us a lay of the land. What's playing on out there in real time?
I have a nice big shelf on it. Looks like we just got a tornado warning here, but trying to dodge the 80-mile-an-hour baseballs right now.
I can believe that. We saw a couple of reports coming in, 3-inch hail, 2.5-inch hail within that storm too. So you're trying to position yourself in the right place to not crack a windshield, and that's the smart thing to do. With that shelf cloud, do you see a lot of lightning in that? Do you see a lot of heavy rain? Because, oh, I just saw that lightning, so I just answered my own question. But a lot of heavy rain is just off towards the north of you. Are you seeing that too play out?
Oh, yeah, you can definitely see the whole rain shaft, and it's actually a pretty white shaft with all the hail that's coming down in it right now. So we had a view of it a little bit ago. It's kind of like a bright white shaft with a shelf cloud like just sitting off to the south of it.
Is that for Corey Gerken, Sam? So, Sam, I'm getting word from Sam, our producer here in-house, that you're actually within a PDS warning. They just confirmed that. Does that hold true there on the ground?
Yeah, it's looking like based off velocity, you got pretty strong winds, and then you got baseball-sized hail in the mix of that too, so it's very destructive at the moment.
Yeah, we see that rotation closer to Mattoon, and you're watching it from a distance, out of Mattoon, and you're watching it from a distance. What's your move now? What's your next move going to be? Are you going to kind of sit tight, or are you going to try to chase the storm from a distance as it moves off towards the east?
I'm going to try to get south here so we get another view of it, because it looks like everything is pretty rain-free where the tornadic circulation would be if there's a tornado. So let's try to get back into the opening here so we can see it.
Is that sirens in the background? Is that the tornado sirens already playing off?
Yep.
Okay, so they're already alerting folks there too. And it doesn't look like anyone's out, so that's some great news. It looks like a lot of folks are heeding to those warnings and those sirens as well. This is where you are. This is where that rotation is in terms of Corey Gerken. So just to the north and east of you. And we can see it off into the distance, Corey. It looks like it's taking shape right over that McDonald's sign, looking at this bush here that's moving in the wind.
Yeah, we got too much stuff in the way, but the structure has been incredible today. I mean, it looks like one massive mothership coming in right now.
Are you seeing any hints of a funnel cloud dropping down at all?
Not at the moment. We got all the buildings in the wave. Mm-hmm. So it'd be basically right where that building's at, where we need to see.
All right, we're going to be watching this. We're going to let it play out a little bit. Yeah.
Hey, Corey.
Oh. Corey, we got Jane joining in. I'm going to let her take a moment to ask you a question.
Yeah, hey, Corey, I'm just wondering where you're positioned, right? How do you best, I mean, this is obviously a populated area. You're watching this mothership of a supercell come in, PDS tagged. How do you track something like this, right? You're in the middle of town. You want to get out of the way, which it seems almost like it's on a collision course to where you guys are.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, especially with the fast storm motion right now. I'm pretty close to being out of the way of it at the moment, but I probably sat around a little too long watching this.
I mean, we could watch your feed all day long and you see something like this, but unfortunately we know it means that there's likely damage on the way for these areas. I mean, I'm just taking note of the businesses, all of the homes and apartment complexes. You know, those sirens sounding. The best case scenario is that people are heeding that warning and get into a safe spot. I also noticed, Kiana pointed it out, Corey, that kind of greenish hue. Whenever you see that, I mean, no kidding, we've got 80-mile-an-hour baseballs coming down.
Yep, the green or the blue color is usually a sign that you're about to get hit pretty hard.
And that's what you've been avoiding, right? I mean, we've been seeing indications. We have the hail tracker up of this already having the history of up to 3-inch hail. So that's why you're working so hard to position yourself from afar to watch this, because it does have that history of big hail.
Yeah, the big thing, I'm not too worried about the windshield, but we just have so much equipment on the roof that's just too expensive. We figured that out on the Kankakee tornado day when we got that big hail. Took out Starlink and a bunch of other stuff, and it's just too expensive.
Hey, you know, Corey, I feel like this is one of the best looking storms that we've had in terms of rotation and potential so far this evening. We've had a couple funnel cloud reports, storms that have really tried to get that rotation going. But this one definitely has had that look to it. And do you think this is the one for the night?
This is by far the best looking structure I've seen all day. That last storm that we were just on has a pretty good structure, but man, this thing is just carved out right now.
All right, and it looks like you're still working your way to get behind that storm. You mentioned Kankakee. Does this have any similarities to that? I know that was a big storm that played out just a few weeks ago.
The big Kankakee day, I forgot what day was that. It was back in March, I think, or April. The big player on that day, we had that lake breeze boundary that kind of sagged south and then came back north and got with that storm and ended up going tornadic pretty much instantly.
You'd mentioned the HP, the high precip nature of these storms earlier in the evening, Corey. Is that a situation we probably have going on right now? I mean, the heavy rain threat, I mean, the possibility of being able to see this, let alone in the environment that you're in with the trees.
The business.
Does that make that just more challenging, not even just for a tracker, but for anybody who's in the path of this storm?
Oh yeah, especially if it's tornadic when it's we got a good view of it now. I mean, this thing is as HP as it gets. It's got the blue hue in it and everything right now, but yeah, if it's tornadic and tornadoes gonna be hiding back in there, it's virtually impossible to see it, and moving as fast as they're moving today, you're just not.
We may have lost him. Yeah, we may have lost him a bit. We'll stick with his shot. Let's take a look back to radar and kind of dissect this storm, Jane, because this is, I think, like you said, this might be the storm of the evening.
I mean, when you look at Corey's camera, this is by far, we've been tracking these storms since about 3-4 o'clock this evening. This is by far the worst looking storm that we have had. I mean, you're right, that greenish, almost bluish tint just looks ominous.
Yeah, the storm in itself is massive.
It is.
Just taking over the entire screen. And
you know what's so impressive to me about this one particular supercell is that it's not like it had everything in the environment to work with.
Yeah.
Right? We've already seen storms almost fall within this same path.
This track right
so far
right
this evening, right? So the fact that this is the one supercell that's been able to kind of latch into the environment, I think it also speaks to the dynamics of the atmosphere and the highly sheared environment that we have, but that inflow is cooking. And, we've got a clear view of it. We've got to keep watching, but a particularly dangerous situation right now in Illinois.
Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on it. We're going to take a quick break, regroup, and we'll be right back here on Fox Weather Live with a new update. Stay here.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
I'm Richard Karn.
And everyone loves my hose, the Pocket Hose Ballistic. Now made with a bulletproof polymer that is 5 times stronger than steel. Just turn on the water and it expands to a full-size hose. And look, our Pocket Pivot rotates 360 degrees. It prevents tangles, kinks, and leaks. Then turn off the water and it shrinks back to a pocket size so it's easy to store.
Get your Pocket Hose today at the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and Amazon with free shipping.
But they're going fast.
For years, Debbie always hid her smile. It had just become habit. The covering hand, the moment stifled. But with her new teeth from affordable dentures and implants, Debbie now beams with the power of 1,000 suns. Not a hovering hand in sight. Shine on, Debbie. Shine on. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
Right back with the Fox Weather Alert. We take you back out to Charleston, Illinois. If you're just now joining us at this hour, we have a particularly dangerous situation playing out, a tornado warning that has been issued for central Illinois. And you're watching these elements play out on your screen. Brandon Kopic in the middle of that. Heavy rain pouring in where he is in this portion of the storm. But we also have been watching this very same storm from a distance as it is confirmed for a tornado. We have that particularly dangerous situation. I have Fox Weather's Jane Menard joining me this evening, kind of tag teaming where we are with this storm, because I think, Jane, this is where we've seen the most prolific storm take shape so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been tracking these storms all afternoon, and they've all had that hook look to them, right? But I mean, right now with Brandon's shot, he is unfortunately in a position that is not good.
No,
look at the wind. So on top of this one particular supercell, one, it's massive and it's kind of embedded within this line that's been charging through southeastern Illinois. Right now, this storm is moving off to the southeast at about 40, almost 50 miles per hour. The wind gusts are tagged for up to 80 miles per hour, baseball-sized hail, and now we have that rotation. So Corey, he's positioned south of this monster storm. In fact, I'll throw up the trackers just so you can get an idea of the difference of where Brandon is. And he is right in the midst of the core of that, and actually closer to the rotation. And then you've got Corey, who's off to the south. So Brandon, you know, if there's a tornado, which you can't see it at all, but he is in the midst of some of the worst of these conditions. I mean, look at that wind-driven rain. And the concern is with visibility like this, Kiana, you know, you don't see it coming.
Now, we did have sirens go off a little bit earlier, maybe about 10 minutes ago when we were talking to Corey Gerken. And we'll get to talk to both or either one of them in just a moment, whoever has the reception. But we know that those warnings did go off, so the residents are aware. We're bringing up the strong winds, and Brandon Kopic, as you can see, as the visual tells, he's in the part of the storm where we have the strongest winds that are pulling in within this storm.
Yeah.
So he's right in the midst of it, as you mentioned. You may not be able to see a tornado, but definitely
look at the flag
looking at
in
the
his
conditions.
shot.
Sam's saying, look at the flag. He's pulling off a bit. Yeah.
This is a nasty looking storm, and you know there were reports of power flashes, and so that was one of the things that in which when we went and confirmed this tornado, those power flashes obviously an indication that we have some power that's been lost in these areas. Now, whether or not that could have been straight line wind damage, but given the presentation
look at the street light
of this, oh wow.
That is dangling, hanging on.
Look at all the debris in the street right now. Now, a lot of this, I mean, clearly we don't see a tornado right now. I mean, I'm keeping my eyes on where Brandon is. We have...
Do you want to go back to the...
I'm going to pop on...
See if we can see a debris ball.
So you see radar below us, right? So I'm giving an idea where Brandon is. He's kind of right in the midst of it. Unfortunately, the debris tracker... I'll spin it back for you guys. You can actually see a little bit of this spike from Ashmore down to Dolson. That's the hail, right? And then you would look out towards Charleston, where maybe right about in that zone, just off to the west of Charleston, that could be the beginnings of a debris. But then it just gets really cluttered and messy. So oftentimes you can look at reflectivity too, and that would give you maybe a better highlight and indication. sometimes of where you might see that tornado. You'll get like a little bright pink ball. Not seeing that presentation now. Over the last couple of scans, you did see it just to the north of Charleston as that worked its way through. But nonetheless, I mean, this is just a really nasty
We're
looking
back on
storm.
Brandon's shot. Take a look, Jane. Can hardly see anything. He must have punched through. I'm curious where he is. Yeah, you're bringing that back up. Let's see. So he's getting deeper into the storm where it's more of that heavy rain. You can see that pink.
He probably is getting through now on the rear flank, trying to get in a better position. You've got Corey's shot up, so he went south, right? So as he went south, he kind of stayed safe from all that heavy rain and hail threat, although the hail potential is still much farther north from where Brandon is in the downdraft that is typically displaced north and east of where a tornadic threat would be. But, you know, I think for Corey's shot, he's looking back on this thing, and the only thing you can see is just the heavy rain coming down and maybe a kind of a sliver of some of the lightning.
Yeah.
Brandon is just in the thick of it.
Yeah, he punched through the storm for sure. He's getting close to that flash flood warning too, and you can see all that rain that picked up there too. So he's right in between those warnings actually. Still under that PDS, that particularly dangerous situation, which it is given the way, you know, his shot looks. Not seeing much in the way of big wind though. I mean,
You
earlier,
still have
just a moment ago, we saw a lot of debris flying around.
just a really nice inflow, though.
Yeah.
Look at that. And so that's your heat and humidity, your dynamics, especially as we get into the time of the day. What is it, about 7 o'clock
Local
Central
time,
Time?
yeah.
So now that low-level jet is cranking. So we've got plenty of moisture that's feeding into this storm, and that's what's helping to keep its rotation going. And also, too, upstairs, we have this trough swinging through, and so we knew today was going to be a highly sheared environment. And despite the fact that there is a lot of action around it, right? You've got heavy rain. This particular supercell has just found the right environment to twist and to spin. Look at all of the lightning that's still very present. The hail threat, it's maybe come down just a touch. You take a look over the course of the last hour or two, and you can see as it crossed over I-57, that's where we had the baseball-sized hail.
Yeah, 3 inches reported in some areas.
Probably still.
I'm curious if there's any, well, you mentioned power outages. I want to see where we stand now with those, because we've been in this for at least about 15 minutes or so now since those alerts have gone off.
Let me see if I can pull that up for us. I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, zeroing in. This doesn't really look too great. Let me pull it in, and maybe this will help for us. But obviously, we do have
They're
some power
starting to build in, yeah.
that are
Charleston
building
coming in
there.
about 25% of the county out of power right now. And there's still lights on where I'm looking at Brandon Koppick's shot, but there were a couple of lights that were out just a moment ago. So he's getting in the thick of that storm. It looks like Corey's on the move a little bit.
Yeah, so across these counties as that supercell, but look at the track. This is over the course of the last 3 hours. You had one supercell roll through this guy, and now we've got our big one that followed in right behind it.
And I think it's so interesting because you said, like, this is almost a Congo line of storms, and it wasn't the first storm, but it was more so that secondary storm that we're on right now that tapped into those environments and really took off.
Yeah, and you can see the county over from I-57 where you have nearly 50% of the county without power right now, and you still have more rain that's building on behind it. So I think what worries me is that you have this really impressive storm that clearly has done some damage. And now you have more rain and more wind that's coming in behind it. And that's what's going to make, even if there is emergency response, that much more challenging. But also, too, for folks who maybe need to get out there and clear some of the debris, that also makes it quite dangerous. Oh, we've got another confirmed tornado.
Take it back all the way over closer to Springfield, it looks like. We're getting
Springfield, Illinois. So this is a newly confirmed tornado. So again, I think what's really starting to speak to me now is, Kiana, we're now getting into the time of the evening where that low-level jet is really what's kicked in for us. And so maybe the last couple of hours we were still kind of teetering on the outflow boundaries. And while the dynamics were there, maybe it wasn't exactly the best setup to get that rotation all the way down to the surface. We had a lot of funnel cloud reports.
Yeah.
But now that that southerly wind is starting to crank in, now we're seeing kind of that more classic structure, and storms that maybe tried to rotate before and then lost it
just didn't have
are
enough.
now starting to get a little bit more juiced up. So this one over in Christian and Sangamon counties over in Illinois, just off to the south of Springfield.
This was emergency management confirmed.
This is emergency management confirmed. So
we were just talking about that too, how they may have a bit of a hard time getting into some of these areas now, because we're just seeing storm after storm after storm pop up on the heels of yet another dangerous situation.
Right. And so for clarity, what we're looking at here, we've got a confirmed tornado out towards Taylorville, South Fork and Pawnee. This is south of Springfield, Illinois. If you head down south on the I-55 corridor, it's just off to the east there. Corey and Brandon, they're on a confirmed tornado that is just off to the east. So we've got 2 confirmed tornadoes right now that are in progress. One that is just on its way approaching along the I-70 corridor, the Indiana state line. And then, Kiana, I think what really stands out to me is just the blossom of lightning that you have on the board here. That is certainly an indication that you have a strengthening storm.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the case. You talked about how a lot of these storms now are getting into a position where they're tapping into that low-level jet, a little bit more of that shear is starting to take shape, and we're watching that kind of play out in real time. Look at this history to the south. We have more of that moderate rotation over Bear Creek as this kind of takes shape.
Yeah, so I think the core of this is probably just to the south of there. It does seem as though maybe I got to keep turning the lightning off just so you can see a little better. Yeah, right in this zone where you kind of have more of that inflow. That's going to help maybe get something going for us. But emergency management confirmed, I think that's honestly quite challenging, because we've seen, as with Brandon's shots, how hard it is to confirm
at this moment,
given how heavy that rain is, these high precip storms. But still a nice little inflow there, maybe starting to lose some of that structure. But when I turn on velocity, I mean, you still have a tight couplet, maybe broadening out a little bit. It seems as though maybe this storm is starting to cycle just a bit, meaning it's reached its maturity, but it still has a pretty decent structure.
The PDS tag as well, and I'm seeing a lot of reports of significant tree damage across the counties here near Charleston as well in NWS chat.
Okay.
So reports there. This is a hail spike. So we know that the hail threat is certainly still ongoing, but reports that have been coming in, at least a hail report, but we know that we have likely 2 tornadoes that are still in progress.
Yeah, we're getting into the thick of the night now. We take you back to Mattoon, where we are looking at this storm from a distance here, one of the traffic shots capturing it too. We have that live blog, live updates up on the screen. Make sure you scan it for those updates coming in by the minute of any new developments with this one storm. We're going to take a quick break, regroup, and we'll be right back after this.
I can't sleep because my feet are on fire.
Feels like a sunburn under my skin.
It's like lightning bolts down my leg.
Now you can have cooling, soothing comfort where you need it most with Hempana Nerve Relief, a non-steroidal topical pain reliever designed for fast relief of shooting pains, muscle aches, tingling, and numbness from nerve pain. No pills, no complicated treatments, just targeted relief you apply directly where it hurts. Hempana Nerve Relief, available at Walmart, Hempana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Big room booked again? Easy Cater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? Easy Cater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Ugh, not again. Easy Cater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
Are you one of 70 million Americans who suffer from the devastating effects of poor sleep? Are you tired of lying awake at night because your mind just won't shut off? Dr. Phil here. I've spent decades sitting across from people at the breaking point. Marriages unraveling, careers slipping, families barely holding it together. And when I start asking questions, I hear the same thing over and over. They're not sleeping. They're up all night trying to solve problems that feel completely out of their control. But here's the truth. When you don't sleep, your brain overloads and goes into survival mode. You can't focus. Your problems feel bigger than they are. And when life feels chaotic, you must control your sleep to get your life back in order. I did my research, and Relaxium Sleep is the only sleep aid I take and recommend because Relaxium Sleep is studied and tested to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. In fact, millions trust Relaxium Sleep because it is scientifically formulated by clinical neurologist Dr. Eric Ciliberti to help regulate the natural sleep-wake cycle and transition the brain from an alert state to a sleep state.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
I know once you experience the amazing benefits of taking Relaxium Sleep like I did, your energy improves, your mood lifts, and your entire life becomes better than ever. Relaxium Sleep is guaranteed to work, so what are you waiting for? Call right now and claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep before they run out.
Dr. Phil is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now.
Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181.
All right, welcome back. We have this Fox Weather Alert getting you up to speed. We take you to Charleston, Illinois, where we have our storm trackers out and about on a particularly dangerous situation. We have this confirmed tornado in place that does include several counties up across the screen. It may have froze just for a moment. He's in a position where, connection is very spotty at the moment, but several warnings that are up across the board. We've been watching this one particular storm.
So the good news
Jane
is
with
here, Kiana, they just dropped the confirm tag on this particular tornado. There is still a warning in place. You've got Brandon, who's in Charleston, Illinois. The storm itself has now moved out, but I mean, we've got Mark Sudduth, another one of our Fox Weather exclusive storm trackers in Charleston, and you could see just the damage that this storm has left behind. Trees, tree limbs, you name it, all across the board here.
Yeah, we'll be talking to Mark in just a moment about this image here that we have up across the screen. We're going to try to get him on the phone to kind of get his perspective in just about a moment.
But wow, I mean, we were looking at some of these cameras and you couldn't see just about anything.
No.
And now, what a difference as, here's some big damage that Corey's on.
Too, yeah.
So Corey, if you remember, we were watching his camera. He dropped south of the storm. Corey, you're joining us now. What are you looking at? Obviously some big tree trunks.
Yeah, we almost got ran over by a tornado here, but we had a fairly weak tornado. Got a bunch of trees down, trees on houses here, so seeing what we can do to help out here.
So you did see the tornado off into the distance. I know you situated yourself a little bit farther south.
We got a little short view. I seen like the big wall cloud, but I couldn't confirm anything on the ground at the time. But we just the inflow winds where we were driving, we started like tree limbs, small tree branches flying, so we were relatively close. I don't know if maybe it was down when I seen that wall cloud and maybe it just wasn't fully condensed.
Well, regardless, I mean, tons of wind out of this. It was obviously, a tornadic threat when you saw that presentation on radar, but just the wind reports alone, it was tagged for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and baseball-sized hail. Do you see any hail damage? I mean, this was more so, I think, the tornadic and the wind threat when you take a look at the profile of the storm that moved through Charleston.
Yeah, at least here, if you get baseballs on the ground, they usually stick around for a little bit, but I haven't seen any hailstones anywhere, so maybe it wasn't any coming down in this portion of the storm, or it was just relatively small and melted off already.
Corey, we were looking at the low-level jet. We think that is the culprit to kind of spiking the activity so late into the evening. Is that something that you were looking at as well?
Yeah, that was supposed to be one of the big players into this evening. Was a low-level jet kicking in, and the storm was established enough to actually take advantage of it. The other storm that we were chasing earlier, I think, just kind of fizzled up just enough to where the low-level jet just didn't help it get its act together.
That's the thing. We got a lot of funnel reports, but now I think that the low-level jet is cranking over the area, let alone the fact that even farther upstairs, you have just the swing of this trough with those strong winds and that jet streak. So, now we're getting into the time of the day where I think you get the little added push and boost for some of these storms, because it's not just this one that you guys are on where you're looking at damage, but also too, we have another confirmed tornado that was just off to the west, outside of Springfield, Illinois. That, the storm has kind of moved on. It looks like they might drop the warning, but still a nasty looking supercell that moved through that way.
I'm actually just noticed there's a cell. Where is that? Just south of Taylorville. Looks like it's got some rotation on there. So looks like we're not out of the woods here yet.
What's your game plan? I mean, obviously, we're looking at debris through your windshield right now. Folks are out kind of taking a look at what's happened. You going to continue the chase into tonight, or are you kind of getting a view of what radar's doing and maybe staying closer to this area?
I'll do a quick check here, make sure there's nobody needs help or anything. So far, I don't see any home damage, but if we're good to go here, I'll probably just drop south again, get ahead of that one that's coming from our west here, and that'd probably be about the point we call tonight.
Now, with this one back out to your west, just to the south of Taylorville, it seems like it's on a trajectory that maybe kind of moves through at least a little too uncomfortably close to Charleston, maybe a little further off to the south. You jump on, I-70. How do you get into position for this?
It's been a little bit more difficult. When I dropped south a little bit ago for this thing, it's definitely a lot more trees as you go south here. So these are starting to work into the worst terrain, especially once you get into Indiana, where it's just nothing but trees, hills, windy roads. So it's kind of just getting to that point where they're about unchaseable. Well, for the speeds they're moving.
Now, I think I heard you mention, I was talking to the producers behind the scene. You're heading back towards Taylorville, right? Or you're heading back into Indiana. What's your game plan moving forward?
Well, probably. Well, we could probably shoot west a little bit, and then maybe a foot south of that storm to the west, unless it starts fizzling out. It's hard to tell if it's starting to fizzle out a little bit, but looks like we don't really have to move too far from where we're at. It's just going to skirt just south of us, it looks like.
What's your overall take for today? I mean, here we are heading into the final probably hour of daylight, or just about. Do you think that this played out? I mean, obviously, I think there's a lot of question on, what was left over with the storms from earlier. But, having a moderate risk and the way that the models presented this, definitely a bit of a different picture, I think, for these folks in the storms and what they encountered.
Yeah, definitely underperformed compared to what it could have been, because we were looking at a pretty high-end outbreak originally with this. So I guess we had a tornado up in Wisconsin, kind of out of the area you would expect it today, but overall definitely underperformed, which is a good thing for everybody out here. But you never know what could happen here in the next few hours. Things tend to ramp up too with that low-level jet and just after sunset. So not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, certainly not. I think for Indianapolis, looking at their neighbors to the west, seeing things kind of ramp up a little bit, they're thinking, oh, goodness, we thought maybe we were in the clear given this didn't play out. But now, again, like that low-level jet, you really can't discount these early evening hours because it does hold together. And that boundary is still screaming its way through. So, Corey, thanks for the live shot. Stay safe out there. We'll keep our eyes on your camera.
All right, we're going to take it from there to some of the new images that we're getting in, Jane. We have all eyes on the Midwest, and it is because of this severe weather outbreak. You talked about how we still have several hours ahead of us. Let's check in on some of the newest video coming in. We have our exclusive storm tracker, Corey Gerken. He's been currently on the road tracking these severe storms out of Illinois. This was the storm that we were just talking about in the very beginning stages before it continued to mature. And you could just see that hail core inside that storm, the little bit of rotation that's taking shape. We didn't have a full-on tornado caught on camera, which is great, but we still saw all of the elements kind of take shape with that. He saw this scene out of Mattoon. just moments ago. And then we had our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, who was also driving and tracking the very same storm across Illinois as well. This was just moments ago in Charleston. Look at all of that rain, that wind-driven rain taking shape, debris being picked up and lofted across the road as well. So we definitely saw all elements kind of playing out. This was in the city of Findlay just a couple of hours ago. Findlay, where you could see that storm taking shape too and maturing. We've just had our fair share of storms. We talked about seeing a couple of funnel clouds, but no confirmed tornadoes by visual just yet. But this is another shot from Brandon and Sullivan, Illinois, earlier this afternoon as well. So we have seen our fair share of severe weather. The thing is, we're not out of the woods just yet. We still have an opportunity for seeing more of these storms right into tonight. Want to look at some of this other damage that has already been coming through. We have exclusive storm tracker Mark Sudduth on some of that storm damage out of Charleston, Illinois. We're watching as millions are going to be under this threat going into the deep evening. We're tracking every development. Make sure you scan the QR code there for the live blog. We also have breaking news tonight. A warehouse fire, is burning in Los Angeles. At least 80 firefighters were called to the scene along a firefighting helicopter. A smoke advisory is in place for the nearby area, along with a shelter-in-place order as well. So we'll keep a close eye on these new developments also coming into our Fox Weather headquarters. We'll be right back after this break.
Strengthening overnight into a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane.
So many catastrophic aspects.
That's a top 10 storm on record. This is a monster storm.
It is.
Brutal conditions right now. Intense hurricane force winds.
We're looking at the worst conditions that we've seen since it came ashore.
It feels like little pins and needles.
We need to be prepared.
The hardworking folks over here are saving lives.
There's some good news in the extended forecast.
Fox Weather's Hurricane HQ is presented by Belfour Property Restoration, restoring more than property.
Are you one of 70 million Americans suffering from poor sleep every night? Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. In my 50 years as a journalist, I've never endorsed a national product, but this one has made such a difference that I have to do it. It's called Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 doctor-developed sleep aid. Now, I've reviewed the research, and since I've started taking Relaxium myself, I can tell you it works. A great night's sleep is the foundation of your health. Without it, your energy plummets, your focus fades, and your mood suffers. And over time, your very quality of life can be stolen from you. Relaxium Sleep was created by a clinical neurologist, has been studied, tested, and trusted to work. It is non-habit forming. It's made in the USA.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. Relaxium Sleep's multi-ingredient triple action formula helps to regulate the natural sleep cycle, relax the body, and calm the mind. Its ingredients address the root causes of sleeplessness and is guaranteed to work the very first night.
Relaxium helps me fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, wake up refreshed. And for a guy like me, always on the go, a good night's sleep is very important.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are we still talking about this? Why haven't you picked up the phone? Get your best night of sleep guaranteed. Please call now. Get your first bottle risk-free. Let's make America sleep again.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-909-0488. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-909-0488.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
I used to go for walks every morning, and then my arthritis got so bad it just became unbearable. I tried nearly everything to alleviate my pain, and the only thing that worked is the Hempvana Arthritis Pain Relief Gel. All I do is apply it to my feet and my ankles daily, and it provides almost immediate relief.
Hempvana Arthritis is the ultra-strength pain relief gel that specifically targets the pain caused by arthritis in your hands, shoulders, knees, ankles, wrists, and more. Available at Walmart, Hempvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping.
We're back with the Fox Weather Alert, taking you back out into Charleston, Illinois, where we have some storm damage from a recent particularly dangerous situation that played out just moments ago. Thankfully, that has been lifted, but you can see the damage is already done. I have Jane here with me in the studio. We've been tag teaming the radar and getting into the latest details. Jane, we have several power outages that are up across the board for this very area.
Yeah, in particular in and around Charleston, Illinois. So we take a look now across the state. 54,000 customers are without power. It is the state leading the list across the country. And within the county here, we do have reports of significant tree damage, power lines that are down, and in fact, some building damage at the Coles County Fairgrounds. So definitely not a good look. I mean, we watched this storm play out. We had Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, who were in the midst of this. Also, too, Mark Sudduth, who's around town, giving us a view of some of those downed trees. But you can see Corey, helping folks, Brandon as well. It looks like Brandon and Corey have finally met up with each other.
Yeah.
But, certainly some damage. You see here, this is someone's home, maybe.
Yeah, you see the trees
and the trees that are down on that home.
And we actually just got word we have Mark Sudduth on the phone. So actually, let's talk to him. Let's get his perspective. Mark, great to talk to you this evening. We were taking a look at your shot. We saw that you had some storm damage. Walk us through where you were in the midst of this storm, because this was one that definitely captured a lot of attention.
Yes, I've been out here all day working with my colleagues to try to track these interesting storms that seem like they're out of season, a January type trough with June thermodynamics, and it's just been a strange day. But here we are in Charleston, Illinois. I keep wanting to say South Carolina because that's close to where I live, but it's Charleston, Illinois. Clearly, a tornado went through here, but so far as we can tell, just minor tree damage. It looks like a like the equivalent to 70 to 90 mile per hour type winds like we would see in a tropical storm, high-end storm, or a hurricane. No major structural damage. Power's out intermittently. People already helping to clear stuff out of the roads. So a nuisance. But from what we have seen, I do have our drone up, and I'm trying to use that to survey some things. No major damage.
Well, that's certainly a blessing, given the fact that, I think one of the biggest dangers, Mark, when we were tracking this storm, given the radar presentation, but also, too, just the sheer amount of rain, you wouldn't have been able to see anything in this as it was coming through.
So that's the other part, exactly. This was a rain-wrapped tornado, presumably. Obviously, we have to wait for Weather Service to do their survey, but it was warned. It looked rain-wrapped to us. Very heavy rain, lots of lightning, prolific hail producer on the north side of it. And then it did what we called occluded, and it's been moving on off to the east from here. But there's more, as you guys are certainly covering, coming in from the west, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, we have a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings, as you mentioned, just off towards the west of Charleston. And we had at one point, it was tagged for, I believe, 70 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, it looks as though they dropped that severe thunderstorm warning for you guys. The storm itself, it may be kind of shifting north, still some very heavy rain, but still we've been tracking this one particular cell that's moving just south of Taylorville into Shelbyville now, right? Has the tornado warning on it, radar indicated. Again, a pretty decent hail maker. We've got it up on the board here, Mark. Of course, we've got your camera up too, showcasing some of the damage there in Charleston. But, when you look at how today is panned out, obviously we had a moderate risk, and there was just the dynamics in place that maybe got a little stunted from the late morning, kind of early afternoon progression of that rain and thunderstorms from the overnight. But now the low-level jet kicks in, and suddenly we've got, a renewed threat perhaps into this evening.
Yeah, perhaps. And, up at what we call the 700 millibar level of the atmosphere, maybe a little bit warmer than was thought. And that creates a little bit of what we call a warm nose. We see that a lot during snow events oh, the warm nose came in and it changed stuff over to sleet or something. Severe weather takes a lot to have everything to come together. It's complicated. But, you know, in the end, luckily not a significant outbreak yet. But just as you mentioned, the low-level jet, it is not over till it's over. You think back to 2024, a lot of tornadoes happened at night, and Oklahoma was one of these types of events where a lot of people thought they dodged a bullet. Marietta, Georgia, and Sulphur, not Georgia, sorry, Oklahoma. It's been a long day. Bear with me. So Marietta, there is a Marietta, Georgia, I think, but Marietta, Oklahoma, and then, of course, in Sulphur, Oklahoma, nighttime. Rain-wrapped tornadoes, very dangerous. So still a few hours to go before we can relax a little bit.
Mark, what's your plan moving forward? As you mentioned, we still do have a long evening ahead of us. We know that we're getting ready to switch gears, and we have Ari in the studio now, too. So we're going to continue this coverage here. But out in the field, what do you think you're going to do next? You're going to move off towards, say, the east into Indiana, where we have that watch in place until 1 a.m., or back west, where we have a couple of those mature storms trying to take shape?
Probably get back to the west a little bit, just looking at the radar here on my phone. That one near Shelbyville, you know, you never know. These things can cycle. So we're going to probably head over to a town called Paradise. Actually, it's getting ready to rain really hard here where I am, so I'm bringing my drone back so we can get that sucker landed before it gets rained on. Yeah, we're going to try to do this into the evening, but it's going to be more difficult because we're still getting towards dark, and you know, we want to make sure we're safe. That's the number one priority.
Safety is top of mind.
Just tough. Yes, absolutely.
Speaking of the heavy rain, I mean, we've got flash flood warnings galore. We've picked up throughout the day today more than, 3 to 5 inches of rain across parts of central Illinois. I know that, you know, the Weather Prediction Center, they went and highlighted that risk. They upgraded us, in fact, to that. Right, the flood watch, the level 3 out of 4. So kind of a good call on their part.
Oh, absolutely. And we drove through a lot of that heavy rain many a time on the highways, lots of ponding. Luckily, not a lot of traffic, and I think people heeded the warnings, and why not? It's all over social media and everything. It's accessible, finally. We can't hide from it, which is a good thing, and I think people took it seriously, and you've seen just a couple of accidents where the wet road put somebody in the ditch or something, but nothing crazy. But that is a hazard. And, of course, we've got Arthur going on down along the Gulf Coast. Yeah. What a wild weather Wednesday.
Yeah, wild weather week. I mean, Arthur in itself, we're still watching very closely, but a lot of that moisture does find its way, thankfully not in an area like Illinois, but across parts of the Gulf Coast in the southeast. Jane's bringing up the estimated rain because we still have a couple of flash flooding warnings actually around Champaign. Looks like within the last couple of hours, we've seen upwards of 2-3 inches of rain.
Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, the moisture up here, you could really feel it as the day progressed. That return flow, you know, you got Arthur down there, but the Gulf was not completely cut off. You know, sometimes during these severe weather events, you get a big complex of thunderstorms and it cuts that moisture off. There's ample moisture. The Gulf is running a warmer than normal, and it was easy to transport it north. Again, this is a very anomalous winter-type pattern with the overall setup. The strong trough, that's what we call the kinematics, and then the thermodynamics, it's freaking June 17th, and we are feeling it. It was definitely muggy up here. I've never been to Illinois for anything like this, so this has been a learning experience for me.
Yeah, you know, I'm curious. I mean, when it comes to chasing, you know, every state has its challenges. Everything is different. We've been talking with Brandon and Corey about, you know, their game plan. Corey was just telling us, too, you know, heading a little farther south, south and west, it does get, you know, a more dense tree canopy, and that does make it a little more difficult to view, let alone the fact that you guys are headed towards sunset. So, you know, what has been your main takeaway? You know, kind of set up and do some storm chasing in this zone?
A lot of today's work to get into position, we drove through, you know, the corn country, the corn belt. So it was wide open, beautiful cornfields. But some of these areas, you get towards river valleys and then populated areas where trees have grown over the decades, and it is a little bit more treed. But it's different. People compare this to sort of a Dixie Alley tornado setup deep in the south, and This at least is more open than that. A lot less trees up here. But I say that as we're looking at, now it's just pouring like crazy on us. This town that we're in, Charleston, Illinois, what do you think that is, CJ? Does it look like a pecan, however you say it? The debate on that for ages, right? Very large trees here in this park split. But again, that's going to be in the cities. Once you get out into the open plains around here, that's been a real blessing because we could see pretty far and wide. And I'm going to be uploading some video tomorrow for you guys. One of them is our 360 shot near Decatur. Unbelievable. It's going to look like it was CGI, like something Spielberg would put out in one of his movies. But it was absolutely real. I can't wait to share that with you all for tomorrow.
Well, Mark, we appreciate your shots and, of course, always chatting with us, keeping us abreast of what you're up to. Stay safe out there this evening because you're right, storms are coming and the rain is still pouring. So be safe out there. We'll be checking back in with you again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks. Good to be with you.
All right, Jane, and we know our other big story tonight happens to be back across the South, so we didn't forget about that. Want to show you some of the new videos coming in. Dealing with dangerous flooding, but that's not all. A confirmed tornado was captured in Enterprise, Alabama earlier this evening. Thankfully, no damage was immediately reported there, but definitely stunning to capture there on camera. Texans are dealing with the intense rain rates once again. Roads are looking just like this. Cars and trucks navigating the deep flood water. Some cars are partially submerged, very dangerous conditions to drive in. And that has been the case for the majority of this week. We'll continue to see it once again later this week. Another look at the southeast Texas area where this street was flooded out in Pinehurst. More cars navigating through those flood waters. A look at Houston earlier, a park was submerged by the heavy rain. This was recorded by a resident who was stranded in their car and waiting for that storm to pass. Now, another flooded yard in Texas where inches of rain drowned this neighborhood just yesterday. It looks like a body of water, but that is someone's front or backyard. We're not done just yet. We've been getting in on the pictures. We've been getting in on the videos. We've been showing you guys. Keep them coming here. You're looking at some of the new images coming through out of Indianapolis, back where we had that severe weather taking shape through the course of this afternoon and evening. This is one of those images, and we look at different vantage points where we have yet another. This is Michigan, where some hail fell across the region. Looks like this is also part of this severe thunderstorm threat that we've had through the majority of this evening. Now, if you have any weather photos, any videos that you want to show us, make sure you scan that QR code on your screen and share it here with us, or even head over to foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back after this break. We're going to regroup and take a look at these severe storms, bring you the very latest after this.
Hey guys, good to see you. Nick Koster here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, where we save you money on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. To start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. We've got lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen back. And Courtney, I love nothing more than to go on a run on a warm day with my favorite playlist playing in my headphones.
Oh my gosh, it's wonderful. And if you've been looking at all the noise canceling headphones, the ones that are over ears, they're so smart and chocked full of technology, but they're also hundreds of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna wanna pick these up from Studio. These are their pro headphones. I want you to just put these on because say you're just working in a busy office environment or you just want a little peace and quiet. These are noise cancellation, but how cushy the inside of the ears feel.
Yeah.
It's like spa serenity. But then say you want to go for a walk or a jog, listen to a call, a podcast. They actually have incredible crystal clear surround sound, but you can also take calls. There's 5 microphones that are built in, which is unheard of in the industry. If you've been waiting to upgrade your earbuds, because by the way, the more I hear about that, the more I don't want them in my ears. The battery life on these, 65 hours before it needs a recharge.
Wow.
So take your calls, listen to your podcast, $59.99, saving you 50% off in 3 colors.
Nothing worse than when your headphone batteries die mid-workout. 65 hours is a long time. To buy these, scan the QR code on your screen or go to foxweatherdeals.com.
Are you one of 70 million Americans suffering from poor sleep every night? Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. In my 50 years as a journalist, I've never endorsed a national product, but this one has made such a difference. then I have to do it. It's called Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 doctor-developed sleep aid. Now, I've reviewed the research, and since I've started taking Relaxium myself, I can tell you it works. A great night's sleep is the foundation of your health. Without it, your energy plummets, your focus fades, and your mood suffers. And over time, your very quality of life can be stolen from you. Relaxium Sleep was created by a clinical neurologist, has been studied, tested, and trusted to work. It is non-habit forming. It's made in the USA.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. Relaxium Sleep's multi-ingredient triple-action formula helps to regulate the natural sleep cycle, relax the body, and calm the mind. Its ingredients address the root causes of sleeplessness and is guaranteed to work the very first night.
Relaxium helps me fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, wake up refreshed. And for a guy like me, always on the go, a good night's sleep is very important.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are we still talking about this? Why haven't you picked up the phone? Get your best night of sleep guaranteed. Please call now. Get your first bottle risk-free. Let's make America sleep again.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-909-0488. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-909-0488.
I'm Richard Karn, and everyone loves my hose, the Pocket Hose Ballistic, now made with a bulletproof polymer that is 5 times stronger than steel. Just turn on the water and it expands to a full-size hose. And look, our pocket pivot rotates 360 degrees. It prevents tangles, kinks, and leaks. Then turn off the water and it shrinks back to a pocket size so it's easy to store.
Get your pocket hose today at the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and Amazon with free shipping.
But they're going fast.
This is the story of the one who knows half-baked preparation leads to downtime that could bring the whole workday to a standstill. That's why she relies on Grainger. With professional-grade products and next-day delivery, Grainger helps ensure her team, and a whole lot of donuts, make every day a little sweeter. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We're back with a Fox Weather Alert, looking at some of the storm damage across parts of South Central Illinois. Earlier today, we had a particularly dangerous situation just a matter of moments ago, actually, top of the hour. And now we're looking at some of that damage that's left behind. I have our very own Fox Weather, Ari Sarsalari, joining me this evening, getting ready to pass the baton. But Ari, you've been watching this, and this was really the storm of the day that really took shape. I know we had another one in Wisconsin that we'll talk about.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this one, at least as far as the main threat area, definitely the storm of the day. A lot of reports of the tornado, and a lot of people had eyes on it, and we could see some of the damage from it. I don't think we're quite done with this event yet, but maybe the worst is past. There are a lot of different factors I've been watching super closely while sitting up in my office, just like prepping the show. I think the anvil clouds from these thunderstorms, because they were blowing off to the southeast, directly into the threat area, that might have prevented more sunlight from getting in. And I think that kind of stabilized the atmosphere a little bit. So, look, again, obviously this was a big severe weather outbreak, and we've still got more storms to go. Yeah. But I think it could have been worse overall.
It certainly could have been worse, and we've been talking about that with our storm trackers. We had a chance to talk to Corey. We do have Mark Sudduth back on the phone, I believe, with us, right? Nancy, or are we talking to Corey? Okay, we're talking to Brandon Kopic, actually.
Hey, Brandon.
For the first time this evening. So let's actually get his perspective, because he punched through this storm, and we saw a lot of heavy rain. I think we have him on the phone with us. Brandon, if you can hear us, talk to us about your decision to go deeper into the storm as opposed to watching it from the south.
Yeah, Kiana, so there really wasn't much of a choice, any chance of getting any sort of visual of this tornado today here in Charleston was only going to be up close and personal with it. It was a very heavily wrapped in rain tornado, and in situations like this, you have to get into what's known as the bear's cage for obvious reasons. The rain's heavily wrapped around the tornado. It hit past just barely to my north, there's a decent amount of damage here in Charleston, but thankfully it's fairly weak in nature. No homes significantly damaged. Corey told me there was a building, or excuse me, a mobile home that got flipped. But thankfully, aside from that, most of the damage is tree damage, power line damage, and fairly minor damage overall, thankfully.
You know, Brandon, this event was billed to be, you know, at least as far as the ceiling goes, it could have been really, really bad. And I know we're not done with it quite yet, but I'm curious from your perspective, because you actually had eyes on the storms, you know, what do you think prevented this from being like a super widespread tornado outbreak? I know we had the Charleston storm obviously produced a tornado. We had a big one up in Iowa and Wisconsin earlier. Kinematics were off the charts, crazy jet stream wind and all that kind of stuff. What do you think may have helped us out a little bit here?
Honestly, I think the biggest thing that came into play is the thermodynamics. The available energy in the atmosphere just did not have enough time to recover between the morning convection and then what happened after when the storms actually initiated. These storms actually looked very good, honestly. On reflectivity, they were very healthy, but there was just not enough energy in the atmosphere for them to produce, you know, more significant tornadoes.
Yeah, it's a totally wild thing to see because when the storm started to pop, it had the look that all the forecast models were showing, where it was just all these individual cells. They all started to look like hooks. And then I'm looking around and I'm not seeing as many tornado reports. I mean, thankfully, maybe it didn't end up as bad as it could have been, but we got more severe weather to go. Where do you think it goes from here? Do you think we're done with the worst of the threat, or how does the evening go?
I think for now, at least it appears we're mostly outflowy for the time being. So I don't think our tornado threat is going to be much higher through the remainder of the evening. We're just going to have to watch and wait. These storms have done weird things where you think that it's over for the day and then it's not. So we're just watching it closely and seeing how it evolves.
And I want to talk about that because I know that there is still that extent of a tornado watch a little bit farther to the east in Indiana. What's your goal now? Are you moving east? Or are you heading back west where we have still some of those mature storms that are still warned to your west?
Right now, my plan is to head south on Highway 130, south of Charleston, and take that to Interstate 70 to Greenup. And I'm watching this supercell that's got a hook off to the west of us right now. That thing's going to move to the south and east, and going to keep an eye on that to see if that thing wants to try and, promote tornado genesis or not.
All right. Well, we're going to be watching that. I know you're going to be watching that too.
Yeah.
Did you want to ask any questions about Wisconsin, Iowa? I know that was a big storm.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of the times there are certain storm chasers that will kind of chase the secondary target or whatever it is, and there was some talk about that area. And then I think it produced the storm of the day, and we'll talk about that coming up on Fox Weather at night too. But yeah, we'll be with you guys until at least midnight tonight. If we got to go a little later, we certainly will. Always prepared for these big outbreaks here at Fox Weather.
Absolutely. Brandon, I want to thank you for joining us. Again, stay safe out there. Ari, I'm going to wish you, all the luck because we know that, as Brandon mentioned, these storms have been really wacky. They have tapped into uncharted energy. Maybe we see that again tonight. But we're going to be with you all night long. We're weathering this storm with you. The opportunity of more of these storms going into the next couple of hours, too.
Yeah, we'll be here. Let's do it. Look at this.
Now, one spot dodging the flood threat is the Dallas Metro. And just in time for today's FIFA World Cup match between England and against Croatia. Now, England won, and fans are still buzzing with that energy. We have Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red there at Dallas Stadium. Asher, how was the game? How's the energy out there? How are folks enjoying Dallas?
Well, Kiana, there's a lot of folks out here, and they're all pretty hot right now because right now at Dallas Stadium, it's 92 degrees. We're under a heat advisory, so there's a lot of water going around. And, people are still seeming to enjoy it, though. There's fans behind me, a DJ over there playing some music. And this was really a game that a lot of people were anticipating because England and Croatia have a bit of a history with one another. They've had their horns locked ever since 2018, when Croatia, who was not favored to win in the World Cup semifinal that year, ended up beating England 2-1 and securing their own spot for their very first World Cup final. And today, the Croatian fans were hoping that their team might be able to pull that off, and it just didn't happen. But it was a harder battle for England than they thought it would be because at halftime, it was tied 2-2. Fans coming out for halftime expecting the same outcome as before with a very low-scoring game. But then it just all changed. England scored very early in that second half, and then pretty late into the second half, bringing that score to 4-2. And England's walking away with a victory. Croatia, on the other hand, walking away with their heads hung low, but they're still in the competition. Kiana?
All right, it's going to be a lot of electric energy through the next couple of days and even weeks that we'll be watching pretty closer. Asher, thanks so much for that update. And the action started before kickoff in Houston today. Fans traded jerseys for rain and ponchos ahead of the Portugal and Congo game. Now, from intense heat to heavy downpours, weather is becoming a major player at the World Cup. So let's break down what the next couple of days look like ahead of us when it comes to some of the big games. We're watching very closely several areas for these games, looking at both coasts here, which I find so interesting because we have quiet conditions in most areas. So that does mean that our ROE continues to be low and fairly low through the next couple of days. This is a look at Friday's games. But going into Friday, we do have the USA team playing against Australia, and we're looking at a low ROE. So that's some good news there. That's out of Seattle, Washington. As we look at the conditions, temperatures are very mild in the 70s under some sunshine. By the time we get into Saturday, we do have a medium ROE back at Houston Stadium, so we'll be watching those conditions very closely. That's going to be against Ecuador and Curacao. Now, the big impact is going to be the precip. We could see some rain that interrupts the game there, and that could be something that is very interesting for how things get started and how things end when it comes to the teams. Now, once we move forward into Saturday evening, we're watching very closely Kansas City for a chance of some thunderstorms there too. So we'll keep a close eye on all of these conditions in the days ahead. Now, don't forget that Team USA suits back up for their second match of the World Cup in just a couple of days. They face off against Socceroos in Australia, or for Australia on Friday. Coverage starts at 1 p.m. Eastern on Fox. Kickoff is at 3. Now back to our big story here tonight. We have a look at Sullivan, Illinois, where we're watching storms continue to bubble up for this evening. We do have a chance of seeing some significant tornadoes as well as big wind gusts and large hail. We'll continue to track all of these big weather stories here at Fox Weather Live. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after that break.
Hi, I'm Jane Menard, and today we're talking about the Enhanced Fujita Scale. The Enhanced Fujita Scale is damage-based, using the information collected by National Weather Service survey teams along a tornado's path and radar estimations to measure the strength of a tornado. So let's take a look at the damage, starting with the lowest end of the scale, EF0. Minor damage occurs with a tornado of the lowest rank, with wind speeds up to 85 miles per hour. Some broken branches and some shingles could be blown off a roof. An EF1 rating includes broken doors, windows, and damage to mobile homes with wind speeds up to 110 miles per hour. With EF2 ratings, extensive damage is observed. Roofs will be blown off, mobile homes will be destroyed, and wind speeds could be clocked up to 135 miles per hour. On the high end of the scale, we have an EF3 rating with winds up to 165 miles per hour. Extensive damage is made to multi-level homes and large buildings. With an EF4 tornado, sturdy homes and brick walls will collapse with wind speeds up to 200 miles per hour. Finally, the EF5 rating, the highest and most destructive on the EF scale. Total devastation, towns unrecognizable with winds over 200 miles per hour. No matter the rating, tornadoes can bring damage, heartbreak, and destruction anywhere in the United States. So make sure you download the Fox Weather app when severe weather is in your area to stay up to date with the latest information. Fox Weather.
With grocery prices getting more and more expensive, I can't afford not to vacuum seal my food. So let me introduce you to InstaSeal.
InstaSeal came through with the world's first vertical vacuum sealer.
Perfectly sealed, air is out, now it's ready to just throw into the freezer.
My food stays fresh like 5 times longer.
People everywhere are sealing and saving money with InstaSeal, the world's first vertical vacuum sealer, designed to make your food last up to 5 times longer. 1 week in a normal storage bag and 5 5 weeks in InstaSeal. Go from throw it away to fresh and delicious any day.
The InstaSeal takes it, seals it.
And not only that, they help foods stay fresh up to 5 times longer.
I'm saving money. I'm not throwing food away. I am now obsessed.
With InstaSeal, you'll throw away less food and save more money. Buy in bulk, freeze, store, and save even more. Plus, because there's no air, InstaSeal preserves the flavor and protects from freezer burn. Look at the difference.
I was getting so tired of throwing away produce every single week. Now, I just seal them upright. They actually stay fresh way longer, like 5 times longer.
InstaSeal makes meal prep a breeze, helps you pack your kids' lunch so it stays fresh all day, and keeps oatmeal, cereals, and snacks crunchy in the cabinet. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. InstaSeal typically sells for $99.99, but when you call or go online now, you'll get 20% off. That's just $79.99. Plus, we'll give you enough storage bags to fill your fridge.
I put meats in here, I put soups in here, literally anything you can think of that you want to preserve.
It seals it upright so you eliminate spills. You will not regret this. I highly recommend it.
But wait, there's more. We're gonna ship your entire order free. It's all backed by a 90-day money-back guarantee. You get it all. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-514-1064 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-514-1064 or order online at buyinstaseal.com. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Welcome into Fox Weather at Night. I'm meteorologist Ari Sarsalari. We have had quite a day of severe weather. Overall, I think this event could have been worse than it was, but we've still had some really big storm reports through a lot of Illinois, starting to move into Indiana right now. There's actually a couple different rounds of storms. You can see our storm trackers are out there, Brandon Kopic, Corey Gerken. We've even got Mark Sudduth out in the field, too. I'll show you his shot here coming up in just a little bit. But I want to get you just kind of an overview of what's going on right now as far as the severe weather goes. Of course, you probably heard that we have the level 4 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And, at points there were some chatterings about were they going to raise this to a 5, because really there's just so much. The kinematic energy in the air today is wild for this time of year. We've got a crazy jet stream in the upper levels of the atmosphere. The low-level jet is kicking. There's a lot of spin in the air. The only thing that's been lacking a little bit, and we knew this was going to be possibly a factor, was the amount of storm energy, which is basically the ability for the air to rise. And in order to get that, you need to have like some sunshine to destabilize the atmosphere. Of course, we had that first round of storms that came through during the morning, and the question was going to be, are things going to recover enough to have the really widespread, big-time, severe thunderstorm and possible tornado outbreak? At this point, at least where we're at right now, I would not say that we've had a tornado outbreak, but we did have a tornado in Charleston, Illinois, not terribly long ago, a little bit south of Springfield there. And it was, it definitely did some damage if you were watching over the last little while. And we'll show you some video here coming up, too. Mark Sudduth was out there. He was surveying some of the damage. I think he was trying to get the drone up, so we'll see if we can get you some of that video coming up in just a little bit. But here's your level 4 threat. That's what the pink circle is here. It's the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, and here's where we're at right now. Radar over the last 3 hours, and yes, we only have 2 tornado warnings, no confirmed tornadoes. One thing that we are starting to see is some flash flooding issues where these storms have gone over because they've dumped a huge amount of rain. That's been a hallmark of a lot of the storms throughout the afternoon and the evening. And they've dumped some large hail as well, big hail. We've had some big-time damaging wind, several wind gusts in excess of 70. I even saw I believe around an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. I'll go through some of those coming up. But I did want to get you just a wide view of everything that's going on right now. This was our main threat area, starting to see storms roll into Indiana right now. This was, I would say, kind of an overperforming part of the risk. We had honestly, the storm of the day came out of northern Iowa into western Wisconsin. It was a big tornado. You could clearly see it on radar, debris all over the place. It went through not the most populated area, but I'm sure some places sustained some damage from that. So I'm sure there's a lot of tree damage up there too. And then, of course, we have this other sector of our threat area where we have kind of I don't want to say a line of storms. I mean, these storms have formed along a line. This is the cold front down here toward the southwest Missouri into eastern Kansas. And interestingly enough, I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised at what the radar looks like here. It looks like these are dying down to some degree. Now, we'll see what happens over the next few hours. We'll be here with you through all this. But here's the main threat area right now. And I'm going to zoom in on this storm. We got a storm moving through Terre Haute right now. You guys are under a tornado warning. Clay and Vigo counties. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I don't think we're in a great radar spot here. No, we're not too far from the radar. So let's see what we can see here. Yeah, here we go. Terre Haute. Got a camera from there, and you can see the storm as it's rolling through. Now, I see a lot of rain on the ground, which means that, I'm not exactly sure where this particular camera is. I'm trying to figure out which side of the storm we're on here. But because based on radar, it looks like it's raining really, really hard in Terre Haute right now. And maybe it is kind of. But either way, you can see a lot of lightning there, those low, kind of menacing-looking clouds. I think even if we don't see a tornado with this storm, and that's certainly possible, we'll probably get some very strong wind out of this. And I've turned the storm reports on here, guys. So again, there have been no LSRs out of this storm, meaning nobody on the ground reporting, damaging wind, hail, or tornadoes. Now, to be fair, sometimes there's a little bit of a delay, but it looks like a lot of the storm reports here have been farther off toward the west when things were really kicking. I should turn on the tornado ones also. Sorry about that. And so, yeah, you can see here, again, for some reason, no tornado LSRs in Charleston, but there were plenty of reports from chasers that were on the ground that saw the tornado.
There are some wind damage reports that do mention the damage to mobile homes and buildings.
Okay, is this up around Decatur that you're talking about? Or
no,
Charleston?
It's in Charleston. Oh. It's kind of behind the label.
Oh, behind the label. That's what was getting me there. Okay, so if you zoom in a lot, you can actually see this. I was like, how are there no reports out of there? That's crazy. Significant tree damage, power lines down. This is at the fairgrounds, and that was a little bit earlier. See what else we have here. Well, that was the one I just did. Let me try another one. We've got a siding torn off and partial roofing removed from apartment buildings with a lot of limbs down. So bottom line here is it appears there was a tornado that went through Charleston. It was pretty clear on radar. This severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, they're saying 2.5-inch diameter hail. This is south of Charleston. And, Charleston, there's a spot where not long ago when Kiana and Jane were interviewing Mark Sudduth while he was out there surveying some of the damage, it was kind of quiet. They were in between storms. So it was like around this time or so right here. And now you got another storm that's rolling in from the west, which luckily should be out of here pretty quickly. And, I suppose you could see this storm that's in Decatur right now rolling in after that. But the point is, you guys got hit by a tornado in Charleston. It strongly appears that way. Cumberland, Effingham, Jasper, and Shelby counties are under a tornado warning right now. 2.5-inch diameter hail possible in that storm too. That'll be crossing I-70 pretty soon. Already starting to get some rain here east of Effingham. And I-57 north of there getting some really heavy rain and likely some hail there too. So we have had some pretty big hail reports, to be fair. Let me show you some of the top reports that we've had so far today. We'll go with straight line damaging wind first. The Decatur airport had a 78-mile-per-hour wind gust. There was a spot in Iowa that had a 78 as well. That's what I was referring to when I said around 80 miles an hour or so, and a bunch of reports of 70-plus in parts of Illinois, and a lot of 60-plus. And I also want to check on, oh, yeah, go ahead. You can do that. Yeah. Oh, look at this. We got a tornado down. Okay, so this is live, guys. This is live. Effingham, Illinois. We were just looking at the radar. I said We got a severe storm that's going to be producing 2.5-inch diameter hail. Look at this, big cone tornado. That looks pretty violent. Anybody who lives in Effingham, Illinois, you guys need to get down to your tornado safe spot, which is the lowest level of your house, as close to the center of the house as you can possibly get. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Goodness, look at that. See, you don't want to call it too early here. This is why. A lot of people saying bust. You know, maybe it wasn't as bad as it could have been during the late afternoon, but here we are in the evening, and we've got a tornado that's in progress. If you're just joining us, we are looking northwest from a camera in Effingham, Illinois, and we've got a tornado on the ground. Look at that. I wonder if any of our trackers are close to this. I'm going to check off to the side here, but yeah, definitely keep this full. Wow. That thing, here's one thing that I'm noticing about that tornado. It's moving fast. I mean, that thing is probably moving at over 50 miles an hour. Now, you know, just in case you were wondering, you don't have to have the condensation funnel completely reaching the ground in order to have a tornado. If you look closely at the ground, what you will notice is that there's a bunch of debris flying around. Is this possible to throw this in my telestrator, guys? Let me know if, okay, they're gonna work on that. Look at this. Yeah, there you go. This is Effingham, Illinois. Tornado in progress right now. Kopic is on this storm. I don't think he's quite super close to the tornado. Wow, this is the shot of the day, because a lot of the other tornadoes have been rain wrapped, so you couldn't really see them. This one has found itself kind of outside of the rain a little bit. So here's a great indication. We're not done. We're not done with this event yet, guys. We've got, oh yeah, here we go. I've got the telestrator. So again, you see the condensation funnel here. It's not reaching the ground. A lot of people think that means it's just a funnel cloud. It's not a tornado, but look at all this. Look at all this debris flying around. And we have a tornado in progress. Look how fast that thing is going. Are you kidding me? Effingham, Illinois. Please, obviously, take this seriously. Get down into the basement if you have one. And if not, first floor of your house, as close to the middle of it as you can get. Lots of walls between you and the outside. That's the goal. Wow. That popped up quickly. So we have a confirmed tornado now, obviously, and that's in the wording on the warning right now. Cumberland, Effingham, Jasper, and Shelby counties. That's in central Illinois. This is a tornado warning for that tornado that you're seeing right here. So this is a live shot of an ongoing tornado, Effingham, Illinois. I'm going to take a peek at this on radar just to see what the trends are. Goodness, something's up with the velocity data, but that's okay. Who needs radar? We're actually looking at the tornado right here. Got the water tower in the foreground here. Now, I'm curious. The reason I wanted to look at the radar because I wanted to see how heavily populated the area is that this is going through. I mean, obviously, this is one of the more populated areas around there, the town of Effingham. Yeah, 12,000 people in that town. Tornado's still in progress here, guys. I think it's still on the ground. Now, we're going to have to watch this and see what it does, because this is going to tell us here how are things going to go over the next couple of hours. Are the tornadoes going to be relatively brief? Will they drop and then lift pretty quickly, or are they going to stay on the ground for a long time, like the one that went between Iowa and Wisconsin a little bit earlier on? I was on the ground for over 20 miles. We could clearly see it on radar. Yeah, that's still down, guys. That's still down. Look at this. Look at the horizontal vortex on that too. Oh yeah. There you have it, guys. Tornado in progress, Effingham, Illinois. And it doesn't look like it's lifting anytime soon. It's kind of coming back down to the surface right there. Look at that, big piece of debris flying around right there. Guys, we have to grab a super quick break here. We're gonna stay on this camera, Effingham, Illinois, get in your tornado safe spot right now. Hang tight.
Tired of the pain? It's time for Hemvana Lidocaine, powered by Ultra Strength Lidocaine to help numb pain fast. Back pain? Lidocaine. Knee pain? Lidocaine. Any kind of pain? Lidocaine. Also available in maximum strength 5% lidocaine for anorectal use. Get your 4% or 5% Hemvana lidocaine at Walmart, Hemvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping. Order now.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use. Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight, under 2 pounds. Look at the raw power create a tidal wave of leaves and debris. It's like having a jet engine in the palm of your hand to clean faster and easier than ever. Forget big blower hassles. Now just grab, go, and blow to effortlessly clean any area. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. We measured the wind speed of this bulky blower at 20 miles per hour, but Bullseye blows away the competition at 55 miles per hour. Cleaning gutters with a big corded blower is impossible, but Bullseye makes it easy. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with proprietary jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of high-capacity airflow, easily knocking down these heavy bricks from afar. Just like a car wash blower, the force of Bullseye can dry your car in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your porch in a flash, or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200, but get the Bullseye Compact Power Blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Don't wait. Order yours today.
Call 1-800-681-6554 or go to bullseyeblower.com. So call 1-800-681-6554. That's 1-800-681-6554 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
This is the Fox Weather Alert. We have a tornado in progress in Effingham, Illinois right now. This is literally a live shot of it. Now, you might be looking at this thinking, where's the tornado? About 5 minutes ago, you could clearly see it because it was not wrapped in rain. Now, it is wrapped in rain. So it is back inside here. If you look very closely, you can kind of see a bit of a condensation funnel back in there. See that? And there's just so much rain that's wrapping around this now that it's shrouding the view. This is not the tornado over here. That's the leading edge of the shelf cloud, the lowering of the storm. This tornado is moving through the north side of Effingham, Illinois. Sam, throw me over on Max super quick here. I just want to show people that you can see the debris on this. And this is not terribly close to the radar site, okay, right here. This is your debris ball. This is your tornado. So if you live on the south side of Effingham, this is not going to hit you if you live south of downtown. But places like Lilyville, Montrose, St. Francis, you guys absolutely have to be in your tornado safe spot right now, okay? This is a big deal. This is a big deal. This is not a drill. It's just on the north side of I-57, or I should say I-70 here, I suppose, kind of where the two meet. Yeah, just north of I-70, crossing I-57 as we speak. That's a live shot of it right down below me. Very tough to see. It's wrapped in rain right now, so you won't be able to see it. And so our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, he's out ahead of it right now. He's actually positioned very well to get a good look at this, assuming that it's even visible. You see all that rain in the background of his shot? The tornado's in there somewhere. Yeah, the tornado's look at that big lightning strike too. You guys want to take Max and I'll be able to draw on this? Look at this. This entire little batch of rain here, there is a tornado embedded within that. And I'm wondering if this is it here. See, he has a different perspective than the camera that we're looking at. He's approaching the storm from the east. The camera was looking at it from the south, from downtown Effingham. So Brandon's in Montrose, and he is positioned to get a good look at this tornado. But again, you know, just to remind people here, let me get you the counties on this. I'll have to pop up the radar here, hang tight. Yeah, a couple reports of a tornado coming in. There are your tornado LSRs. And you saw it here on Fox Weather. As soon as this thing came down, we had the camera on it. And it looks like it dropped somewhere northwest of Effingham, and now it's moving toward the southeast. This is the tornado right now, right along I-70. People on I-70, like west of Montrose, you do not want to be driving during this. This is a serious situation where we've got a tornado in progress. Cumberland, Effingham, Jasper, and Shelby counties. Those are the counties that are included in this warning. It's a confirmed tornado. It's ongoing right now. It's buried back there in all that rain. You're not going to be able to see this. There was a brief time when you could see it. It was for about 4 or 5 minutes or so when it first dropped. And now it's gotten buried in the rain as this thing that we call the RFD, the rear flank downdraft. It just brings a bunch of precipitation, wraps it around the tornado. Yeah, this was from earlier. This was literally from about, I would say, like less than 10 minutes ago, 8, 9, 10 minutes ago, something like that. And so that's right when the tornado came down. Big old cone tornado, violent at the surface. And it took a couple of different, had a couple of different looks to it while we could see it. And then in this view, you can see all that rain that's behind the tornado. Remember, we're looking toward the northwest. That rain got wrapped around the tornado, so it is ongoing. You could see it on radar still right now. But yeah, not a good situation there in Effingham. Man, I was about ready to say we might get through this day without too much, but the fat lady has not sung yet. We've still got some time to go before this is done. Here's your tornado right here, right along I-70. Now remember, this is from a radar site that's kind of far away. This is not in a great radar spot. We don't have a Weather Service radar that's close to this, and the radar beam shoots up at an upward angle. So what ends up happening is you're getting data from way high up in the air. Now that means a couple of things. First off, it means that you're not seeing the exact spot that the tornado is. The tornado is probably much smaller than this debris signature is. But the bad thing about it is that means that this debris is being lofted really high up in the sky, because that's as low as we can possibly see with the radar beam. So, violent tornadoes, they can launch debris really high up in the sky, and this is a great spot here to use this debris product. Again, the way this works is like where you see the blue and green colors, that basically means that there's a lot of differently sized and differently shaped stuff that's flying around. Sometimes it can be a mixture of rain and hail. Winter storms, you can have a mixed precip. But in this case, because we know there's a tornado ongoing, because we see all the spin on radar, we know that that's tornado debris that you're seeing right there. So there it is, tornado. Moving into the north side of St. Francis right now. Be in your tornado safe space, please. Let's see, Brandon. Okay, so now it says he's in Teutopolis. Not sure if I'm saying that right, but he was just recently in Montrose. So, I think we just saw him recently get off of the highway. He's probably on 40. He's probably around St. Francis, I would imagine. So there you go. Okay, Brandon has a very good look at this right now. Remember, Brandon's going to be looking at the tornado from the southeast. Yeah. No, absolutely. I think there's a tornado there. My producer's in my ear telling me that he thinks the view is interesting. I'm thinking that, yep, there it is. Look at that. The tornado's right there. It's about to cross the road in front of him. Goodness. Do we have sound from Brandon's feed? Yeah, just take this full with the gnats. Oh my gosh, look how much damage that's doing. If you're just joining us, this is our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. He is east of Effingham, Illinois, watching a tornado cross the road in front of him right now. Look how violent that is. Oh my goodness, it just hit a house. Oh no, the roof is gone. Oh no, 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 no. Oh my goodness, that is really, really bad. Oh no. Look how violent that was. There's the sound.
Turning into a cone tornado now. Yeah, turning into a large cone. Just crossed in front of me, violent. I need to check and see if there's structures. It got powerful. Oh, there's a home hit. I'm going to check on it.
Yeah, Brandon's probably going to go check on these people and see what the situation is. Look at the damage. You just saw that happen in real time. Jeez. Oh my. Do we want to throw the audio back on Brandon's feed and just let it play? I think that's the play here.
Yep, I've got visual of it right now. Wow.
I say take this full, right?
Probably about quarter mile just east of it.
Guys, if you're just popping in, we literally just a minute ago watched a violent tornado cross the road right in front of our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. There he is right now.
It's actually going to slide just south of Melrose here.
That house just got hit.
Yeah, but it's fully condensed again. It's going further south than what I thought.
There, nobody in.
Nobody in there, he says.
Probably coming right towards me. It's near 70. Looks
Man,
violent.
that is great news.
It's a very strong tornado right now. I mean, it's hard to tell if it's violent. It's going to fully condense. They got fully condensed.
Look at that tree damage.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yep. It happens. Look at the tornado. Look at the tornado in the background. You can see it on the right side of the screen there. This is, guys, this is a big one. This is going to be the tornado of the day, it looks like. It's been on the ground for a little while already, and it doesn't look like it's lifting anytime soon. So there's some staying power here. Moving through St. Francis right now, moving up toward Montrose. Montrose. I'm not 100% sure how to say that town, but if you live in this town, please get down to a safe spot immediately. Oh, look at this. This is the same camera. The same camera, guys? Yeah, same camera that we were looking at, and somebody keeps moving it so that we can continue to see the tornado. Now, it is pretty shrouded in rain, but you can actually see it right now. Look at that. So tough to tell what's going on down on the ground. I mean, I would imagine the tornado's still down. You can't really see it from this angle, but look at the contrast there. I mean, there's like clear sky out behind it. That's nuts. Yeah, you can see the condensation funnel in there. The rain's kind of wrapping around it. It's going to be tough to see for very long. But, oh, goodness. Okay, so this camera is now looking toward the east. This is east of Effingham, kind of looking down I-70. I'm trying to figure out exactly which direction it's moving. It's moving toward the southeast, actually. So south side of Montrose is where the worst of the tornado is going to go through, at least relative to that specific town. And let's see, this is now south of I-70, right over St. Francis. Right on top of St. Francis. Wow. That was unbelievable. I mean, the hair on my arm is standing up right now. I'm so relieved that there was nobody in that house. At least when Brandon went in, he didn't see anybody. Whew. That was the most intense tornado damage I've ever seen while live on air. That was quite scary, actually. Quite scary. There's the tornado debris right now. Okay, so let me give you some perspective here. Hang tight. We are south of Charleston. Charleston got hit by a tornado earlier. Effingham is where the tornado first came down. This is in central Illinois. Here's the border between Illinois and Indiana. And what you're looking at here, this is tornado debris. Cumberland, Effingham, and Jasper counties are under this warning until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. We have a large tornado that's in progress. We just saw how incredibly violent it was. I know our team behind the scenes is going to cut that video so we can show it to you again. But it's mind-blowing to see the power that these things have. I mean, it's one thing to see a video of a tornado from far away. Okay, so here's another, we're back out to Brandon. This is another live shot, and you can see, okay, so, oh goodness. Okay, so is this another house here, it looks like? And these guys look like there's some urgency, so I'm wondering if there are people in there. Yeah, let's take the audio on this. I'm curious of the situation. Oh, look at the shot here. You can see the tornado on the left side, and it literally just hit this house.
I'm gonna play that game, so see if I can catch up and get on it again.
So I don't know whether there were people in that house or not. We're gonna listen to this audio here. We got to grab a super quick break, guys. Please stick with us. Breaking situation.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
Meet Will Markham, a true American hero. This decorated veteran earned the Silver Star.
I had more weight on me. I was in such extreme pain. I was drinking more, I was taking more pain pills. But when I started using Hempvana, it was literally like a miracle. There's no more anxiety, there's no more anger, there's no more pain. It's an incredible product.
Hempvana is now available at Walmart, Hempvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping with an annual donation supporting the Patriot Fund. Get yours today.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does.
The quarterly reports.
Connection unstable? Easy Cater always comes through.
And I think it's looking pretty good.
The presentation drags on? Easy Cater keeps things streamlined. Client canceled? Easy Cater always shows up. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
All right, this is a Fox Weather Alert. We have a large tornado that's in progress right now. It's been on the ground for over 10 miles. Started near Effingham, Illinois. That's where we're zoomed into here. You can see the tornado warning box here, the pink box. Your tornado, I can show you exactly where it is with our debris product because it has been on the ground for a while. It's somewhere right down in there, south of Montrose, and headed into, let's see, it's going to be headed down toward Highway 33. It's generally moving toward the southeast, maybe a little bit more of a northerly component to it, but anybody in Wheeler needs to get down to a safe spot immediately. We just watched a couple of minutes ago. You see our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, his feed right down below me. They're stopped, and literally like 3 minutes ago, you could still see the tornado on the left side of that shot. So they rolled up on that immediate tornado damage, like right after the tornado hit, and that's the second time that they've done that tonight. A couple of minutes ago, gosh, this was probably what, 8-9 minutes ago at this point? Okay, so here's the video that we were showing you live here on Fox Weather as this came across the road and obliterated a house. Look at this. Brandon also reported that there was nobody in the house when he went to check, by the way, so that's an important piece of information.
Just destroying a shed right in front of me. Buildings getting hit. Big time tornado.
My gosh, the sound of that thing is just unbelievable. I mean, they talk about the sound of a freight train coming. It sounds like a roar to me. And so when we look at the radar and we're seeing all the debris that's showing up on radar, you can see where it's coming from. Not only a huge amount of tree damage, but it's also hit some structures. Man, that was scary. I got to tell you, when we were watching that happening live, I was like, oh my God, the house just got obliterated. Please let there be nobody in there. Now, I know Brandon very well, And Brandon, he's one of the highest quality humans you'll ever meet. And so he sees a house get hit. First thing he's doing is going to check on everybody. And at least in that last shot where Brandon is currently, I'm not sure if he's moved on yet, but it looked like there may have been at least an injury. I saw somebody that was like shirtless on the ground. I don't really know for sure, but they've stuck around there for a little while. And I would imagine, you know, if there was nobody hurt, they probably would have moved on. So again, we're still kind of assessing the situation. Why don't we roll his audio a little bit so we can figure things out?
Where's my dang handheld? Dang it.
Yeah, I can't tell if this is a barn or a barn dominium. There's a car parked out front. It's pretty severely damaged here. You guys need help? Yeah. Yeah, I saw that, and it didn't look like anybody was home. There's another home that's down the road, but it is extremely old and didn't see any cars there.
Yeah, it sounds.
A visual on any new area rotation or anything?
Yeah, it sounds to me like they're kind of in search and rescue mode to some degree, which is, you know, part of storm tracking, part of storm chasing, and man, that up close view of that tornado is unbelievable. So yeah, Brandon's back here. The tornado's over here. So Corey is actually probably now going to have a shot. I'll pull up his shot of it right now. So he's approaching it from the east, and let's see if we can see anything here. We're about to get a clear view. I think that there's likely still a tornado in here. You can see a little bit of a lowering, and this has been one of the hallmarks of this particular storm. You know, the condensation funnel, the part of it that looks like a cloud, like the whole cone that you see, has not always been completely making it down to the ground. But you can still have the tornado in progress, as we just saw when that tornado crossed the road and destroyed that house and the shed right in front of Brandon there. So I think we still have a tornado in progress. There's still a lot of debris showing up on radar. Now, you know, one thing when it comes to radar is sometimes after a tornado lifts, it'll still be picking up some of the debris, especially in a violent tornado. I mean, this is a long track violent tornado that we have ongoing here. And yeah, by the way, we have a severe thunderstorm warning on the south side of Indianapolis. We have no tornado warning up there right now. This is a storm that just hit the Effingham area, especially the east side of town, around I-70 east of Effingham is where the worst of this tornado was. And I would be pretty surprised if it's lifted. Let's see what the radar is telling us right now. And actually, we're getting a little closer to this radar site here, and there's still a violent rotation in there. So I'm going to say that we still have a tornado in progress. Crooked Creek, the west side of town. Now, you know, I'm not seeing many towns show up here, which is obviously a good thing. One thing I like to do is just take off the radar for a second. And again, it's going to be like this area down here that the tornado's moving into. Just want to get a lay of the land. And it's not like nobody lives here, but the houses are few and far between. You can see it's a lot of farmland down here. So this, okay, thank you for that, Alex. Giving me some info on the radar. The beam height's about 4,500 feet.
And this is a PDS warning now. This is actually the same storm that was confirmed tornado just to the south of Springfield near Taylorsville. So not only is this a current long track tornado, this is just a long track supercell that's had a history of producing tornadoes. Yeah, and it's produced at least one long track tornado that we just saw. Started again, when we first saw this tornado, it was on the north side of Effingham. So I'm gonna do a little math here. I think this has been on the ground for probably close to 20 miles, which is similar to the tornado that was up between Iowa and Wisconsin earlier. All right, so Corey has a decent look at this. Very tough to tell. He's a little far away. I mean, obviously you still see the lowering. There's a very solid chance that there's a tornado in progress that we can't see because it's wrapped in rain. Yeah, let's listen in on Corey.
I'm not seeing any.
Right there.
I'm not seeing any crazy. Well, it's tough to tell. Tough to tell. He's changing cameras. Hang tight. Yeah, there we go. This is the look we want. And so what Corey's looking for here. Oh yeah, I mean, is that Scud or is that the tornado? That's tough to tell. Sam, can you throw this in my telestrator real quick? Try to help people understand.
Insurance information or anything?
Yeah. For a moment, it looked like.
No,
for a second, it looked like there was a lowering here.
Continued east because the
So-
tornado crossed the road in front of us. But I took a left-hand turn to follow right behind the tornado, and they continued south.
Biggest thing I'm noticing is I'm not seeing any debris getting kicked up down here. Now, that might mean that there's just, I mean, obviously, you look at this, like, there may not be a lot of trees around. There may not be many structures around. I mean, we know that based on what we just looked at on the map, that this is not a very heavily populated area. So, you know, sometimes you can look at the rain down here and try to see, is the rain spinning around? The overall trend with this appears to be getting a little better. I don't want to speak too soon on this. So again, you know, a lot of people might think this is a tornado. These are rain curtains right here. So this is just rain that's falling out of the sky. Is any of that spinning? Obviously, we don't see like a condensation funnel of like a super clear tornado, but the condensation funnel doesn't always have to reach the ground. It can be like barely coming out of the storm. But if you look on the ground and you see debris flying around, you know that you have a tornado. So I don't think it would be back in here, right, guys? What do you think, Alex? Sam?
She's doing all right. The guy's okay. He's fine. We wrapped him up in emergency blankets.
Yeah.
And just waiting on EMS to arrive. But
Okay, let me see.
critical, so they're good.
Okay, let's see where Corey's at. You want to throw my radar back in here super quick, Sam? Sorry to be jumping around so much, but yeah, Corey is a little bit northeast of where the rotation is. The storm is, I mean, he's seeing this part of the storm moving by. I mean, there's almost kind of, okay. Yeah, good call. Okay, so I think our locator sometimes can be a little bit delayed, so he's probably more like down here, and he was, yeah, I mean, we could be watching this cycle here. So he is looking at it from the east, and you can see on his feed, like you're watching it move from right to left. Which way would that be for me? There you go. Let's just take the camera. Yeah, so visually, this looks pretty good here. The thing is that these storms sometimes cycle, especially a storm that's produced multiple tornadoes. There's some upward motion that you can see on the right side that also leads me to believe that this thing may not be done yet. Quite a lowering there. I would say this is still a very dangerous storm. So let me get you updated on exactly which counties are under the warning. Again, it's good. We showed you the lay of the land down there. It's like a really low population area, luckily right now, but there are a couple of houses here and there. So here's the velocities. Oh yeah, I mean, this thing is still cranking. I mean, again, we're looking about 4,000 feet up in the air with the radar here. So that's not giving us a perfect translation of what's going on down at the surface, but there is some intense rotation there still. I would imagine, well, I'm not seeing as much tornado debris. Well, no, that's still probably some debris that's flying around up above the ground. Falmouth, let's get in our tornado safe spot right now. Again, if you're just popping in, this is eastern Illinois, not too far from Indiana at this point. Yeah, we're a little bit west of the border with Indiana. This is a storm that has produced, well, the storm itself has produced a couple of tornadoes, but the most recent one near Effingham and just east of there was a violent tornado, and we watched it live on air as it tore apart a couple of houses. So we're going to stick here with our storm trackers. I'm glad that we have them on these storms. Having eyes on the storms gives us so much useful information. Guys, we're going to pop out super quick, very fast break. We'll be right back in a sec.
Are you one of 70 million Americans who suffer from the devastating effects of poor sleep? Are you tired of lying awake at night because your mind just won't shut off? Dr. Phil here. I've spent decades sitting across from people at the breaking point. Marriages unraveling, careers slipping, families barely holding it together. And when I start asking questions, I hear the same thing over and over. They're not sleeping. They're up all night trying to solve problems that feel completely out of their control. But here's the truth. When you don't sleep, your brain overloads and goes into survival mode. You can't focus. Your problems feel bigger than they are. And when life feels chaotic, you must control your sleep to get your life back in order. I did my research, and Relaxium Sleep is the only sleep aid I take and recommend because Relaxium Sleep is studied and tested to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. In fact, millions trust Relaxium Sleep because it is scientifically formulated by clinical neurologist Dr. Eric Ciliberti to help regulate the natural sleep-wake cycle and transition the brain from an alert state to a sleep state.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
I know once you experience the amazing benefits of taking Relaxium Sleep like I did, your energy improves, your mood lifts, and your entire life becomes better than ever. Relaxium Sleep is guaranteed to work, so what are you waiting for? Call right now and claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep before they run out.
Dr. Phil is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-613-1181.
Tired of the pain? It's time for Hemvana Lidocaine, powered by Ultra Strength Lidocaine to help numb pain fast. Back pain? Lidocaine. Knee pain? Lidocaine. Any kind of pain? Lidocaine. Also available in maximum strength 5% lidocaine for anorectal use. Get your 4% or 5% Hemvana Lidocaine at Walmart, Hemvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-712-9115 or scan the QR code.
All right, this is a Fox Weather Alert. We got multiple tornado warnings in progress right now, parts of, I guess, central eastern Illinois. Everything's south of Champaign right now. You guys are done up there. But, man, the last 45 minutes have been just absolutely wild. We watched a tornado go across the road directly in front of our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. It completely destroyed a house, and now the storm may be cycling a little bit. We don't have any tornado warnings that say tornado confirmed, but Alex, what were you saying? Did they say that it may be down? Did you hear it on the audio? I didn't send you anything. Okay. All right. We're hearing some rumblings that the tornado may be down again. Probably going to be rain wrapped here at this point, and of course we're starting to lose the sunlight. We're going to start to get into the point of the night where we're looking more for power flashes than being able to visually see a tornado. But man, this is Hidalgo, Illinois. And here is our storm right here. Okay, so this is Clark and Crawford counties that are under the tornado warning. This has been the storm of the day, at least in the main threat area. We had another big one that went between Iowa and Wisconsin earlier. That was a tornado that was on the ground for 20 miles. I think this most recent tornado that just lifted, if it is actually lifted, it looked to me like it was on the ground for about 20 miles too. It dropped pretty close to Effingham, and it was not far from I-70. This is basically what it did. You know what? I can actually show you here. Watch this. I'll show you with the debris tracker. We can actually see this. Okay. So here it was, and this is the first debris that showed up from the tornado. So let's track this, and that was at about 8:05 Central. And there goes all the debris. You can see it south of Crooked Creek. And it's still, there's still probably some debris up here. So I'm going to say, I don't know, about 25 miles or so, 25 miles. Let me also let you know, because obviously a really big city here, Indianapolis, we got some storms that are rolling through kind of the south suburbs. And oh, look at this. We got a tornado warning now near Franklin. This is just south of Indianapolis. And yeah, we got some tight rotation on this storm. It's not a confirmed tornado. I'm not seeing any debris right now. And it is in a pretty good spot. We would be able to see it on radar. But just judging off of what I just saw, and I'm still a little rattled, honestly. I mean, that was horrifying watching the house getting destroyed. And luckily, if you're just joining us, Brandon went inside the house, found that there was nobody inside there, at least that's what he said, and moved on with the chase and eventually found some more damage. So, okay, so I'm hearing that we just saw the funnel on Gherkin's feed. Okay, here we go. There it is. And Alex? Yeah. Okay, so we're back on the main storm here. It's still in eastern Illinois. We're well south of Champaign, east of Effingham, south of I-70. Clark and Crawford counties, tornado warning in progress. So, you know, my normal producer, if you watch the show a lot, Chris Gregg, he's actually out storm chasing right now. I don't even know how his day went. Did he saw this tornado, he said? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, maybe he can shoot us a couple of pictures at some point. I mean, we saw the worst of the tornado, obviously, but point is, I've got some different producers, and they're doing a phenomenal job. Alex Hall's in my ear. He's a massive weather geek, and he keeps feeding me super useful information. Aisha French, working the turntables back there, and this has been, you know, easy to tell the story with these guys, so I appreciate you all. Clark and Crawford County, this is where you're, I mean, gosh, at this point, it's almost doing the double hook thing. There could be two different areas of rotation. Let me see what the velocities look like on this. Well, it's one side, well, yeah, I mean, it's a big area of rotation here. Could be a couple within it. And on Corey's shot, Alex was telling me in my ear that it looked like you could briefly see like at least a funnel that was popping on there. And the possibility is that the storm, of course, is doing what we call cycling. If I take this back a little bit, let me just show you, and just follow this as it goes back. You can clearly see like when the tornado was in progress. I mean, just a wild radar signature. And it's not as bad as it was earlier, but again, you know, you want to have eyes on the storm. Now, the problem is we're starting to lose the sunlight. So is Brandon still on damage, or is he? Okay, so Brandon is on damage pretty much right now. He hasn't left there for a while, which has me a little bit worried, honestly. He's a little bit farther toward the northwest, near a spot where they got hit. I think it's somewhere around St. Francis, the south side of Montrose, Teutopolis, if I'm saying that correctly, but that's the town that he's in right now, and they took a direct hit from that tornado. What was that, Alex? One more time? Okay, Indianapolis storm is strengthening a little bit. Let's check on this one. South of Indianapolis, by the way. This is not going through Indianapolis proper. Yeah, it's a solid radar signature. If there is a tornado just east of Franklin, right along I-65, tornado you seeing debris there, maybe? I don't know that I would feel confident calling this well, it's coming from the south, and to me, let me just double check on this. I think that could be some goofy radar data, because this looks weird to me. Something's off with the data there. And if that were to be debris, it would be referring to a part of the storm that's moving southwest to northeast, because that's the direction that signature was moving on it. So I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering, it could be some inflow, like some stuff getting put into there.
I do think there might be debris, though, back on the one just north of Bloomington.
Oh, north of Bloomington? Okay, let's check on that. Boy, we've got a full-on, maybe a tornado outbreak on go. Oh, yeah, this one right here, northwest of Bloomington. Guys, oh, yeah, look at this. Goodness. Okay, so right in here, this radar site, correct me if I'm wrong, we are up to the northeast. Yes, okay, I just had to double check that. So green's moving toward the radar, red's moving away from the radar. This would be your rotation right there. Let me see if there is debris. Oh yeah, that's 100% a tornado debris signature. Okay, so what's going to happen here is you're going to see this warning turn pink because now the Weather Service can see this. I'm sure they're working on it right now. That's a confirmed tornado. This one's in Indiana. So what you're seeing down below me, this is from a tornado that happened not long ago in Newton, Illinois, Monroe, Morgan, and Owen counties, up around the Bean Blossom area, Gosport, Baker, Paragon. These are all places where I need you to get in your tornado safe spot immediately. That's a tornado that you're seeing right there. There it is. So now it turned pink, and it looks to me like it. Yeah, it looks to me it's coming up on I-69 here pretty soon. It appears to me that Modesto will probably not get hit by this, but Baker, I'm quite worried about Baker. I got to get a lay of the land here, guys. I got to see what we're dealing with. Okay, so very, very rural out here. But you got some houses. I mean, it's not like there are no houses down here. Kind of hilly out here, too. Kind of an interesting spot. But that's a confirmed tornado. Look at that debris ball. Jeez. Here's a great lesson. Don't call it before it's over. There were a lot of people on X that were saying that this forecast was going to end up being a bust. That low-level jet, man, I'm telling you. Here we go. We got another confirmed tornado in progress. And I'm just going to use this product. Again, it's called correlation coefficient. It just shows us how similarly shaped or differently shaped all the particles are that it's seeing. So this is all like rain. It's all like similar sized raindrops. This is debris from a tornado that the radar can actually see right there. So we are between Gosport, Bean Blossom, and Baker. Baker, you guys are going to be next. As far as who gets hit by this, yeah, look at that. Wow, there's a lot of spin in the air today, guys. Jeez. Okay, so the thing that concerns me especially about this debris signature compared to the last one that we saw, this is very compact. It's not becoming very diffuse. This is likely a large, violent tornado that's in progress. We are southwest of Indianapolis, south of Martinsville. Martinsville, you guys are not included in this warning, but if this ends up wanting to be a long track tornado, and again, it's moving up toward the northeast, this is your tornado right here. It's moving up toward I-69, Monroe, Morgan, and Owen counties. Please take this seriously. This is the real deal. I get it. This is Indiana University down below me, by the way, in Bloomington. And with reference to Bloomington, we are north of Bloomington. So this is going to cross I-69 north of Bloomington, like right smack dab between Bloomington and Martinsville, coming up here pretty darn soon. This radar scan just came in, so we're probably still just west of the highway. You know, sometimes with the radar, there's usually just a couple-minute delay. And so when you see this, it's probably more like right here, and then in a few minutes, it'll be more like right there. You get the idea. Baker, Indiana, probably have a tornado that's about to roll in. If you get lucky, it will lift before it comes in, but based on what we've seen with these storms over the last hour or so especially, everything is ramped up. I mean, the afternoon, early evening was when the worst of it was supposed to be, and here we are in Fox Weather at night, and as is often the case, the unexpected seems to happen, and we get some big tornadoes.
Effingham is under tornado warning again.
Goodness.
This one is coming across the south side, but this is the second tornado warning in like a half an hour.
Okay, so if you've been watching the show, we literally just had a tornado that did something like this. How do I want to draw this? It formed on the northwest side of Effingham, and it basically kind of moved here toward the southeast, and it was like a 20-plus mile long tornado track. So now we have another storm that's coming in. Luckily, it looks like it's going to affect a different part of town, but the idea that we have another tornado warning for Effingham, where this was really where all the wild stuff got started about an hour ago, not the best sign to see. This is also this is not a very good radar spot, but closest radar, it's pretty far to the north. There's your toward the radar, away from the radar. There's your rotation. This one does not have a confirmed tornado yet, but don't be surprised if it happens, just based on the environment that we're dealing with here. Most concern right now, this storm still could be producing a tornado. It's just tough to get eyes on it. But our confirmed tornado, let me back out real quick here because we're going to have to grab a break. It's between Bloomington and Indianapolis. And we have a tornado that's in progress right where you see this big pink box about to cross I-69 on the south side of Baker. Hang tight, super quick break. We're going to get right back to it.
With grocery prices getting more and more expensive, I can't afford not to vacuum seal my food. So let me introduce you to InstaSeal.
InstaSeal came through with the world's first vertical vacuum sealer.
Perfectly sealed, air is out. Now it's ready to just throw into the freezer. My food stays fresh like 5 times longer.
People everywhere are sealing and saving money with InstaSeal, the world's first vertical vacuum sealer, designed to make your food last up to 5 times longer. 1 week in a normal storage bag and 5 weeks in InstaSeal. Go from throw it away to fresh and delicious any day.
The InstaSeal takes it, seals it.
And not only that, they help food stay fresh up to 5 times longer.
I'm saving money. I'm not throwing food away. I am now obsessed.
With InstaSeal, you'll throw away less food and save more money. Buy in bulk, freeze, store, and save even more. Plus, because there's no air, InstaSeal preserves the flavor and protects from freezer burn. Look at the difference.
I was getting so tired of throwing away produce every single week. Now, I just seal them upright. They actually stay fresh way longer, like 5 times longer.
InstaSeal makes meal prep a breeze, helps you pack your kids' lunch so it stays fresh all day, and keeps oatmeal, cereals, and snacks crunchy in the cabinet. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. InstaSeal typically sells for $99.99, but when you call or go online now, you'll get 20% off. That's just $79.99. Plus, we'll give you enough storage bags to fill your fridge.
I put meats in here, I put soups in here, literally anything you can think of that you want to preserve.
It seals it upright so you eliminate spills. You will not regret this. I highly recommend it.
But wait, there's more. We're gonna ship your entire order free. It's all backed by a 90-day money-back guarantee. You get it all. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-514-1064 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-514-1064 or order online at buyinstaseal.com. Call now.
This is a story about the one who can fix nearly anything and turns to Granger, who has almost everything. He troubleshoots issues, maintains the facility, and keeps it all on track. Few may see him put the work in, but when they see the results, they know he's the one who keeps the doors open. The high-quality industrial products you need, plus a million more. Call, click Granger.com, or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Will Markham, a true American hero. This decorated veteran earned the Silver Star.
I had more weight on me. I was in such extreme pain. I was drinking more, I was taking more pain pills. But when I started using Hempvana, it was literally like a miracle. There's no more anxiety, there's no more anger, there's no more pain. It's an incredible product.
Hempvana is now available at Walmart, Hempvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping, with an annual donation supporting the Patriot Fund. Get yours today.
This is a Fox weather alert. We've got a confirmed tornado. This is likely a large, violent tornado that's in progress, crossing I-69 right now north of Bloomington, Indiana. Okay, now Bloomington proper, middle of town, you guys are not under this tornado warning. This is south of Indianapolis. There is another storm that we're watching to the west of Bloomington that may be coming in the next little bit. It's trying to get its act together, so it's not like you guys are out of the danger. I'm just talking with this particular large, violent tornado that's in progress right now on the southeast side of Baker. This is not going to move into Bloomington. Also, luckily, missing Martinsville here, but man, this is a very bad radar signature. I mean, look at the debris here. This is a tight debris ball. This is a product on radar where we can actually see tornado debris. And sometimes it's pretty tough to pick it out. You know, it really takes a very trained eye, and even I struggle sometimes with like, is that actually debris? This is not one of those cases. This is clearly a big violent tornado that's on the ground right now. Monroe, Morgan, and Owen counties. If you live in those counties, especially, let's see, it's moving right over Hindustan right now. We got Fleener, Bear Wallow, Waycross, Mahalasville, all spots where I want you to get below ground if you can. And if you can't, then just get to the lowest level of your house and get as close to the middle of it as you can, like an interior room, a bathroom, something like that. It really does work. I don't want people to be scared here. You're going to be fine. I just need you to have the information that there's a strong possibility that you're going to get hit by a tornado. Now, obviously, this is a large, violent tornado. Let me say this also. The tornado itself, relative to the size of the counties and, you know, the cities and the towns and everything, is relatively small. So, I guess what I'm trying to do here is make sure that people aren't panicking. The overall chance that you get hit by a tornado, even in some of these spots that I mentioned, it's not like through the roof 100%. But man, Bear Wallow, I don't know. I mean, for you guys, let me see exactly which direction this is moving.
If you turn off the radar, you can see there's a lot of
Okay.
a lot of tree debris.
Yeah. Okay, so here's where the tornado is right now, right over Hindustan. Very hilly area. Wow. Okay, this is actually good to see that this is really relatively unpopulated, or at least very low population. I mean, you got a couple small communities here. I wish I knew the name of these communities, but Fleener, you guys are going to have a pretty close call with this one, especially the north side of town, like up here in the holler. Can we still call it that in Indiana? I know in Kentucky we call it that. Kind of the valleys there between some of the hills. And then we've got Bear Wallow and Waycross. Looks to me, I guess it's probably going to move north of Waycross. We'll see. Let me throw the radar back on here so you can see where the tornado is. This is your tornado. Bartholomew, Brown, Johnson, and Monroe counties just got added to this. So you see, again, the Weather Service, they've put out a pretty large box with this, confirmed tornado. The vast majority of areas inside that box are not going to get hit by the tornado, but the reason it's so big is because there's a little uncertainty. I mean, sometimes these things want to take a little bit of a turn toward the right. Sometimes they'll take a turn toward the left. Sometimes they'll zigzag a little bit. Right now, it appears to me that it's moving almost due east, maybe just a touch of a southerly component to the way that it's moving. But that's a violent tornado. And great point by Sam. She was just mentioning the reason that you're seeing so much debris in there, even though it's a relatively unpopulated area, is because, or at least likely because, there's just so many trees around there. It's a super hilly spot, and it's just covered with trees. Okay, the Morgan Monroe State Forest. The Morgan Monroe State Forest. Thank you for that info, Alex. That's the forest that it's moving through right now. So if you live in that area, especially north of Benton, try to get down to a safe spot if you can, okay? So let me zoom things out a little bit. Let me do kind of a reset, as I like to call it. Okay, so here's our storm threat. This has changed a little bit with the recent outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, obviously, as the storms have already moved through some of these areas. So we got a smaller level 4 risk right now. Now this is performing like a level 4 risk. Earlier on, it's not like we didn't have any tornadoes, but the ceiling of this event was very high. We could have had like a big tornado outbreak, and it could have happened during the afternoon, early evening. In this case, it looks like it's kind of happening right now. So I'm glad we're here with you for it, so we can get you the info. Okay, Bloomington. Let's see. The northeast side of Bloomington is actually included in this warning. Now, I will say, I mean, you can see this thing clear as day. Goodness, look at that hook echo on there. Just because a storm has a hook echo doesn't mean that there's a tornado, but this is a case where, even kind of an untrained eye can look at it and you can clearly tell that that's tornado debris.
The National Weather Service in Indianapolis is saying that traffic has pretty much stopped on I-69 just to the south of Hindustan. So I don't know if, it went right over the road.
Yeah, so I would imagine, who knows, maybe there are trees down, maybe cars got hit. I mean, hopefully not, who knows? I mean, I hate to see these go over a big interstate like this, and especially at night. Here are some shots out of Bloomington. You can obviously see the lightning. It's gonna be super hard to see anything on these. Yeah, now, the northeast side of Bloomington is included in this tornado warning, but, highly unlikely that this tornado, which is up here north of Benton, is going to be affecting anybody down here. Now, what we need to watch for in Bloomington, I'm not saying you're out of the threat for the entire night, because there's another storm here off toward the west that is showing some signs of trying to come together a little bit here. It's got a couple areas of rotation. There's no tornado warning on it yet, but it apparently is moving into an atmosphere where there's clearly a lot of spin with this actual tornado. Couple weaker areas of rotation that kind of look like they're strengthening a little bit. And so be on a very high alert if you live in Bloomington right now. Again, it's not time to get down in your tornado safe space yet, but don't be surprised if we get a tornado warning on that storm pretty soon. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Bloomington for that storm that's coming in from the west, which could produce a tornado pretty soon. Again, I'm sorry, you know, I know I like to back out and zoom in a lot, but it's important to me that the people that are just popping in have some perspective as far as where we're looking at. So this is Indianapolis. Let me zoom in a little bit more so that shows up. Indianapolis, we are south of Indianapolis in Indiana. We still have some ongoing storms with tornado warnings down in east, southeastern Illinois, which I want to check on here because that's been a volatile atmosphere too. I mean, not long ago, I don't know, guys, do you want to cue that video up real quick? One of these storms, we watched our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. This was literally live on air. We watched him just see a tornado completely destroy a house right in front of him. Look at this.
About to cross right in front of me, guys. Very small, compact vortex. Just destroying a shed right in front of me. Buildings getting hit. Big time tornado.
So that was about an hour ago, maybe even less than an hour ago. I can't remember, did that happen during A block or B block? I can't remember. I mean, yeah, I think it was B block, so maybe less than an hour ago. And then here is some of the damage. That was the house that got hit. That was literally right after the tornado hit it, the tornado you just saw. And, you know, we were here covering it live on air, and we had his shot taken full, and I was just horrified. I mean, you know, just scared that there were people in there. Brandon went in there, and we heard him say that the house was empty. So that's some good news. Now, this is a different house further along the track of that tornado, because as soon as Brandon got into the first house and he saw that there was nobody in there, he got back to the chase, and he was going after the tornado and watched it hit another house, and he rolled up on this damage, and they've been out there. Is Brandon still out there? Let me check on his... Okay, he's moved on now, but they were out there for a little while, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were some injuries there in that one. So again, this information, it takes a little while to come out. This rotation is starting to weaken, but there's still debris flying around. Bear Wallow, probably getting hit by a tornado right now. There's another rotation here to the northeast of this that's actually anticyclonic, if I'm not mistaken. Radar's to the north here, right? So this would be toward the radar. This would be away from the radar, kind of a clockwise spin up there. And that's not like that's never happened. It's just extremely rare. Could that be debris? Probably not. Let me see what we got on reflectivity up here. Yeah, geez. I mean, it could just be some big hail that we're seeing in there too. Either way, look at the difference here. Here's the story here near Bear Wallow. The rotation is weakening. Look at the difference. This is when we had the tornado in progress up near Hindustan. And that was the last scan. After that, still strong rotation, greens and reds right on top of each other. And then here's the latest scan. You can see that it's starting to broaden out a little bit and not be quite as tight. So a very good trend. I will say not a great trend that I'm seeing west of Bloomington or northwest of Bloomington. There are a couple of areas of rotation in this storm. There's no tornado warning for Bloomington right now. You guys are under the severe thunderstorm warning for Brown, Greene, Monroe, and Owen counties for 60-mile-per-hour wind. But we're watching that one closely. I mean, you look at this storm here. Again, here's Bloomington, and you got a couple little notches on that storm where things are trying to spin a little bit. And given the environment that we have and what we've seen over the last, couple of hours, but really over the last hour, it's honestly, I'm still a little rattled after watching this. It's, things like that just hit different when you have kids, I feel like. Since having a family, I struggle to watch stuff like that. It's very, very scary. But luckily, it looks like nobody was in that house. We've got, is this PDS over here? Let me see. Confirmed tornado. Is this going to be dropped soon? Yeah, okay. So that's a leftover warning. Don't worry about that one. Baker, Modesto, Bean Blossom. This rotation looks like it's weakening quite a bit. So before we go to break, let me just give you an overall, kind of an overview of what we're dealing with right now. We'll have to watch Chicago pretty soon, a severe storm northwest of there. This main threat area, it's been going nuts. It's been going ham over the last hour or so. And I think we got at least another hour, maybe 2 hours left of this where it's really bad. Once you get outside of this area, the atmosphere is not quite as primed. But we're going to be here with you for it. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact. Call now, and your gift's impact will be doubled.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
I can't sleep because my feet are on fire.
Feels like a sunburn under my skin.
It's like lightning bolts down my leg. Now you can have cooling, soothing comfort where you need it most with Hemvana Nerve Relief, a non-steroidal topical pain reliever designed for fast relief of shooting pains, muscle aches, tingling, and numbness from nerve pain. No pills, no complicated treatments, just targeted relief you apply directly where it hurts. Hemvana Nerve Relief, available at Walmart, Hemvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping.
All right, guys, welcome back into Fox Weather at Night. We've got some big old storms that are ongoing in parts of Indiana. Illinois is starting to get out of the worst of it, but we still have a tornado warning on the south side of Effingham. Now, if you were with us the last hour, we watched a tornado that started on the northwest side of Effingham, and then it moved about 20 miles, stayed on the ground for about 20, probably 20-plus miles southeast of town. We saw our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, watched it destroy a house directly in front of him, and that's this storm. So that one has moved off toward the east. It doesn't have a confirmed tornado on it anymore, but let's see what the rotation looks like on it. Still some rotation, but not nearly as violent as it was before. Now you get over the border. Here's the border between Illinois and Indiana. Get over the border. Bloomington, big problems here. That's the camera that you see down below me. They just slapped a tornado warning on this, and I got to give credit to my producer back here, Alex Hall. He's been saying for the last 15 minutes, man, this thing is tightening. I think Bloomington's going to end up under a tornado warning. Well, he was right, because here you go. Here's your rotation. The radar site up toward the north, green colors going toward the radar, red's away. There's your rotation right there. There are actually a couple of areas of rotation here. Got to watch this down here to the south, but this is the one of most concern right now. And I'm telling you, one of the things with nowcasting is you can kind of get an idea of what the environment is like in different spots. We just watched a long track violent tornado that moved from west to east just north of here. This was it. This was a really violent tornado. You could tell from the velocity images there. So what we're seeing now is this next storm coming in, and it's kind of somewhat in the same environment here. You know, this is why it's kind of a fun field to be in, to do this as a job, because we don't know everything. And so every time we get into a situation like this, it's kind of like, okay, are we going to learn something here? Like, is this going to move into this environment and suddenly hit a bunch of spin? And maybe we can do like a deep dive on it. Again, that's for later, but here we go. We're on the north side of Bloomington here, about to cross I-69. Indiana University's right there. So that's on the northwest side of town, Alex? North side of town. Okay. Indiana University, IU, national champions in football, right? You all got to get down to a safe spot as quick as you can here. Now, I want to be clear. This is not a confirmed tornado right now. But just given the environment that we're dealing with, you can't always see a tornado on radar. You can't always see it. And I would not be surprised if a tornado is forming or has recently formed with this. You know me, I've got no problem seeing a warning from the Weather Service that I think is a nonsense warning, and I'll just say it. I'll be like, you don't have to take this that seriously. It's no big deal. Just given the environment, given what we've seen over the last hour and a half or so, especially in this area, I would be taking it seriously and getting down into a safe spot. Let me see if there's any debris showing up here. Please no. Okay, good. No debris yet. But look at this. I mean, that's a solid hook echo right there. There is some screaming wind coming around here along with the inflow. So it's a broad rotation. Is it going to drop a tornado? That's the question. Has it already dropped a tornado? That's certainly possible. Do we know which direction this camera is going here, Alex? And I don't know if it's possible to. Maybe we should go full on this a little. I'm kind of want to do a little analysis, kind of see if we can see anything when it looks a little bit bigger. Yeah, let's look down close to the surface. Now, with nighttime viewing like this, okay, so that's the wall of rain right there. So I would imagine this thing is, you know, this camera's looking the correct direction toward the storm. Oh, okay, so it's IU campus looking east. Interesting. Okay, the tornado would actually be behind the camera. So, yeah, probably not going to be able to see it on there. But the thing I would be looking for is power flashes. That's a lot of the times, you know, sometimes straight line wind can cause power flashes, like when the transformers get destroyed. That's the best way to know that there could be a tornado coming when the sun is down. But in this case, again, it's a tornado warning without a confirmed tornado. Doesn't mean a tornado's not down. Our area of rotation's really just right here on the north side of town. This is moving right through IU right now. So maybe, you know, if we got anybody watching from IU, you can shoot us a message, or I'm not telling you to get out there and take a picture or video or anything. I don't want that. But you guys want to throw the megaphone thing up real quick? How about that? I do want to let people, okay, we don't have a megaphone right now. No problem, no problem. We'll try to get that up later. Okay. Bloomington, north side of Bloomington. Well, Bloomington proper is under a tornado warning right now. It appears to me that it's moving from, yeah, it's moving northwest to southeast. So I think Bloomington proper is going to be pretty much right under this. Yeah, is this Effingham or Bloomington? Okay, yeah, this was Effingham. We were trying to be on the Bloomington cam, no problem. Effingham, a spot where on this camera not long ago we saw a huge cone tornado. That was about an hour and 10 minutes ago. Yeah, no problem, Alex. It happens. It's tough at night. You don't know exactly where you're looking at. Here is Bloomington, the IU camera. Camera's shaking all over the place. We got some strong wind. I mean, even if we don't get a tornado, this is going to probably be 60+ mile per hour wind. Throw on some storm reports and see if we got anything here. Not seeing many LSRs. That's wild. Well, it's kind of tough at night, I suppose. All right, I got to take this extra roads thing off because you can't see the data. Okay, hang tight. This is loading back in. Okay, here we go. Here's Bloomington. Here's the rotation. Which direction is this moving? Okay, so it's still, okay, so it is moving southeast, but it's kind of on the northeast side of town. This is our rotation right here. Continues to look more impressive every scan. Would you agree, Alex? Yes, he agrees. So, you know, you got to keep in mind when the Weather Service puts out tornado warnings, it doesn't always have to be with a confirmed tornado. A lot of the times they use a lot of techniques where they can recognize tornado genesis is beginning, meaning that we're seeing some things on radar making us think that a tornado is in the process of being formed. And we may be watching that right now. All right, so this is I-69 at Bloomington, so not sure which direction these guys have the camera moving, but we would want to be looking east, which is probably that direction. Yeah. If the wind's coming out of the north, yeah, then we would be looking west. That would be west. This would be north. Yeah, so, no, we're not looking west right now. We're looking, you sure? Okay, if this is no, I see the locator. I'm wondering where this, I'm looking at I-69 here, and it runs north to south. So that's why I was kind of confused. Which direction? Okay, on the east-west road going over the highway. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Good call there. Good call there. See? All right. Okay, we're looking. Which direction is it looking now? I guess he's just going around. I always like to. Who are these people? Like, who are running these cameras? Because automatic loop. Okay. Indiana DOT. Well, props. Because a lot of the times we pull up these DOT cameras, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if anybody even maintains these. And then all of a sudden it'll be moving around. I'm like, hey, there you go. And it's very, very useful when we have situations like this ongoing. Okay, why don't we, okay, so real quick, I'm gonna show you where the rotation is. Rotation's now on the east side of Bloomington. Okay, so it is pretty much right over Eastern Heights, Hoosier Acres. It's gonna be moving toward the southeast, right toward Woodville Hills. I'd be getting in my tornado safe spot if I live in Woodville Hills right now. There's also a town called Nashville, Indiana, that's going to be at least somewhat under the threat here. Looks like the south side of town, probably, if anything. All right, so there's that's Corey. He's down in Newton, Illinois. Can we take Bloomington full super quick? Just right as it's in the middle of town. So I let you know the rotation's on the east side of town, and now, as I recall, this camera was looking east, if I'm not mistaken. So now we're actually looking toward the part of the storm where the rotation is. And now I'm going to start scanning the bottom of that for some power flashes. Always tough to tell, is it lightning or is it a transformer that's blowing? Right? So that's what I'm looking for when I'm looking at this. And still, it's a strengthening rotation, but it hasn't really come together, like the one that makes your head turn, just be like, oh, that's 100% definitely a tornado. I think it's possible there's a tornado in here. I'm eyeing kind of this part of it right here. Kind of looks like there's some stronger outbounds there and maybe some strong inflow that's trying to come in here. So just on the west side of Woodville Hills, take this seriously. Indiana Highway 46. You talking on the radar or what we're looking at? Oh, yeah, 46 comes out of Bloomington and into Woodville Hills. So, yeah, this is actually right on Highway 46 right now, if there is a tornado. And if there's not, you're still going to get some really strong straight-line wind. All right, let me do a quick little reset here. What do we got? 2 minutes to break. Let me see what we have. If there are any other confirmed tornadoes. That's the only confirmed tornado that's on the north side of Bloomington right now. Let's actually check that storm. Wow, this is quite a messy cluster of storms here. Okay. Well, the rotation on that one is weakened. I'm looking at this pink box here, and I'm not seeing much as far as tornado debris goes anymore. Yeah, okay, so here you go. You can clearly see where this tornado was. This was the one that went through Hindustan. Another long-track violent tornado. Luckily, this is a relatively low population area. May have gone right through Hamblin. It looks like it dissipated close to Hamblin. Okay. Okay, this is good to know. See, Alex is from Chicago. He knows Illinois very well. So from what he was telling me, this is a very touristy, kind of a popular area. A lot of people camping out in the forests out here around the Nashville area. This is Nashville, Indiana, by the way. Nashville, Indiana that I'm talking about. What you're seeing down below me is Newton, Illinois, which I would like to take a quick look at here before we pop out for a brief moment. Is he on Effingham or is he on the eastern storm? Let's see, Newton. Not sure which storm he's on. You know what I can do? I'm gonna go to the velocities that have their locators on here. We'll get this up. Okay. Corey is on a storm that does not have a tornado warning on it right now. And Brandon is on the storm that's farther toward the west. All right, guys, a lot more to come here. I mean, we're not done with this yet. A couple tornado warnings that we have ongoing here, all the storm reports we've seen. We'll do some recap when we have a chance to get to it. Hang tight, we'll be right back.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use. Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight, under 2 pounds. Look at the raw power create a tidal wave of leaves and debris. It's like having a jet engine in the palm of your hand to clean faster and easier than ever. Forget big blower hassles. Now just grab, go, and blow to effortlessly clean any area. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. We measured the wind speed of this bulky blower at 20 miles per hour, but Bullseye blows away the competition at 55 miles per hour. Cleaning gutters with a big corded blower is impossible, but Bullseye makes it easy. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with proprietary jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of high-capacity airflow, easily knocking down these heavy bricks from afar. Just like a car wash blower, the force of Bullseye can dry your car in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your porch in a flash, or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200, but get the Bullseye Compact Power Blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Don't wait. Order yours today.
Call 1-800-681-6554 or go to bullseyeblower.com. So call 1-800-681-6554. That's 1-800-681-6554 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
Tired of the pain? It's time for Hemvana Lidocaine, powered by ultra-strength lidocaine to help numb pain fast. Back pain? Lidocaine. Knee pain? Lidocaine. Any kind of pain? Lidocaine. Also available in maximum strength 5% lidocaine for anorectal use. Get your 4% or 5% Hemvana Lidocaine at Walmart, Hemvana.com, CVS, and on Amazon with free shipping. Order now.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is available by calling 800-539-9460. 800-539-9460.
All right, we're still tracking these severe storms that have been moving from Illinois into Indiana. It's been really rough the last hour or two. We've had a couple of long-track violent tornadoes. We've seen houses damaged, a lot of tree damage, obviously. And so let me get you updated with where we're at right now. Let me zoom into Indiana, very close to Bloomington. Bloomington is actually under a tornado warning right now. We still have the confirmed tornado warning that is north of town. I'm going to switch to the high-res radar here. Hang tight. Now, if you're not familiar with this area, Nashville, Indiana, is a pretty popular tourist area. Now, when you look at it on the map, it doesn't look like there's a lot of city stuff around, but there are a lot of people that camp out there in the forest and everything, and that's really got me worried. You know, a lot of wineries and stuff like that out there. So, you know, the fact that we have these tornado warnings, and this one's looking worse east of Bloomington, I think this is going to produce a tornado. I really do. Luckily for Bloomington proper, there probably wasn't a tornado that went right over town. You guys were under a tornado warning. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It looks like, gosh, these storms are moving so fast. Bloomington no longer under the tornado warning, but it's moving east of town. That is Highway 46, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right east of Woodville Hills. And let me see if we're seeing any debris right now. We are not seeing any tornado debris on radar. That doesn't mean that there's not a tornado in progress. And boy, right over Woodville Hills, I mean, this really has that look. It's got that look. It's got that hook echo down here. Now, let me do one more peek here at the lay of the land. Oh, yeah, very Yeah, foresty. It's very foresty down here. So if there were to be a tornado, and there could be one forming right now, we're not terribly far from the radar. I think we'd probably see some debris on it. And so, again, I'm not seeing any debris on radar right now, but that is, if you look at the progression of this, what happens a lot of times with these storms is like you'll have your part of the storm where the hook echo is, right? And there's usually some rotation there, but there's this part of the storm here where you see all this heavy rain on the backside of the hook. That's called the rear flank downdraft, the RFD, and sometimes this RFD can surge around, and as that's happening, you can usually see it pretty nicely on velocity. Look at this. Let me take you back just a little bit. Look at this. I mean, you can really see it. All of a sudden, you have these really strong inbounds right here, and that's from all this RFD that came around, and basically it intensifies the rotation, and sometimes it can lead to a tornado forming, or tornado genesis, as we call it. Still not seeing debris on radar. That's good. Again, that's right over Woodville Hills. Bartholomew, Brown, Jackson, and Monroe counties are under a tornado warning. Bloomington has been dropped from the tornado warning, and also this warning to the north has been downgraded to a radar-based tornado warning, meaning that it's not a confirmed tornado anymore. But man, did this thing produce a big tornado not long ago. Yeah. Okay, look at this. So you see west of Blue River where this tornado warning is? You don't see any tornado debris. Let me take you back. You see it? You see it? Look how long this thing was on the ground. I kind of want to do let me circle it right here. It was like north of Bean Blossom when it first showed up. And then how long was this debris signature in progress? Look at that thing. Starts to die down around here or so. We'll put the ruler on it. About 20 to 30 miles. I would say at least 25 miles that one was on the ground. So that's at least the second 20-plus mile tornado track that we've seen in the last hour and a half. That just gives you an idea of the environment that we're dealing with here today. Corey Gherkin, our storm tracker, he's over in Newton, Illinois. So he is on, let's see, I believe he's on this. Let me double check. I mean, there's a reason that we've got the locator graphic, right? I can use it. Okay, so he's on the same one that Brandon may be going west. But yeah, Corey's on the Effingham cell. Now, at some point, guys, I'm going to talk to you in the control room real quick. I want to tell the story of that Effingham tornado. So maybe we can line up some of those videos, like the first time we saw it, and then crossing, the highway and all that stuff. But anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. Here's where Corey is. He's south of I-70, and man, anytime I see this town here, let me back out and get some cities on here. Hang tight. I mean, Effingham already got hit by a tornado today. It was the north side of town, so this one's taking a different track. It's now southeast of the city. Effingham proper, you guys are not under a tornado warning. And this is not terribly close to the radar site, so it'd be tough to tell. So in those situations when radar's not terribly useful, you got to have eyes on the storm. Why don't we take, you want to take Corey full for a sec? Let's see if there's anything visible. Let's see if we got any, yeah, it's all lightning. So it's tough to tell lightning from a power flash sometimes. The power flash, obviously, it emanates from the ground. And, sometimes these cameras go into night mode where you can't really tell the colors very well. But the power flash will very often have like a super teal or an orange color to it. Whereas the lightning is usually a little bit more blue, if that makes sense. Again, it kind of takes a trained eye to see it. But that's what I'm looking for, to see if there could be a tornado in progress there. That's near Newton, Illinois. It doesn't look like they've extended that tornado warning, so I would imagine, again, that's this storm. Anytime you see like a little stubby tornado warning like this, most often what it means is like, okay, they've killed the first part of the tornado warning, and if they are to continue it, usually at this point they would have continued it, but you see they put a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it instead, so we'll see. I don't know with 100% certainty, but they're probably going to drop that tornado warning. Let me just tell you this story, though. Okay, so you see this town, Effingham. I just got on air. This was at what, like 9:10, something like that. And my initial thought was like, all right, it looks like this event's underperforming a little bit. How are we going to fill time on the show tonight? We're not going to have any severe weather. And then this happens. Look at that. And whose idea was it to look at this camera? Because props, Alex and Aisha. Yeah, okay, so you guys pulled up the camera. You saw that there was a storm nearby, didn't know that there was going to be a tornado on it, and all of a sudden a tornado popped up. And then this became quite a story for a little while after that. Again, this was a little bit after 8 o'clock Central Time. So we watched that live. And it took a couple different forms. At points, the condensation funnel made it all the way to the ground. But you could see through the life cycle of that tornado, I mean, it's on the ground the whole time there. You can see those pieces of debris that are flying around, all that dust. The condensation funnel, the cloud-looking part of it that looks like a cone, that doesn't always have to be on the ground. If you see debris that's flying around on the ground, that means that the tornado is in progress, regardless. So that's where it started. And then Brandon was initially not terribly close to it, but it was on the ground for so long that by the time he caught up to it, this is the shot of it that he got. And it's incredible to see how violent it is when you look at this. And you see the house on the right side. Watch the house on the right side of the road as Brandon pulls up on this tornado, if you're curious how violent a tornado is.
Just destroying a shed right in front of me. Buildings getting hit. Big time tornado.
Look at the trees just getting shredded. All that debris from the house that it just hit. And if I'm being real, I'm trying to double check on this in my brain, but no, I don't think there's a close second. I mean, I've covered several tornadoes that are happening I've covered several tornado outbreaks where I've seen up close tornado video live on air and narrated through it. This one was by far the worst and the scariest, I think, because of the damage that it did to the house. And there it was. This was literally 1 minute after the tornado hit. And Brandon rolled up on it. Really, really scary. And he went inside there and he came out and, he said something along the lines of house is clear, meaning I guess nobody was in there, luckily. I mean, look at this. Here's another house. This is a different house, not the one that you just saw. And you can tell they just rolled up on the damage. This is from earlier, because the tornado is visible on the left side of the screen. So, I mean, listen, if you've never seen tornado damage in person, especially when it's fresh after a tornado has just gone through, there are things about it that video does not do justice for. The smells of the freshly snapped trees, depending on where you are in the country, it'll smell like pine or it'll smell like oak or something like that. Depending on the area that gets hit, you can smell gas, all that kind of stuff. It's just, I'm trying to get the point across that it's, you can only tell. So it's traumatizing for people, really. I mean, it's a very, very traumatizing event to go through, obviously, when the house gets destroyed like that. Okay, Newton, Illinois, there's Corey Gherkin, and that's the storm that he's on right there, which I don't think they're going to continue the tornado warning with it. Doesn't look like it's rotating as heavily as before. Let's check in on our Bloomington storm here. Worst of it is through Bloomington, but man, it's got that look to it. Look at this, just a classic hook echo type of storm here. And let me go back in time. You can actually see how this evolves. I got to be honest, Alex, my producer today, Alex Hall, big weather geek, storm chaser, when I was looking at this, and I saw it at this point when it was west of Bloomington, Alex is in my ear. He's like, it's looking worse. I think it's going to do it. And I'm like, what is this guy talking about? Okay, well, we go forward in time, and then look what ends up happening. You get the big hook echo on it. We've got a tornado warning, and yeah, something a little goofy with the radar data there. But yeah, there it is. It just emerged. Yeah, that's not a good look.